at least one region of Marvel Rivals Championship, but it won't be the last. We're here over the Pacific region. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by one of the smartest individuals on planet Earth. It is Dan, the man with a plan, Mr. The One Dan himself. Dan, how are we feeling? What are we looking at for our first championship for Season 6?
We are looking at some crazy matchups right now. We've got only 3 teams remaining. This has been a whole month. This has been a whole month in the making. We started back in February, towards the end of February, and now we're here at the final 3. One of these teams is going to come out as the MRC Season 6 Pacific champions. And so far, it's looking very, very competitive at the very moment.
It's looking very tasty, Dan. So far, we've had a potential revenge run in the lower bracket, a flawless team in the upper bracket, and one team that may be there for an upset. But let me tell you, what could never make me upset is Mr. Captain America himself. When a legend is bound by darkness, he touched the tape, and his mind was dragged into a dream. A soldier without a heart, fighting forever, never able to fall. And through it all, he kept whispering one name. You know what name that was, Dan?
What was it?
It was Steve Rogers. Step into the shadows with Captain America's Cursed Captain costume, first appearing in Marvel Rivals Season 6, a symbol of hope, twisted by fate, yet unbroken in spirit. Available March 5th at 6 p.m. Pacific. Hey, wait a minute, Dan. It's past March 5th.
That means it's there right now.
I can get it right now?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to wait till after this championship. I've got my priorities, but it is definitely going to be one of the first things I do as soon as this is over, because even in Cursed, a hero never stops fighting.
You know what else we got? We got another costume coming right at ya. Break the chains and claim the stars. Because, Jeff, your bravery is inspiring. The Collector's Museum is pure torment. It takes real courage to step inside once more. Sail into battle with Psylocke's once captive Corsair costume, first appearing in Marvel Rivals Season 6, a warrior shaped by captivity now cutting through destiny with psionic steel. Available again right now, starting at March 5th, 6 p.m. Pacific time. And you have the chance to nab this costume because freedom isn't given, it's taken.
That's right. And you know what? You can take all of my money because these skins look incredible. I can't wait to see what other amazing ones we have throughout our competitive journey. And of course, these two today, make sure you go and buy them right now. They look pretty awesome. But luckily, though, there's a chance for these 3 teams to walk out with the lion's share of $14,500. Let's see exactly how it breaks down. What are we looking at? How has our journey been so far, Dan, to get here?
And we started back at the end of February where we saw the top 256 teams entering the double elimination bracket. And as we navigated further and further through the month of March, we now land ourselves at March 15th right now. Lower bracket finals going to be the 2 remaining lower bracket teams who will get themselves a chance to fight against the current grand finalist up at the top, which is One Piece at the current moment, in a best of 7 showdown. Lower bracket finals is going to be a best of 5, and then we move on to that best of 7. So a lot of stakes at hand at the current moment. Top 3 teams, one of them will come out on top, and this is exactly what they're fighting for.
That's right, alluded to it before, but $14,500 on the line, and the winning team will get the lion's share of it at $7,000. There's a lot of Captain America and Psylocke skins you can get with that kind of money, Dan. Woo-wee, I wish. But like we said, there's only the lower finals and the grand finals for today. Depending on how the lower finals goes, we could see either It's Bugged or Triple AD get home with $3,500 or $2,500 to their name.
But yeah, prize pool is very, very nice. You get yourself a little bit of more of a financial gain from playing in this tournament, but this is what they've been playing for. Here in Pacific, it's a little bit different. Top 8 already qualified for Ignite. So every team that you see from here on out has already made it to the Ignite stage. Whereas for other regions, they determined their 3 MRC teams qualifying for Ignite actually yesterday. So now all of these teams already getting that Ignite spot. But now it really comes to, can you make yourself look good? Can you come into Ignite as the reigning MRC champions and make yourself known in the biggest stage?
Hey, it's going to put a big target on your back if you come out the championship winner, but the $7,000 is a pretty good trade-off. But how exactly does MRC work compared to Ignite? Well, it's a little bit different. You only ban Spider-Man and reserve him? No, not quite. That would create a paradox, and that's for a different multiverse. Instead, what happens is each team gets 3 different heroes that they can ban out per matchup and reserve 2 to ensure they cannot be banned by the enemy team.
And one thing to note is these bans and picks are all universal. So if one team bans the Spider-Man, nobody can play the Spider-Man. But if one person picks the Spider-Man, everyone has access to the Spider-Man. So it's a little bit different from what you've seen back in Ignite. Here in MRC, it works a little bit different. There is still a lot of different ways, little avenues that these teams could navigate throughout the ban draft. You could bait out certain picks, you could force certain picks. So this has been a lot of push and pull, but now we take a quick snapshot at the current bracket. The 2 lower bracket teams at the moment, Triple AD and It's Bugged, both duking it out to try to get themselves at a chance at taking on the Titans as One Piece. And like you said, Keg, One Piece are currently undefeated.
Yeah, that's right. Currently undefeated, not a single map lost, not even a series. They'd be in the lower bracket if that was the case. They haven't dropped a single map in the upper bracket. They were the ones that took Triple AD and It's Bugged to the lower bracket themselves. But there is a small caveat though. Triple AD, since being brought down, have also not dropped a single map to get to where they're at in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they've been on an absolute tear. Another thing to notice, they had to let the Chiefs go. The Chiefs really had a lower bracket run of their lives, but unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. And Triple AD unfortunately had to sacrifice the Chiefs to get themselves that revenge arc, that revenge storyline that we hope to see, where they'll make it into the grand finals to get another chance at taking on One Piece.
That's right. And now keep in mind, all these teams in the top 3 have qualified for Marvel Rivals Ignite through 2026. So at least there's that amount of pressure gone. But it's not an easy road ahead for any of these teams either, man, because you have to play your absolute best to get the financial incentive of that $7,000. That's a lot of money, Dan.
That's a decent chunk that you put right in your pockets, and we said it already, right? That's a lot of Captain America, a lot of Psylocke skins coming your way if you end up getting that top prize. But yeah, we're gonna have to start to navigate towards our first match of 2. Down in the lower bracket, it's going to be It's Bugged up against Triple AD. It's Bugged, the only remaining Oceania team at the current moment, whereas Triple AD, this Korean squad, wants to take on One Piece. And what better way to do it than to get themselves duking it out. A little bit of a warm-up against It's Bugged, where It's Bugged, we talked about it in the green room, they've got a really, really tough road ahead of them.
Yeah, for example, we saw the It's Bugged One Piece matchup in the in-game tournament before this started. Each game lasted at maximum 5.5 minutes. So not an easy road for It's Bugged to go down into the lower bracket. Of course, nothing to scoff at. They have qualified for Ignite. They have made it this far for the top 3. But up against Triple AD and One Piece, you're right, Dan. It's a long road ahead. And so far, Triple AD with their opening Loki ban and Elsa Reserve, they're getting everything they want.
Ooh, a little bit of a different approach coming in from It's Bugged. They decided to use their first ban on the Jeff. So any hero that complements this Jeff, like the Vanguard Deadpool, which is saved by It's Bugged, or the Venom, will lose a little bit of stock. So Triple AD are gonna have to look for different options. I believe one of the players on Triple AD are also very, very comfortable on the Jeff. So that Jeff being gone is going to throw a little wrench in what Triple AD really want to go for, as they're looking for their own saves. It's going to be the Elsa Bloodstone, a pick that has been so dominant throughout this entire tournament.
That was a big reason why we saw Triple AD get into the lower bracket. They were consistently being outmaneuvered against Elsa from One Piece's side, but so far in the lower bracket, they've been focusing on strategist bans. The Loki's gone, the Gambit's underway. Oftentimes, that last ban will be Mantis. With the Elsa in tow, all they have to do is focus the front line. Oh, interesting.
Ooh,
what a surprise.
They're going to decide to go for it. That does allow triple strategists to blossom in this entire map. that Mantis being able to provide everyone on the team that 12% damage boost, not only amplifying damage, but also amplifies the ultimate acceleration. So I wouldn't be surprised if Triple AD come out swinging in this first fight.
Ooh.
And what better way to keep it going is to take away the Phoenix as a whole, which does allow Rocket Raccoon as well to shine in these team compositions.
So Dan, do you think we're going to be seeing a triple strategist comp from Triple AD?
I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go that route. Mantis is available. Mantis is really the biggest reason why this triple strategist composition is really, really good in this current meta. But another thing to mention too is the Groot not being touched at all. I know a lot of teams have been banning away the Groot just to deny the team up with the Mantis at times, but with Mantis and Groot being available, there is a chance that one of these teams decide to go for it, but at the current moment, they're not hovering it just yet.
Important to note too that it's bugged. They've been swapping out Frost, one of their Vanguard players, for OPWL in these last few matchups. Unfortunately, it didn't work out too well for It's Bugged in their last game against One Piece, where they made that initial swap. OPWL did not have the best game on Thing when it came to Hell's Heaven. But swapping over to a Shield Vanguard, though, things could be looking a lot better.
Yep, and with Doctor Strange being hovered already, I wouldn't be surprised if It's Bug decide to go for an early portal play up onto the high ground or the main area to try to cut off Triple AD, or even just get that early pick. Whereas Triple AD, they're gonna stick to that 2 Vanguard lineup. The Vanguard Deadpool with the Magneto going to be the front line with Rocco on the solo duelist on the Elsa Bloodstone. It's only one duelist, but that duelist can still output way too much damage.
A lot of damage. Bugs is going to take the same exact route now. The Elsa Bloodstone, the only duelist on their side. The Groot will be making its play, but up against the hit scan of Elsa, we'll have to wait and see if that's going to fare well. Early on, though, lots of pokes, lots of feeling it out to see how things are going to be underway. Triple AD, though, they're creating the space, fighting so much impact directly on site.
There's so much lots of damage already. Rocco dashing on in, trying to get that extra chunk of damage. You can see how impactful this Elsa Bloodstone is. Bugged and Triple AD. Look at their Elsa Bloodstones. They're already halfway towards that ultimate. Peter the Panther leading the charge at 80%. So if Glartrux is let out early, things could get really, really dicey for Triple AD.
That's the opening pick, though. The hit scan off of Vanpool is going to take down Rocco. And without your singular duelist, Triple AD, what can they do? That should be Bug getting that early sight pick. But even then, though, Vanguard doing well. You're absolutely right. That's going to be a huge ultimate early on.
Yep, the Banhammer going to deny one person on Bugged out of the fight for 8 whole seconds. Joji is able to take down this fight. So that's one of the Vanguards on Triple AD gone, so there's no more protection. It's all going to be up to Tuva with the bubble, with the tankiness that this Vanguard Deadpool provides. Mocha and Winter will trade their ultimates. A Venn diagram right onto the site. Peter the Panther goes down. That's a big chunk of damage gone. And take a selfie because it's bugged. They're losing out on this fight.
Beautiful selfie, and like you said, 2 of the invisible boundaries brought out already, but that's going to allow Slippy to bring out the Eternal Bond. It's a carpet covering the entirety of the point. Through it all, though, Bugs still allowing themselves to gather more and more percentage. There hasn't been a sign of Triple AD getting a way in. More and more of these KOs are going against Triple AD's favor, however, but as soon as 2 fall, even more rise back up. And through it all, more ultimates are underway. This ult economy from Triple AD has essentially been replenished.
But they still have something to rely on. It's going to be Illicit on the Adam Warlock with the Karmic Revival. So Triple AD, if things go wrong, Illicit can just hide in a corner and just bring them right back. But thankfully, they're not even going to need it. Isbug gets to 30%, and Triple AD will get to 12% and climbing. So now what is the question for Triple AD? How do you want to navigate the rest of this fight? Do you go for the full court press to deny its bug from taking as much map space as possible? Or do you lay back and try to just stall out and build up that ultimate economy?
Well, that Strangling Prison's available. That's going to be the ult off of Groot. Maybe that'll be a great initiation tool off the hands of the Apex Predator, but unfortunately it seems like our little friend may be down for the count. Wazit and company, though, good to take down more bodies. Bug now losing their stride. This could be a spawn break so late into the first round.
Ooh, yeah. Triple AD really opting for the former here. Going for that full court press. Limiting the map surface area of It's Bugged. This neutral area is getting smaller and smaller as Tuba goes around to the backline, marks one of the strategists to take him out of the fight, or at least provide extra pressure. Winter is even going to have to resort to a defensive invisible boundary, and as soon as anyone on Triple AD fall, that momentum will not be stopped because of that Karmic Revival.
Absolutely not. Where is that distance being made? Triple AD, like you said, Alyssa, brings in the Karmic Revival, but suddenly now it is a cold day in Hell's Heaven as we see Bug start to take back that extra space. But it's a game of stall now for Triple AD. If they can find Peter the Panther, who is seemingly alone, not around the Vanguards whatsoever, taking that diverse route to ensure that everyone else can draw their attention away. It's going to be up to Tuba, though, to find at least one. That's the Mantis removed from the battle. Just for a little bit more. And a cherry on top, a sweet selfie. But on top of it, though, it's going to be Mantis' ultimate. Eternal Bond trying to counter. That'll be good. But I'm looking at Mocha. Invisible Boundary already set up and ready to go as soon as the carpet dissipates. It's up to Winter now to play the survival game. Ensure that we can have an Agamotto directly on top, descending from the sky. Invisible Boundary on top to ensure that LPL cannot find much.
Oh, even bigger!
Anywhere you look, the fade is all Triple AD.
The Eye of Agamotto reigns true. It's Bug just get wiped out. They didn't even have a chance for Winter or Joji to get their ultimates off to try to extend this fight. Both the strategists on It's Bug sitting at around 85%. That was crucial for Triple AD to seal this round number 1 as we head into Super Soldier Factory.
And that's really been the storyline of Triple AD when it comes to domination maps, right? They always have that very slow start. They usually don't win that opening fight. But as soon as they get their bearings together, they start cycling their ultimates, then they win that secondary fight, capture the point, and it's essentially a lockout for the enemy team.
Yep, and It's Bugs are making adjustments on their own. They dropped the Cloak and Dagger completely, and they now will run the Adam Warlock of their own. Triple AD, maybe they decide to go on the Rocket Raccoon, but they haven't done that at all. They instead give Mocha the Rocket Raccoon just to provide that extra bonus health, and then switches over to the Invisible Woman. So Triple AD likely aren't going to make adjustments, but It's Bugged definitely making changes to the strategist lineup as OPWL looking for a portal to essentially maybe cut off that main area. Here we go.
A flurry immediately. That's Mocha gone. Not what you want to see. Triple AD, who tried their best early on, and it didn't work out too well for them. Fight control potentially in It's Bug's favor. 10 seconds left before it opens up. Rocco has to play a hiding game. Play for the stall. Allow one of their 3 strategists to get back in tow. Luckily, though, they still have others to work off of. The Vampool, all the same. Tuba's high up in the sky, slicing and dicing away. Themselves and Mocha back into the fray have just gotten rid of the entire back line.
Banhammer is a good ultimate, but it looks like Tuba decided to go for the big test instead. Gets the combo down, gets the jackpot, and that allows Triple AD the space they need in this neutral area to take control of the site and the first fight win. They were able to stall for Mocha to come back into the fight, and that's going to be enough.
It's the same story again.
Yeah.
Losing that initial fight, playing for the stagger, it's going to be Triple AD. They have the comms to play back together so well, but I'm waiting for Apex Predator to make its move. What's It's Bug doing? They're going around to an alternative route.
Rocco!
It's ready! It's been released, and Rocco still finds one. Listen for the trade, taking down his doppelganger with no Loki. It's Triple A again, finding what I can only describe again, Dan, as another spawn break.
Oh my goodness. And the key moment here is taking out Joji on this Adam Warlock. The Karmic Revival was available, but with It's Bug getting wiped out so quickly, they just had no chance to bring themselves into a round 2 scenario. And Triple AD are just playing surgical. Absolute perfection so far, as No Spite was hanging around the side trying to get an off-angle Agamotto off. But he will get spotted out and will have to slink away. But OPWL has that 1v1 up against Duba. But Triple AD, they're happy with this. They don't have to go for this aggressive move. It's Bug are the ones in pressure right now.
And OPWL is typically going to be a melee vanguard, not something we see often on the shield. Putting themselves in, it's Apex Predator out again. It is an ult fiesta. I have Agamotto, invisible boundaries out of everywhere that you can see. But through it all, though, I'm looking at Joji, I'm looking at Illicit. I see the double Karmic Revival. It's a game of chicken to see who will proc theirs first.
Yeah, and it's a matter of, are the teams able to target this Adam Warlock? That is the win condition for both teams at the current moment. Closet going to use the Soul Resurgence just to provide that extra pressure onto its bugged, who don't have an impactful strategist ultimate to rely on. If Joji goes down, it's going to be disastrous, but Joji is going to press that cube, and Duba is able to spot him out. Yeah, but the res comes through.
Man, this could be a field day for Rocco and Tuba. The double hit stands are out. The damage is underway. Peter the Panther, not long for this world, does get the resurrect again, and so does Joji. But through it all, Mocha, not long for this world, is a cost of a sacrifice to allow Illicit now for free, essentially, to get that karmic revival and bring back everybody at overtime.
Yeah, you can see Triple AD just feeding themselves into the jaws of its bugged because they know they have the Karmic Revival if they need to go for the reposition play. Winter is able to get the invisible boundary off, but Mocha gets the better of it. Can Triple AD stall out enough time? The big test even going to be used by Duba to put extra pressure.
You have to bring it out.
Nagamoto, it's not even needed. They don't even need it. Triple AD just rampage through its bugged, and they take over Hell's Heaven.
Triple AD looking fantastic for game number 1. They didn't really have much competition outside of that initial fight on Eldritch.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, apart from that first fight, like you said it perfectly, right? Round 1, it looked very, very competitive for its bugged. Both teams were trading ultimates in and out. That first fight really going on for a very, very long time compared to other fights we've seen, but. That's what we like to see, right? This first fight on domination especially is very, very important. If you're able to get that first cap, you essentially have a high chance of taking over the round, but it's bugged. Yep. It's bugged. We're able to get that early advantage, like you said, but then Triple AD, just out of nowhere, came up, all gas, no brakes, and just ran right through its bugged, just squashing them in Hell's Heaven.
I really like what its bug did going into the Super Soldier Factory. We saw the triple strategist lineup, and I thought, okay, well, these alterations, moving away from the Cloak and Dagger, you have the Atom Warlock now, you have your singular duelist to work off of. You're essentially mirroring what Triple AD was going to bring out, but it felt like the area of communication from Triple AD's side allowed a lot more backline picks to be found against its bug. And Rocco and Tuba would just find one critical strategist to take down and run away with a domino effect.
Yeah, you gotta give credit to Tuba as well, right? Rocco did his moment with the Apex Predator right at the start of round number 2, catching so many members of its bugged. But you gotta give credit to Tuba as well. Not only just using the Banhammer to isolate one strategist out of the fight, he also invested in the big test, the Katana Ultimate version of Deadpool, to just get onto the backline, make himself unknockoutable. That was a weird word to say out of my mouth,
hey,
but either way, yeah, it works. It did in fact work to provide extra pressure for the backline of its bugged. That line of sight manipulation that they were able to do was enough for Triple AD to just carve out its bug from the inside out.
That's been the story of Triple AD in the lower bracket too. They've been focusing on strat bans. They're trying to make their enemy team feel uncomfortable. Then they'll go and find impact with, say the Elsa Bloodstone and the fact that Tuba is doing such a fantastic job on the Van pool. But our eyes are now focused on game 2. Are we going to see more counter bans from Bug's side now that they have a better idea of what Triple AD is bringing out?
Maybe, but so far it's going to be somewhat the same from map number 1. It's Bug going to take away the Jeff. We'll see if the Elsa does end up slipping through again. If it's Bugged, invest their first ban on the Jeff. Triple AD will ban out the Loki, and maybe here Elsa will be saved because they know they're just confident that they are better on the Elsa Bloodstone.
Goated. Well, the Loki's usually the hard ban from Triple AD's side. Gambit Reserve. Nothing too wild so far coming out from either team. I believe Gambit was not available in game 1, so that will be a major swap up. That being said, though, it's Bug changing up their strategic backline would be helpful, but they really have to make sure that the front line can protect them.
Here's the problem, though. Being able to secure the Gambit means that Star-Lord will be on the table to be taken. I'm sure both teams would want to rock the Star-Lord here, but Triple AD, they have the choice of banning out the Star-Lord here, or maybe Punisher also doing very, very well to synergize with the Royal Flush. But if anything, yep, Star-Lord going to be the answer here for Triple AD. It's Bugged. Play the Gambit pick. and they force Triple AD to ban out that Star Ward.
That's right. Gambit or Mantis, pick your poison. Seems like Gambit will be the way to go this time around. That being said, though, going to Museum of Contemplation, this was not a pretty sight to see when it came to its bug not too long ago. It was one of the matches against One Piece, where it took only 5 minutes and a singular attack group fight for One Piece on their second side, their attack side, to break through and take the map.
That rogue pick coming from its bugged, enabling the team-up comp between Rogue and Gambit, and also Magneto as well with the explosive entanglement. So I'm sure both Triple AD and its bug are going to run, or at least we have a general idea of what half of these compositions are going to look like. It's going to be at least the Gambit, Rogue, and the Magneto. It's just a matter of how they're going to round out these compositions, as this bugged will invest their final ban on the Angela, which does target, I believe, one of the vanguards of Triple AD. Just not remembering which of those players are gonna rock that hero at the moment, but something worth mentioning is that Groot going to be banned away as well.
I think it's so fascinating that we see a swap in coming out from its bug. It's OPWL coming in as the Magneto, not on the melee Vanguard like I was expecting. It's Wosh instead, which isn't unusual. We've seen Hulks, we've seen Thors, things come out from Wosh in the past, but I thought for sure that the two Vanguard options would be swapped around.
Ooh, yeah. It's a matter of how Triple AD and its bug want to utilize their comps to their utmost advantage. As of right now, its bugs are playing the idea of going for that spawn break composition with the Storm and possibly the Elsa Bloodstone. That Elsa Bloodstone could also become a Moon Knight, maybe even a Punisher. It's a matter of what its bugs are comfortable with, but I think it's safe to say that Elsa Bloodstone being so dominant is going to be the answer to try to get this spawn break that Triple AD are setting up.
Playing Storm attack on this first point is kind of a cheat code. We actually saw a big struggle coming out from Triple AD not too long ago, where they had to swap last second to a Storm and Punisher in order to break open their attacking side. But on the defense, they have to be aware of this spell. I'm looking at that singular duelist for them to open it up with Rocco on that Elsa.
And we've seen him do it before, and he's willing to do it again. This time around, Triple AD rocking the triple Vanguard setup. Something common that we've been seeing on the defensive side, but Triple AD with that extra firepower on Rocco with the Elsa Bloodstone could mean the difference when it comes to stalling out this point as Illicit draws first blood.
What a fantastic start from Illicit's side. Up in the face of the defense. That's going to be, I'm sorry, the attack. That's one gone, Illicit. And now, playing on that Rogue, we have the mirror coming through. It's just a matter of seeing if that's going to be enough to open things up. And while that was a good start, it's not enough to get that convoy moving.
Triple AD just have to control this corner area. It's Bug get an aggressive invisible boundary off, and they're able to open up with 2 quick picks. They do lose out Peter the Panther throughout that fight, but it's Bug with that ban advantage means that Triple AD need to reset and regroup for this next fight. And something worth mentioning, Keg, both teams now have that Royal Flush.
I'm looking at Nose Fight, though. Is this going to be a super early portal to deny P1? We'll have to wait and see, though. Keep in mind, Peter the Panda on the sword. There's a lot of hits stand up against them. It is an old Fiesta once again. And Apex Predator is set up and ready to destroy that back line. That's going to be Joji gone down to the hands of their own doppelganger. And Tuba's there to make sure without strategists, there is no way to live. And Illicit on top is there for a great coordinated ult push.
Both teams utilizing the flush, but Triple AD get the upper hand here. They are able to retake this corner area. So if they're able to just keep this in control of Triple AD, they're going to be able to take over this entire fight. But Joji and Bugged with that Apex Predator will seize the space back to themselves for just a little bit.
Oh, but Ben, the Apex Predator didn't move anybody.
Oh yeah, no, it didn't. For sure. Illicit even using the Heartbreaker as well. Rocco coming in with the elephant gun and the shotgun just to zone away. It's bugged. And now they are just stuck in their own spawn. Triple AD going for that press, that extra pressure. Mocha even threatening with the invisible boundary, which will definitely match Winter. OBWL needs to come up huge here with that meteor, as well as Peter the Panther on this Omega Hurricane. Where is it going to go?
It goes straight into OPWL, but the Omega Hurricane, will it find much? No space created again. That's the point of bringing out the storm, and Rogue immediately clips her wings. Gone for the count. Apex Predator removed and staggered out that Magneto just seconds before. And one by one again, it's bugged. They try to make initiation, and when it fails, Triple AD hits back harder than ever.
Not sure if Joji wants to stay on that Elsa Bloodstone. It's going to be Peter the Panther swapping out of the Storm, going over to the Punishers. So instead of that damage amplification, they just want that extra firepower, extra damage that they want to work with as we go into another Mirror Royal Flush. Which deck of cards gets the upper hand here?
Oh, let's see. It's a Royal Flush. Absolutely. No poker faces allowed for anybody here. Invisible Boundary once again. Tuba, so much maneuverability on this defensive side to play around the environment and around corners. The angling's fantastic. The Apex Predator's even better. Rocco, though, goes instantly invisible.
Oh my god, it's outside the boundary.
It's not going to be good for them, though. It's not for their team. And suddenly now it's bugged. They have a moment to breathe. That should be their chance to move that convoy up. But even though there's only 2 players alive, Dan, Triple AD hold the line with Smite only now falling.
No Smite falls, but they thought about utilizing the portal, but they seem that the fight is winnable. It seems like they don't need it, as Peter the Panther tried to go for a high ground vantage point, but unfortunately just was not able to nail the movement down. Triple AD, though, they got Vanguard ultimates to work with. Lots of CC, lots of damage on the side of Melissa. It could disrupt the ultimate economy.
That's right. Clobbering time is going to be a huge stifling point. Overtime is out now. Will it be stopped? The answer is seemingly no. Clobbering time is out. Creating a distance of Sophie for
Royal Flush, final judgment.
Final judgment. Who's the judge? Who's the jury? Certainly no execution. Not a single KO up until now from that ult.
Tuba goes down, but Rocco is still alive and kicking. So Triple AD, even with the man disadvantage, it's still going to be winnable. That point so close to that first area, but it's bugged. Just cannot get it done. Triple AD get the eliminations, get the zone, are able to force themselves into that site, and now it's bugged, having to settle at 99.91 meters.
I cannot believe that. Now, look, I'm not much of a mathologist, man, but I think that's 0.9 meters left to getting that first point. And for attack side, 0.1 Museum is pretty difficult, but being that so close to victory and not able to achieve it is really rough.
Yeah, and they're going to also miss out on that extra time bag. If they were able to get that first point, that would have been an extra 2.5 minutes for its bug to extend that push even further. But without that time buffer, Triple AD, either they're going to get full health themselves, or it's just going to be a quick walk across the street.
Gotta highlight Smite really quick for that defensive side. The fact that Thing doesn't take nearly as much stun value as most other heroes in this game is so pivotal, especially against Apex Predator.
And now what does this bug need to do here? They need to get a hold of their life. Surprising that they're not running the Adam Warlock for that triple strategist lineup.
I think the area is just too open to have effective value.
Yeah, that's true, but it's bugged. And Triple AD, but it's bugged, are going to be the ones not running that Adam Warlock. There is still a lot of different areas that the Warlock could go for that Karma Revival down. But without that resource available for its bugged, they're going to have to play to absolute perfection if they want a full hold Triple AD.
You said it right, my friend. Absolute perfection necessary here. Early poke coming out from Triple AD's side. Convoy well on its way.
Oh my god.
And Smite finding such a great wombo combo early on, smashing down the early composition. That's one of the Vanguards gone. And just a little pin down on top of that as well. That's an early ultimate from Tuba's side. He's ready to judge somebody.
He's either ready to put the Banhammer or just go in with the big test. Tuba tried to get that backline access, wasn't able to get the parkour down, but he's able to mark down what I believe is Slippery on that Gambit. If that Gambit goes down with the Royal Flush at bay, Triple AD could just run right over, but so far, Rocco with the Apex Predator is able to equalize and take over this fight.
Unbelievable work coming out from Rocco's side. A meltdown against the defenders. Early invisible boundary blocked out by Winter. What's there else? That's gonna be the Raging Royal Flush for its bugs, and even then the Gambit. Not long for this world. Assassination from the side of the Vanpool from the other side. It's Tuba to find one more. A listen for extra credit. And there it is. That bus only has to go a few more meters. Who's there to stop it? It's a portal right in its tracks. But then again, the double Vanguard.
Oh no, that's a one-sided boundary.
Punching away, Dan. Will it be enough? The answer is no. One by one, these Vanguards cannot defend the back line. They are being melted down into gold. More and more for the hands of Triple AD. And that should be map 2.
Yep, it's bugged. We're just not able to match the Strategist Ultimate Barrage coming in from Triple AD. Royal Flush wasn't able to be matched. Invisible Boundary, the most important one, not able to be answered by It's Bugged. So if Mocha is just able to get that boundary down, that's surely enough for Triple AD to take over the museum and put themselves at match point.
Same story again. I feel like a broken record at this point, but again, it's all about defending that back line. The fact now that we are seeing over double melee Vanguards coming out on top, by the way, on top of the Vanpool, sometimes even on top of the Elsa Bloodstone, finding miraculous impact of shutting down everybody in that mid to back line. A lot of that pressure is going to be put on Roche and OPWL to find something in this next map.
Have to do a lot of digging, a lot of going back to the drawing board. Yeah, try to figure out what they need to adjust here. Surely that Jeff ban that It's Bugged have been relying on at the beginning of that ban draft has to switch over to the Elsa Bloodstone, no?
Oh, maybe. But I feel like even if you ban out the Elsa, you still have to worry about the Vanguard lineup. And Illicit's Rogue and No Smite's Thing was a nasty combo.
Yeah, but I feel like I just fear that there's just too many more picks that are going to be absolute problems. Definitely could be better on the side of It's Bugged when it comes to the ban draft. That Angela ban and the Jeff ban maybe definitely is targeting the comfort picks of Quasit and maybe No Smite or Duba, but I feel like some kind of adjustment needs to be made, and I feel like that's going to be one of those targets.
I completely agree with you, man. We need to see a change off that Jeff ban. The fact, though, what worries me is that I don't know if Elsa is the right answer, because we saw Joji be the only player on It's Bugged side to go above 10 KOs. You need to have that pressure still.
Yeah, I mean, Elsa Bloodstone is definitely a good option. Very, very strong in the current meta, doing insane amounts of damage, insane mobility, insane ult acceleration as well. But even if the Elsa is gone, there's still other options that It's Bugged or Triple AD could rely on. You've had Moon Knight being available. You've had the Punisher as well. But It's Bugged just took too long to figure out what was the winning formula. And once they swapped out of that Storm into the Punisher, getting that extra raw firepower instead of the statistical buff of that damage boost, It's Bugged were able to push on forward. But unfortunately, time got the better of them.
I like the way you think, Dan. I think the Moon Knight could be a really solid option here against how Triple AD like to dive in.
Yep, but you also got worth mentioning, Moon Knight is also very, very susceptible to the dive, but look at this. It's Bugged actually adjusting out of the Jeff and taking away the Elsa Bloodstone. So it took him 2 maps to figure out that this Elsa Bloodstone is too much of a problem.
That's right, and they have to do the self-sacrifice as well. Pressure's going to be on Joji to find impact outside of the Elsa Bloodstone. Of course, they do have a deep duelist arsenal, but again, having someone so strong off the board is going to allow now Triple AD to go for their comfort pick of a Quasit for Jeff.
Yep, Quasit will be able to now secure the Jeff, which does mean that there's going to be a higher stock in terms of ban priority for the Vanguard Deadpool as well as the Venom. That Symbiotic Shenanigans and the Jeff toy provide just so much healing to the point where this Jeff is more than sustainable in a 2-2-2 composition.
I'm looking through my notes now to see what other duelists we could potentially see from Joji going into this. Moon Knight's definitely a viability.
Star-Lord has to go here.
Star-Lord? Going to be a
have to be
hindrance. I agree.
Gambit comes in, means that Star-Lord is going to be at, in terms of priority, even higher. Maybe even higher than the Vanguard Deadpool and the Venom. Vanguard Deadpool is going to be banned out by It's Bugged to try to limit the impact of this Jeff, but Triple AD opting to take away the Mantis. They got Quasit on the Jeff, so they don't really need the Mantis anymore.
So Phoenix will be allowed. I'm assuming Star-Lord will be in the next reserve from It's Bugged side. That's going to be a very firefight heavy matchup.
Oh, yeah. It's Bugged now thinking about their final save. Do they bite the bullet. Do they try to rely on the Star Lord? No. It's
Okay.
going to be instead the Rogue, so that explosive entanglement composition still going to be available for its bugged and Triple AD as well. But now it's bugged. Thinking about their final ban here, Triple AD, they're on their side thinking if they should take away the Star Lord entirely to try to limit this Gambit's impact.
Would be a good idea, but the Phoenix is already available. Star-Lord
Oh, they're gonna do it.
Called it perfectly. But what's this last ban gonna look like?
I'd argue it might be the Magneto. Magneto could easily shut down the It's Jeff, could easily shut down the Ensong Inferno Wombo combo, but no, it's going to be the Groot instead. So, Triple AD, they're going to take that route, get rid of its bugged win condition of possibly a Strangling Prison into the Heartbreaker combo of some sort. But this is Midtown, so Triple AD definitely going to try to go for that full hold opportunity, whereas it's bugged. They tried going for that spawn break with the Storm and I believe the Elsa Bloodstone in the Museum of Contemplation, but with no Elsa Bloodstone, they're gonna have to make themselves a little bit different in terms of spawn break.
Oh, I gotta say, I'm a little sad, Dan. I was really hoping we'd see Illicit go back to the Rogue. It's still possible once we get started for round one, but we've been mostly just seeing melee duelists come out from Illicit up until today. The fact that the Rogue played so well back on Museum. Oh, okay, there it is. It played so well on Museum. Rocco was toying with the Daredevil. That's something that normally Illicit would rock out. I think that might be too much melee. But this composition could be very scary for the defense.
But look at on the side of It's Bug, they're toying the idea of what kind of duelist they want to utilize, at least in this opening fight. Peter the Panther on the Punisher. Joji thought about going for the Moon Knight, but instead goes for the Daredevil. Try to get that backline access onto Triple AD, which could be possible with Quasit and Mocha being the main targets to try to shut down this fight before it even begins.
There's only two strategists on Triple AD's side. If Joji can find the back line and maybe take a 1v1 up against them, less healing prowess for the Triple Vanguards, but they already have enough HP. They should be good in some of the fights.
But it's bugged. Slowly chugging on forward. Peter the Panther laying down the hurt, but it's going to be up to these strategists if they're able to get opening picks. But the two duelists of It's Bugged are able to open up the bank. Peter the Panther gets a third as well, and Triple AD gets staggered out quick as you like it.
This is fantastic to see. Wonderful work early on for It's Bugged. Definitely a big turnaround from our last convoy attack. But Triple AD, remember, they're a team that usually do lose that opening fight and come back with a force.
You could argue it's a warm-up fight for them as they channel the portal to get themselves contesting again. Yeah, they're feeling it out for sure. Turret's up in the high ground. Joji's going into the back line, targeting out Closet, is able to find the isolation KO. And now Peter the Panther with that final judgment now is ready to go, but it's not even going to be let out because it's bugged. Again, another team wipe.
Another team wipe, and Quasit had just fallen right as they were about to proc open the Raging Royal Flush. That could have been a game changer for that fight. Unfortunately, not the case. But now their ult economy is going to look great going to second point.
But how much does Triple AD want to invest in this next fight? They really want to get control of this point. So I wouldn't be surprised if Triple AD try to go all in here, try to stabilize themselves from It's Bugged offensive moves, but it's gonna come down to, again, this Royal Flush Mirror coming in that will eventually be popped right about now.
Right, Space Denial wasn't enough. We have the Raging Royal Flush on board.
Oh, Peter Panther!
Komodo on top, descending from the skies directly onto the convoy. Fist to the face when it comes to nose fight. OPWL, not long for this world. And even then, it's bugged. Even though they look so great for their ultimate economy, it's been all used up. And they didn't find much from it.
The win condition for It's Bugged was the Royal Flush into the final judgment, but Peter the Panther just gets dinged down to 0 by Illicit. OPWL even invested in the Meteor to try to keep Peter the Panther safe. But unfortunately, the burst damage was just too much, and Peter the Panther going down means that Triple AD are able to stabilize.
Let's see, though, if they can continue this pressure, though, Triple AD. They didn't look too hot for their first point, but now Smite finally found his footing, quite literally. He's so close to that clobbering climb. Another fist punching through somebody else, and an entire near half team wipe from It's Bugged side. The Daredevil couldn't see what was coming to him. They fall, and even then, it's Smite reigning supreme once again.
No Smite now having access to the clobbering time. Triple AD didn't invest many ultimates there. I'm not sure if Rocco did proc the last stand, but Illicit is able to find the isolated stagger onto Slippery. Wasn't so slippery that time around, because Illicit is able to dink him down. But Triple AD, with so much ultimates available, they're able to just utilize that ultimate bank to just keep its bugged at bay. And it's just a matter of how much resources do Triple AD invest in to try to draw out the resources coming out of its bugged.
Try to find an alternative route from Joji's side. It's gonna be the judge, the jury. Guess what? It's the executioner! Question mark. Maybe one. No. You chase two rabbits, Dan. You lose them both. Too many targets with Peter and found no impact. But it keeps going. There's so much more, Dan.
Joji's trying to use the devil out into the back line, but they're able to rip them right up hard. Triple AD could not answer the devil coming out. Mocha just gets bursted down. Quasit wasn't able to find value with the royal flush. And now it's bugged, are able to get this point moving forward a little bit. 2 minutes left on the clock. But as we go down to that subway station, Triple AD still have one more fight to work with.
It's their subway, and when it comes to the Thing, who's no longer in play, it could have been for the slam, and right now, Triple AD, they don't have that same melee prowess anymore. Even though Smite was finding so much value, they're going back to the Thor. There's still some melee, but not nearly as much. And even then, though, the ISO against Joji, huge early on, does allow Smite to get that extracurricular pressure on the other side, surrounding its bug completely. That's the Daredevil gone, and its bugs aren't able to create space without him.
Yeah, with no Daredevil threatening the backline of Triple AD, they can just sit pretty and just do as much damage as possible. They don't have to worry on the side of their brains that a wild Daredevil could just ruin this entire fight. So Triple AD, now having that extra pressure, are able to move on forward, but they need to be careful because its bugs still have damage to work with as that win condition, the Royal Flush, and the Final Judgment is coming up yet again.
I know, I really like its Bug's ultimate economy now. Final Judgment once more underway. Invisible Boundary directly on top.
They need to find
again
Mocha.
to counter out Peter the Panther, but it's a meteor round. Beats fall from the sky. That's what you want to see. And once more, the Rogue is finding an impact back. That's all the strategist gone. It's on going. A wonderful Feral Leaf coming through. That's Winter gone. And even though Illicit did have the Unsong and Pearl, I didn't see a lot of impact from it. But Illicit's there. The ground forces are out, Dan. Could this be a triple? Yes, sir, it is.
How in the world?
That's another Dan.
Yeah, how in the world did Triple AD win out that fight? Both the strategists go down so early, and it's bugged. Just fall apart to the duelists of Rocco and Illicit. Rocco with the last stand, nails down two. Illicit is able to output enough damage to the point that its bug could not push even further. And surely I thought its bug would have won that fight, and now with the one-sided Royal Flush, Triple AD keep this momentum going.
What a snipe! Through the invisible boundary on the other side, almost blind. It's gonna be once more Triple AD taking down its bugs. Half the team is gone. 7 seconds left. There's not enough time whatsoever. Even a desperation portal, there won't be enough time.
I don't think there's time.
It's Slippery trying to do anything to make this overtime achievable, but no, you're directly in. Not a spawn, but they're certainly broken. It's bugged. One on point, desperately trying to hold on. But the ship is sinking. Kirby will not make it to the second point. And Triple AD have had another successful hold.
Took a little bit of time this time around on the streets of Midtown, but Triple AD are able to settle its bug to 1.5 points. And my god, this push and pull, being able to identify the win condition on the side of its bugged, it was the reason why Triple AD were able to win out that fight. If its bugged were able to nail down at least one combo of the Royal Flush and the Final Judgment, there was a world where its bug could have gotten the full push down, but Triple AD were able to just shut it down as soon as that combo begins. And now with Triple AD on the attacking side, how does its bug navigate this time around? The Magneto, Rogue, and the Gambit are going to be constant here because of that team-up composition that is just so strong. But as I say that, OPWL is opting to go towards the Thing, but Peter the Panther will pick up the mag.
Gotta give major credit to Mocha and Quasit for that backline.
Oh, yeah.
Raging Royal Flush, any of the ults that Mocha's been bringing out have been pinpoint accurate every single map we've seen.
But Triple AD as well, you gotta take yourself back to that fight where both
One there.
Mocha and Quasid just get wiped out. But Triple AD somehow, some way, were able to win it out. I have no idea. I'm in shock still as to how that even won out in Triple AD's favor. Rocco and Illicit are just mechanical demons at this point.
Absolutely. Joji looking for the early poke. Is finding that impact. Triple AD, they're not a team to diversify a lot of their angles. Sometimes we'll see Nosmai do that back on the Thor. Not quite the case right now. It is just a singular, angular push, and it's working pretty dang well with our Vanguards holding the line and absorbing all the damage. Joji attempting to look for the damage to break open the seal of the round. Looks like Rocco may have overextended just a tiny bit.
A little bit.
Just a little.
But it's bugged. They just have to soak up as much damage as possible just to make themselves batteries, essentially, for these strategists to get their ultimates down as soon as possible. You can see Slippery and Quasid. It's a race to who gets to that 100% mark first. But if Triple AD are able to get the upper hand here, they're able to get a massive advantage. But right now, Slippery is just a little bit ahead as both Gambits now at dead even footing. It's going to come down here to this Royal Flush.
Raging, it's Royal, and it's certainly a flush when you have the Rogue. A decimation from Woosh once again. It's Peter the Panther, though, with the follow-up. And Triple AD, they are certainly not long for this world. They're on a respawn timer, staggered out. One player completely hidden. That's going to be Mocha. Oh, found out. That's unlucky. And now when Mocha falls, we could be looking... No, that was Illicit, excuse me. I thought for sure that we would see a stagger.
But then again, if Triple AD do go down, the spawn room is still right in front of the point, so it's not that punishing if they do in fact go down. Illicit is just trying to control the high ground. Lots of avenues for Triple AD to work with. It's bugged, though. They just have to backpedal ever so slightly just to prevent any sort of opportunity. Great stun coming in from Nosmai with the clobbering time, but Peter the Panther going up with the Meteor, but it's going to be immediately screened off.
Oh, Meteor M is open and ready. Invisible boundaries are no longer in play. Can it find much impact? The answer, unfortunately, is no. It's going to be Mocha, though, to take down Peter the Panther in the meantime. Switch to the Strange. Could see an early portal. I have my reservations about that. I think we'll just see shields instead. But through it all, once more, Triple AD is looking pretty dandy with Rocco. Once he gets his proper footing at a fight, it's always a guaranteed win.
Yep, I think there was an order from It's Bug to just knock yourself out on the site just so that everyone can regroup with this Doctor Strange portal. Rocco tried to go for a Pharaoh Leap but wasn't able to find it. Woosh goes in with a Heartbreaker into the back line. OBWL even going to invest the clobbering time just to get that extra CC down, but Slippery and Quasit are able to throw down 2 decks of cards. Joji's up in the sky trying to find some sort of elimination. He's able to find it on the likes of Mocha. That means no invisible boundary.
I hope that building had insurance because the Ensong Inferno just collided directly into it. Even the portal was expended. Triple AD, it was scary for a second. We saw a lot of disengagements from the group fight onto the convoy itself. Through it all, though, majority of the picks gone in Triple AD's favor. Peter the Panther gone once again. And with 50 seconds left, they're going to be on a portal cooldown. It keeps on going, however. More bodies are continuing to fall. We're seeing Stagger City. Population, it's bugged. And once more, Rogue being taken down. It's Joji for the Daredevil swap. But when you're on constant timers like this, I don't know if we're going to see a group fight until the 15-second mark, maybe.
That was insane discipline coming out of Mocha as well. She just waited out for just a little bit longer. Usually both Invisible Womans, if they have their ultimates available, they pop them at nearly the exact same time. But Mocha, knowing that the team is able to stall out for a little bit, is able to get the better of the invisible boundaries as she's able to find Joji. So that's no more backline access available.
It's for elimination now. It's the Ensong Inferno once more. Tuba clearing the way.
Points already secured.
I know, that's P1. They just have to make it to that yellow marker. And with a 3-0, that's going to be Triple AD securing their grand final spot. They're only meters away.
Only meters away, ever so close. They just have to get down to the subway area. It's bugged. They can see their tournament life flash before their eyes. Something needs to change, but they're going to stay with this Daredevil. So far, it hasn't gotten the value that they wanted, but they need to find some sort of winning formula here because Triple AD are just running right on in. No space available for its bugs because they're too scared to get that backline access.
A moment of reprieve. Something, a miracle needed now. You play scared, you're going to be losing
Oh my
space.
God!
Oh my goodness, it's going to be rough. Slamming it down in the subways. That's 4 gone. And it's bugged.
That's it.
That's the nail in the coffin. Say goodbye to MRC Season 6.
It's bugged. Unfortunately, could not get the opportunities down. Winter desperately tried to stall, but the damage is there. They win out the 6v1 DPS check, and Triple AD, quick as you like it, will just sweep out its bugged out of MRC Pacific Season 6.
Wonderful work coming out from Triple AD. Even though we had seen them struggle just a few days prior in the upper bracket, they have made an absolute tear in the lowers, having the chance now for that rematch spot in the grand finals against the very team that brought them on the elimination side of the bracket.
Ooh, but you gotta give your flowers to It's Bugged, right?
Oh, yeah.
They went on a run of a lifetime. Not only getting to top 3 here in MRC 6, they also nailed themselves a ticket to Marvel Rivals Ignite here for 2026.
That's right, nothing to scoff at whatsoever. And of course, being the 3rd place team, they're also walking home with some pretty good cash.
Oh yeah, but you know, they knew the job was mostly done, making sure that they were able to get into Ignite. It's just a matter of, like we said at the beginning of this broadcast, you got to make yourself look good going in to what could be the biggest stage of their lives. And now Triple AD though, they got the job done, sweeping out It's Bugged, but they've got one more opponent right in their way.
That's right, it's going to be the hardest opponent they've had so far in the entire bracket. A team that has been flawless, not a single map dropped in the entirety of the upper bracket side. It's going to be One Piece to go up against Triple AD yet again.
And I feel like if you've been following as well the MRC for Season 6, it was all but likely, it felt like. It's just like Destiny was just written for this entire bracket. It was going to be Triple AD against One Piece in the grand final. We got a taste of what it was like when these two got against each other head-to-head earlier in the rounds of this double elimination bracket, but Triple AD now getting that one more chance to try to take down what is One Piece, who are looking so stacked as a roster.
You know, I'm very excited to see what Triple AD has stored in their arsenal ever since their loss against One Piece. We saw a major macro shift coming out from this team where they chose to prioritize, for the most part, strategic strategist bans inside their bans and reserves, and that allowed them to go just as flawless as One Piece on the elimination side. So, will they be able to carry that same prowess over against One Piece here? Are they gonna fall victim to counter pick city? I don't know, Dan.
Yeah, it's going to be a big question mark. Like you said, Triple AD were adjusting towards more strategist type of bans. I'm not sure how Triple AD are going to adjust as well, with Jeff probably going to be the win condition for both these teams, but we're going to find out soon enough. We're just going to head into a quick little break, but when we come back, it's grand finals time, baby.
That's right. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Matchup we couldn't quite cover yesterday and see how exactly One Piece solidified their spot in the grand finals matchup.
Yeah, unfortunately, yesterday, due to time constraints, we weren't able to broadcast One Piece up against It's Bugged, where One Piece, as you all know, did make their way into the grand final. So we already know that the grand final matchup is going to be Triple AD versus One Piece. Spoilers, I'm sorry, but it already happened. But One Piece are going to go up against It's Bugged. We're just going to take a look and see how One Piece were able to punch their tickets to that grand final spot.
Look, we just have so much Marvel Rivals action to show you in every single region, and you know what? We don't want you to just stay on a timer screen, so we're going straight into it. More action, more amazingness. We get to see once again how One Piece can be utterly dominant. Think of it as like an appetizer before your entree, right?
Oh yeah.
You know, you get yourself warm bread, green beans, whatever you eat before the main food. I don't know.
But it's like, what, 2 appetizers before the main event, you know?
Well, I mean, If you could
Sometimes
afford
you ate the first appetizer a little too fast, so you just order another one. Something like
it. You don't have to call me out like that, Dan. I like
my
garlic
fault.
bread. What can I say?
My fault. But either
Corn
way.
on the cob.
Oh yeah, corn on the cob, some salmon.
Oh,
You know.
You know how much I love salmon.
Oh yeah, we saw your snack lineup. But either way, we're gonna just walk right into One Piece versus It's Bugged. So we're gonna start off here on Hell's Heaven yet again.
That's right. It's like we never left. We get to see the Daredevil band coming out from It's Bugged side. Notably, too, we talked about how important the Jeff lineup will be in the future, and we do get to see that from One Piece here. Aztec loves playing Jeff. And we were remarking yesterday about themselves in the Triple AD matchup, how Jeff was dropping anger healing numbers, like 30k, 40k on Jeff.
Yep, and one of the reasons why this Jeff is just so impactful is because of the team ups. He has so many. But the two most important ones is the Venom with the symbiotic shenanigans and the Vanguard Deadpool, or just Deadpool in general, with the toy that this Jeff is able to get access to, healing so many members at the exact same time. And that's the reason why it makes this Jeff so sustainable, even in a two-strategist composition.
Well, unfortunately, the Venom will not be in play, but I'm sure the Vanpool or Deadpool, any variant, will be. Just a matter of seeing what It's Bugged wants to prioritize now for their lineup. We're seeing a lot of strategist bands coming out from One Piece's side. They do preserve the Angela to ensure there's a lot more backline isolation that can be employed. But through it all, It's Bugged. They may have their saving grace. It's going to be the Elsa Bloodstone that they can reserve.
Yep, Elsa Bloodstone, very strong in the current meta. I'm sure everyone knows that at this point.
Oh, really?
Doing insane amounts of damage, insane amounts of CC with the ultimate, and then just overall just a very strong hero. And It's Bugged. We'll really want to rely that they're gonna put Peter the Panther on this Elsa Bloodstone duty as One Piece round out their saves and bans, with Cloak and Dagger being taken out of the picture.
That's right, 3 strategists gone, the Jeff is saved, the Vanpool also gone as well. So yes, you do get to keep the Jeff, but as you were saying, Dan, how important those matchups are for that hero. Jeff the Landshark is not going to have any of them to play with.
Nope, no Deadpool to work with, no Venom to work with. We've been thinking about this, right? How is It's Bugged going to approach this Jeff that is so strong in the hands of Aztec? One of the newer faces here in the rival scene. He has been somewhat successful in other titles, but now coming into Rivals, playing alongside what is a very stacked roster. You got Vital from the old Crazy Raccoon roster. You got Kaidia, you got Fun, Dottori as well. They've all played in top tier competition. And now heading into Mrc 6, they've already done their job of qualifying for Ignite, but now they want to be the top dog coming in to this Ignite stage.
Hey, you've already done the first part of the grocery list, qualify for Ignite. Second part you have to do is get the most amount of money you can in the championship. And for One Piece, they're aiming for that $7,000. Their line share of that very nice. Love kidnapping. Can they kidnap the $14,500? We'll wait and see. Journey around the world and plenty of information that Frost can find with the kidnap strat. And no one's there to kidnap.
Yeah, but at least they're able to secure the high ground. They're able to flip the spawn room as well. So It's Bugged going on the opposite end of the map, whereas One Piece need to respect the space that It's Bugged are working with, so they're going to have to flip over to the flip side as well. So it's going to be uncomfortable all around, and once a fight goes flat, it's going to be difficult for any of these teams to try to go back to the spawn room to regroup as Aztec opens things up, but Vital still goes down as Peter the Panther is still on that Elsa Bloodstone, rip and tearing, but Ananta is there to quickly neutralize the threat.
Hey, never mind. I was going to say trading out of Vanguard for a duel is not a bad trade, but I mean, it just keeps on going. It's Bugged. Why not just trade out the entire team while you're at it? And so it is.
That's exactly what One Piece decided to do. They are able to rip them apart. It's Bugged had an early pick, but once things started to go flat, they were not able to get to the spawn room. One Piece were able to tear them apart. Wosh even resorted to falling off the map in order to prevent further stagger. And now One Piece in the driver's seat. How long do they keep this as it's bugged, looking to get themselves back in? Glartrox goes in, but it's immediately taken away. Slippery with that defensive invisible boundary means that One Piece are able to take up even more space.
And although it didn't find a pick, it was great to see Apex Predator stall for more time. Cadia good for one. Goes in with the assassin charge. Takes down Slippery yet again. That's going to be a stagger onto the strategist now. Winter flatlines on the battlefield. It's going to be more and more as we see Anata being completely unstoppable. Dashing in, getting a double KO.
So much advantage is coming in.
Guess what?
For One Piece.
Yeah, ultimates now.
Yep, that too. I was about to touch up on that. One Piece have so many ultimates at this very moment. It's bugged. They have no answer. The closest thing they've got is Frost on the Captain America, but with so many ultimates at the ready, One Piece can just go for that full core press. No opportunities for its bug to even remotely get close on the site, but there's a back cap happening right now.
The only vanguards that are in Bug's line have selfish shields. Slippery, sure, there is the transportational shield of the Invisible Woman, but against Galactic Legend like that, Vital has free reign over its bug non-stop, and that's a clean game one.
Complete shutout for One Piece as we head into the Frozen Airfield. Super Soldier Factory is a very, very good place to get those environmental KOs, but you don't really need the environment to help you out for eliminations if One Piece are just literally in front of your own spawn. So it's bugged. Might have to go back to the drawing board just for a bit, as Peter the Panther still sticking on to the Elsa Bloodstone. Joji switching over to the Namor to try to prevent this dive coming in from One Piece. Wosh thinking about going for the Thor as well, try to shut down this Angela that has been causing a lot of problems, to be frank.
And I hate to say it too, but I would love to see the stats on this. Eldritch, Frozen Airfield and Super Soldier Factory are a lot more similar to each other than Eldritch Monument. You win one, more likely than not, you're good to win the other. And the fact that we've already seen One Piece win that first one is not a good sign for its bug.
Definitely not. Kaidias on that Angela. Looking for backline opportunities just to draw LOS, draw out the resources from its bug so that when One Piece go for the knockout below, just like that, its bug just don't have the resources to counteract the barrage of dives coming in from One Piece. And look at where One Piece is. They are all over the map.
It is everywhere. So many singular fights, so many isolations, and One Piece is confident enough to take them all in spades. That's going to be the Freedom Charge brought out by Fun's side. We did see Apex Predator and the Glartrox brought out at one point somewhere on the map, but through all this chaos once again, it's Bug. They're having such a hard time holding their ground. They're back now that they have the invisible boundary right outside of their spawn on top of the Horn of Proteus. Assassin Charge underway.
Okay.
Takes out Cadia. And that's going to be a solid start. Cadia finds at least one KO against them, but it's Bug. They've got a lot more to go, my friends.
Uh-oh, here we go. Oh my god, it catches so many. That's three, make it four. Oh my god. What in the world? That was probably the most insane Glartrox I have seen at the highest level of play. Ananta just scooping up 4 with Glartrox, just sweeps out It's Bugged. It's bugged. They had their opportunities to go in, but that opportunity is shut right down.
Back again, a potential spawn break once more against It's Bug. We see It's Jeff brought out. Will it be enough? Simply not. It's Jeff. Yes, we know. But we need more than just Jeff himself.
Oh my goodness. One Piece shutting down It's Bugged despite any sort of opportunity that It's Bugged were able to seize for themselves. It's just not working out. Wosh even trying to get a chance to use the God of Thunder, but he just gets meleeed down as the percentage goes closer and closer to 100%. It's Bugged need to find something. They could resort to a portal, but with One Piece being so close, it's going to be way too hard. There's the Angela Jeff Lombo combo. Aztec finds 3, and that just wraps at this point.
Even if we see the Strange brought out, Dodori's waiting for the Force Physics to just cancel it out. That's right from Aztec, and Winter, a Desperation Spider-Man, pushed down, not to be seen.
Someone had to wear the mask. And unfortunately, no one on It's Bugged were able to do any sort of vigilante work, as One Piece are just gonna shut out It's Bugged here on Hell's Heaven, and they put themselves 1-0 on their road to the grand final spot.
Not a single percentage of any of the domination points coming on. Not the position you want to be in, but...
Oh, yeah. But it's just overall dominance coming in from One Piece, right? You want to make yourself look good coming into that Marvel Rivals Ignite competition coming up soon in a few weeks' time, actually. So One Piece, they got to get all the reps they can get. They got to get all the competitive aspect out into the world. And what better way than to show that they are ready to play against the very best in Asia.
It's so interesting, too, because we will be going to a different ban save structure for Marvel Rivals Ignite once, you know, we get that all going. I'm very curious to know if It's Bugged will have similar struggles, or if it's maybe just like an MRC exclusive type thing. Because a lot of what we're seeing really feels like it's more of like a macro issue where their backline just gets stuffed out by individual plays from both One Piece and AAAD. That has been their winning mark in WinCon for the entire tournament. And if It's Bugged can look back at all this footage and recognize what's going on, I don't really think the bans and reserves are going to be nearly as impactful as they are in this season.
Yeah, but One Piece also as a whole have experienced the Ignite system of the ban draft, so they know what they're working with. They know that MRC is going to be a little bit different, not as much strategic depth when you compare it to the Ignite ban draft system. But still, so far, One Piece and It's Bugged showing that there are adjustments. There are ways to try to counter what the win condition might be for both of these teams. Like we saw It's Bugged ban out the Deadpool and the Venom to try to shut down that Jeff that has been so strong in the hands of Aztec on One Piece. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough because you could try to shut down Aztec, but the problem is you've got 5 other people that could do so much more.
That's the big problem with well, not with One Piece, but if you're trying to strategically ban out against One Piece as we headed over into game 2, what are you going to do? Do you want to focus against the Jeff? Sure, you can, but then like you said, Dan, you got 5 other players who play at the top of their game that you have to worry about. Maybe you can ban out the Elsa, and It's Bugged can't rock the Elsa. Maybe you ban out the Angela. Who's to say that Aztec can't bring out something else just as destructive?
Yeah, we've seen them play other strategies before, but it's safe to say that Aztec is very comfortable on the Jeff, but also has played the Luna Snow for a little bit, but I'm sure One Piece would want to prioritize the Jeff, whereas It's Bugged. What do you decide to go for? They decide to use their first ban on the Daredevil, so sure enough, One Piece are able to secure that Jeff.
There we go. For sure, Gambit gone as well. Could introduce maybe the Mantis lineup if we see triple strats coming out here from Museum. We haven't really seen a lot of Mantis on Museum Convoy. I'd be interested in seeing if that's in play, but for the most part, it has just been Melee City.
Definitely has been. But it's really because if that Gambit does come through, Rogue is going to be very strong with that team up, as well as the Magneto with the explosive entanglement. But One Piece, as we all expected, will be able to secure Aztec's Jeff, whereas It's Bugged, pondering if they should save this Elsa Bloodstone another time around. Nope. They know they are not able to get value on this Elsa Bloodstone. They know that One Piece are just too good on this hero, and they're just gonna possibly ban it out here as they save the Mantis. So the Groot and the Loki could become ban priorities later down in the draft here.
So Angela banned out from It's Bugged instead, which, you know, was the different from the game state that we had seen for game 1, where it was targeting the team ups that Jeff could bring out. Now the possibility of having either the Vanpool or the Venom is certainly in play for One Piece's defense.
See what the option here coming in. Groot's going to have to be taken away because of that Vibrant Vitality team up with the Mantis. So does the Loki in fact go through here? That is the big question. Does One Piece want to utilize this? Not really sure if they want to go for it. They will pick up the Elsa Bloodstone, so it's bugged. Didn't actually opt to go for that ban. They do ban out the Angela that has been so strong in the hands of Kaidia. So now what does its bug decide to go for? Elsa Bloodstone being picked by One Piece. It's bugged. There's a lot of options available to them. Just
okay.
What did they decide to settle on? They're gonna get the
safe.
Vanguard Deadpool.
It's
yeah,
safe.
It's safe. Definitely true, but it does enable the Jeff with that team up with the Deadpool. Venom also going untouched so far, and I'm sure One Piece aren't going to ban it here.
Yeah, surely not. Loki banned out. Last ban available now. I mean, really, yeah, you could do whatever you want if you're One Piece at this point. Cloak and Dagger gone once again. We've continued to see One Piece want to go for more strategist bans if at all possible. The group being gone allows a safe and clear line of sight for pretty much whatever you want in terms of hit scan for any of these players. It's going to be a very interesting journey.
And what better way to settle it on the Museum of Contemplation? The map choice coming in for It's Bugged. One Piece choosing to be on the defensive side first, whereas It's Bugged want to get as far as possible. Move that Batmobile to the distance, whereas One Piece, they're gonna relax on the Jeff for a little bit. Gonna resort to Aztec on the Adam Warlock. So it's gonna be a resurrection win con coming in for One Piece, whereas It's Bugged need to find ways to get this spawn break going and fast.
It's really interesting that we see an Angela band brought out on Museum. Have we seen an Angela brought out on this map yet?
I mean, Angela's really strong still
She
on this map as well. You got a lot of
That's-
verticality. You've got a lot of corridors that you can use for cover, get that backline advantage.
I suppose, but a lot of Angela's value is off of displacement and finding those isolated 1v1s. You do have that on this map, don't get me wrong, but not as valuable as, say, like where we were at with Hell's Heaven. It's a very strange Vanguard ban, and I wonder if that's going to affect its bug. Maybe they'll have to realize they should have banned something else instead. Early KOs, though.
Oh my God.
Joji starting off with the Moon Knight, having such a great assassination potential, mowing down the front line. That's a pretty good start.
Yeah, that's what It's Bug need to do. They need to come in swinging just so that they can get as far as possible without having to worry of Aztec on this Adam Warlock. That Karmic Revival could be devastating if It's Bugged utilize too many resources to get as many eliminations as possible. But One Piece with the portal are going to try to stop this momentum as soon as it begins. Marks on to the Mantis just to put that Mantis out of the fight for just a few more seconds as Kaidia is able to find the elimination onto it.
There we go. The hand of Khonshu rains down supreme. Invisible boundary right on top, making sure you get your cake and eat it too. Looking good for It's Bug. That's going to be two valuable players completely gone from One Piece's side. Kaidia was doing a fantastic job dividing out the small little dividends on this map. Make sure the convoy could not get pushed in time. Did not work out though. Fun swaps over to the Venom for a little bit more backline potential.
I don't think it's enough. I think
No?
It's Bugged are able to secure this first point, but there is some resistance coming in. Dotori is able to get that invisible boundary down. Aztec just needs to get closer to that Karmic Revival if they want to keep this convoy from that first point, and so far they are able to do just that. It's Bugged are going to get staggered and staggered even further because of Gartrox coming in, but Slippery pops this whole resurgence. They think this fight is winnable.
That's right, Apex Predator was brought out and nothing of valuable was found. It's going to be Vital pushing back in. Kadia's on the other side. Slippery's gone for the count, and so is your front line. That's Frost melted away. The Feast of the Abyss is there in the Nori, but the back line gets a little bit of the action onto the feed as well. Tails galore any which way you look, and It's Bugged once again drifting back to spawn.
Oh, this is looking really rough for It's Bugged. Maybe
It's
they
going
invested
down.
up Portal, but so far One Piece are not letting up on any sort of pressure. Vital on the Elsa Bloodstone, just ripping apart It's Bugged.
Oh, no.
Who want to try to go for those AoE spawn breaks with the Moon Knight, with those chakras bouncing around, but with
Dan.
One Piece just everywhere, there's just no chance for AoE.
Are we going to see another spawn invisible boundary?
It might have to. Ananta is even threatening with this whole resurgence. Winter is the only relevant strategist ultimate that they could work with. Frost switches over to the Emma Frost just to try to use that silent seduction to get extra space. But One Piece, oh my goodness gracious. Take selfies, do damage, rinse and repeat. It is just a normal day on the job for them.
And even when you try to re-engage again, there's 4 ults ready to face up against you. Fun's not too far behind. 70% on Feast of the Abyss. We saw Impact with it before. An alternative route from its bug to try to descend down from above. Not get those angles above them. There's the elevation that they could work with, but as soon as they land, there's piranhas in the water. Invisible boundary right outside of spawn. It's the members falling at once. There's finally a moment of reprieve. Joji is knocked over to the Phoenix, and along with the Elsa, you find yourself a double KO. But you're right, there's the Karmic Revival. Everyone's back for round 2, baby. Let's see if they can find that Impact again. Soul Resurgence underway around the health pack. There isn't much you can do if you're Peter the Panther, and everyone on One Piece melts down. It's bugged again. They are the zappers to the bug.
That's the issue for its bug. They utilized, what, 2, maybe 3 ultimates in that entire fight, and Aztec just neutralizes it just like that. Immediately, as soon as it's bugged, have some sort of way back into the point. One Piece, off a singular revival, is able to shut it all down, and that's the power of this Adam Warlock when it comes to that defensive side. If one team utilizes too many resources, one single ultimate can just, you know, literally put that all to waste.
I just really love the comms coming out from One Piece because you can see that they're reading when Apex Predator would be brought out by Peter the Panther's Elsa, and they will evade it as much as they humanly can. They'll go for a micro peel and then brought out, they'll focus it, get rid of it, and they'll re-engage back in within a microsecond. It's such a fluid motion that it's so hard to capture in how hectic this game plan has been.
Now if it's bugged on the defensive side, they've only pushed the point to 100 meters. So it's bugged. Although they do have Joji on that Adam Warlock, I have a feeling that it's bugged again. Gonna have to play to absolute perfection here as One Piece just want to go in all gas, no brakes. Ananta putting himself on the Storm to try to team up with Jeff NATO as well. So maybe we see some sort of value coming in with the Omega Hurricane. It's Jeff NATO Wombo combo. But right now it's Jeff. It's bugged. Gonna rock the Pain Brothers here with the Hulk and the Thing.
I mean, they're out, but now you picked a bad time to not have much hit scan. You have Slippery, which is pseudo hit scan on Rocket, depending on how well you can aim, and Joji the same. But unfortunately, though, it's going to be that the Storm high up into the air that can find a litany of value and amplification for One Piece's attacking side. But like you mentioned, there is the Pain Brothers. The Hulk and Thing are out and underway. They can absorb a lot of that damage. That's something its bug needs to capitalize on. They have to protect their backline as much as they humanly can. Plenty of poke coming out from One Piece's side, but they are getting a lot of space even without their KO value. Apex Predator, what can we find? Not a whole lot because that's not procced out just yet. But right on top of Jeff's ultimate, it's Jeff! He's back, and he's throwing Peter the Panther into heaven! Not even in the spawn.
Just kind of gobbled him up. And that's going to be an advantageous moment for One Piece in this push. Ananta very close to the Omega Hurricane. Joji is going to invest in the Karmic Revival to bring Frost right back, but Wosh might be seeing the same fate. Karmic Revival is still thankfully available, but with this push coming in from One Piece, its bug need to get themselves together quickly.
Karmic Revival is taking pages out of its bug's book. Will it be enough? Revival is out and they are ready for the fight, but Omega Hurricane is ready. No Jeff team up whatsoever. It's not necessary.
Oh my god.
Eyes up in the sky. The bugs are flying away. It's a triple. A quad coming out from One Piece. The entirety of its bugs are gone.
Yep, and it's just a celebratory ult dump. Portals, invisible boundaries, you name it. Because they know One Piece just steamrolled its bugged here in the Museum of Contemplation. And now One Piece, one map away from getting to that grand final spot. And so far, they are looking dominant.
Yeah, looking fantastic once more. Do like the change of plans coming out from its bug side. I think the Hulk and the Thing could have had a lot of value, but again, we have the benefit of hindsight and knowing which each team composition is going to be. Had we seen maybe more hit scan coming out from its bugs or initial lineup, would have been a better chance to take down Anata's Storm early on, would have prevented maybe the delayed Omega Hurricane, would have put more pressure, say, on the Vanguards. A lot of what ifs, but unfortunately, it just wasn't to be.
Yep, I think at least for the defensive side for its bugged, they just wanted to go for the stall, right? They just wanted to try to buy as much time as possible. They thought they had enough damage with the Hulk and the Thing team up, as well as the triple strategist backline with the Rocket Raccoon to bring people back with the BRB, provide extra safety with CYA, but also Joji with the Karma Revival just to try to bring themselves into that fight and extend it as long as possible. But when you do all that, you're not really putting a lot of points in that damage department. There's just, apart from the Pain Brothers team up, there's just not much damage to work with. Yeah, you got Adam Warlock on the backline doing as much damage as possible. I just don't think it's enough to break through what One Piece we're bringing to the table.
No, I completely agree, Dan. There's a big trade-off. You want to have those infinite heals with the triple strat composition. You want to have the triple with the Vanguards as well, right? But again, you can have all the stall and absorption of damage in the world. If you're not getting damage to take space along with denying it, you're really not accomplishing a lot. This was a major pitfall that we saw from Triple AD back over in their upper bracket. It's something we continue to see with It's Bugged. And as we head over eventually to Grand Finals, we hopefully can see a solution not only to that, but for It's Bugged, they have one chance left in the upper bracket here against the team that's been entirely flawless in the upper bracket themselves for a chance to not be on the elimination side.
Yep, so far One Piece have not dropped a single map, and they're gonna look to keep that momentum going as we head into the final, maybe final map between One Piece and It's Bugged. It's gonna be on Celestial Husk, so it's another domination map here.
Yeah, and One Piece has just been fantastic on dominations. I mean, it's really hard to kind of gauge how One Piece can play better than one site or one mode than another, considering, again, they've been flawless. But the fact of the matter is that we've seen them win these opening fights so many different times.
Yep, and One Piece just have been dominant in this domination game. We literally saw them just spawn camp It's Bugged for 2 whole rounds. Can One Piece get that momentum going again? But that's answer we'll figure out in a few moments' time, as we do have to navigate throughout this band draft. And so far, it's looking about the same from the 2 maps we've already seen.
No major changes so far. We did see this opening reserve on the last map be Mantis from It's Bugged side. I wouldn't be against seeing the Mantis return.
Oh yeah, definitely enabling the triple strategist lineup, providing that damage amplification as well, which does translate into ultimate charge being a little bit faster, but It's Bugged deciding to go for the Invisible Woman, so that's going to be at least one strategist that they can rely on.
Makes me think that It's Bugged is either aiming for their own strategist bans, or maybe they're expecting One Piece to primarily focus on those bans themselves. The Vanpool ban comes out from It's Bugged, so that first part of the theory is gone. Maybe they're expecting One Piece to go for more strategic bans. That's Cloak and Dagger gone, so maybe.
Ooh, interesting. So Cloak and Dagger being taken away means that One Piece nor It's Bugged have ways to get themselves more space. As we know, the Eternal Bond, that carpet that could be laid out for any team to get into the neutral area to try to get even more space. But One Piece, they're just going to take away that option for It's Bugged and take the Angela that has been so strong in the hands of Kaede. We've been talking about it, but it's really true, and it's going to force It's Bugged to pick the Thor to try to shut down this Angela.
Okay, I like the Thor pick. We did see a lot of confidence coming out from melee Vanguards from It's Bugged side. If they want to retain that and maybe have some more isolation potential outside of the Angela, very good option to have. Final ban from It's Bugged will be the Venom. Once again, having a soft nerf over Jeff, ensuring that the team up's not available. Loki will be banned as well. So more strategists coming through from One Piece's side. Its Bug has at least read that, but they don't have a lot of options for their backline potential.
Ooh, yeah, with so many strategists gone, you've only got the Jeff and the Invisible Woman. And if you do pick the
Go
Jeff,
Mantis.
I feel like, yeah, Mantis is also available as well.
And Adam.
So I feel like, yeah, you're going to have to go a triple strategist composition because this Jeff is not going to be as sustainable as it should be if it had access to the Venom team up, if it had access to the Deadpool team up too. So it's bugged. Kind of working with scraps here. It's going to be up to Joji to see what he decides to go for. Is it going to be the Adam Warlock? Is it going to be the Mantis? Whereas One Piece, they've already settled with their composition. It's just going to be the Rocket and the Jeff backline that we all know and love.
Curious to see if this Rocket will remain or if this is just for some early armor.
True.
Joji, most likely the Atom. No, Winter will go to the Atom. Joji to the Mantis.
Possibly.
Oh,
Jeff
no.
is also available as well, so it looks like Winter is going to decide to go for that. As Dotori going to move over to the Invisible Woman. So it's going to be a two-strategist backline with the Jeff. And keep in mind, this Jeff doesn't have access to those team-up abilities, so Dotori definitely needs to pick things up when it comes to that healing department, but so far, Vital and the rest of One Piece are taking early control up in the high ground, and now seizing control of the lower area as well.
And Joji still has not chosen a hero yet.
Oh no, that's not
boy.
good. He's playing Mystery
Joji,
Heroes.
Hello. He's playing everybody. But I thought
Playing
Loki was
all of them
banned.
at the exact same time, yeah. But unfortunately, it looks like it's Bugs just gonna rock a 5 versus 6 in this opening fight. Woshi's trying to disrupt the backline, but unfortunately he is not as lucky. Is able to ground the Angela for a little bit, but unfortunately his life is in danger. Winter just
the
wanted to show his pretty little briefcase, but Ananta's having none of it.
Bro went on vacation back to spawn. I mean, Joji's back though, and
Oh, okay,
allowed,
yeah.
a full team wipe for everyone to catch up to him again. There's gonna be a potential spawn break once more. One Piece, we've seen this every single domination match from them on stream, where they've been able to win this initial fight and then push directly into the enemy team spawn without much recourse.
So how does this Bug decide to navigate through here? Slippery now has the invisible boundary. One Piece, not quite close to their ultimates just yet, but it could be devastating if Ananta's Bartrox is able to provide as much value as possible. Aztec, even with the It's Jeff as well, could be devastating for It's Bugged, but Slippery has to resort to a very defensive invisible boundary yet again, and that allows Vital to just rip apart It's Bugged, who have to take shelter and try to weather the storm. But so far, it's bugged with so many of their ultimates being used in their own area of the map. One Piece are just happy to disengage and just wait for a better moment.
That's right, it's all extra credit right now for One Piece. We say a bunch of pulls expended for another, but it's Jeff. Once again, Rubber Ducks flooding the field. Kaidia falls at the same exact time. That's a body gone, but plenty of ultimates left. Just a matter of seeing a Vanada now. Where is that Apex Predator the Guardrock's going to come in from? Aztec is gone, but the ult was already used. No worries there. Oh, after all, now it's Bug taking back the domination point. They finally have a chance to get back into this. But Todori has their ultimate. The invisible boundaries available. Anada, same. It's going to be the Apex Predator, and two more just came back online. Freedom Charge, great for the back line. Katie, all the same. It's going to be, once more, will it be Heavens? Retribution shutting down at least one. Joji's gone, and Peter the Panther not long for this world, it seems. Can they survive? The answer is no. Assassinated by Captain America himself.
What's crucial about One Piece winning that fight is they didn't use any sort of defensive ultimates. Dotori had access to the invisible boundary, but they never needed to use it. Ananta and Kaidia just comboing their ultimates together was enough to wipe out It's Bugged. And now Slippery was hoping that he would get a one-sided invisible boundary, but with Dotori still having his own, it's gonna be matched. And Slippery going down is just bad news going into overtime.
Oh boy, here we go, 99%. That OT timer slowly dwindling down. It's Jeff. Can that be a moment of reprieve? What can this shark find in the sea? And he fished the gobble up. maybe. But no, Winter assassinated and Whoosh the same. Everyone from front to back line falling at once. It's going to be up to Slippery. Can they hold tight? No, they're nowhere to be seen. That's going to be a solid one again for Celestial Husk. One Piece continues it on Celestial Hand. Now, Dan, I did get some insider info. I got some special intel for us.
Okay.
The reason why Joji didn't lock in immediately, his mouse died.
Oh no.
Yeah. But it did turn back on.
Yeah. I was able to plug it back in, let it charge for a little bit. But it's bugged. They had their moment. They were able to control the site for just a little bit. One Piece were able to quickly retake it, crucially without using any sort of defensive ults like we just said in that past fight. It's bugged. Just could not match the aggression coming in from One Piece. And with One Piece having a lot of tools to stall out these fights with the Invisible Boundary and the Freedom Charge, it's bugged. They only have one single Invisible Boundary. Maybe OPWL can get a crucial slobbering time down, but that is always not certain here in this first fight.
I gotta highlight the fact that One Piece are going into this first fight with nearly 5 ultimates to work with. Kaidia not too far behind. Anata racking up her Apex Predator as soon as the mission unlocked. Not even 10 seconds still on the clock for that, and Apex Predator could be ready. Invisible Boundary brought up, and so many ults now can be outlasting it. That's not a good sign. Vital brings down Ensong Inferno. That's gonna be Anata taking down the Doppelganger. The other Elsa is gone, and Jeff in the back line. Not much they can do other than swim away, but Slippery slips directly into the bullets. And OPWL, all the same. Whoosh isn't long for this world either. Barely enough HP to escape. And barely any ults used, Dan.
Yeah, Peter the Panther, wanting to go for some backline disruption on the Spider-Man, is able to smack down Vital on the head, but Ananta is able to find that shotgun to the face of Peter the Panther. So 1-for-1 trade overall. And that's a trade that One Piece are happy to work with because they have that control of the site. They've already made it a quarter way there. And look at the positioning from One Piece. They are going closer and closer into spawn. Aztag is able to find a double with the Joyful Splash of all things. And now One Piece clearly in that driver's seat. Slippery switching over to the Autumn Warlock, but he is nowhere near to that Karmic Revival.
Is this Vital on the Ego Spider-Man pick?
Oh my god.
Nasty. He's gonna try to get that spectacular spin off in the backline, right? He's targeting Winter. He's making sure Jeff can't find a lot of value. He could try to rack up spectacular spin, and he's most certainly doing so. He's isolated a key strategist off of its bug. Heaven's Retribution is out on the other side of the map. And over, now we're finally finding a crescendo of madness. It's Joji to find 2. It's Thor. Mid-ultimate. Falls back to Valhalla. Wow.
And now Aztec switching over to the Luna Snow, so to try to counteract the Spider-Man from Peter the Panther might be the difference here, but isn't able to quite land the snowball onto the Spider-Man, who does get a valuable spectacular spin to shut down one of the strategists of One Piece, but it's bugged. Trying to get themselves back in, but Vital is there with his own spectacular spin, and no one is able to get resurrected.
That's so unlucky. Karmic Revival gone. Everyone directly on top. It is an ambush in One Piece already. It's going to be Anata once again taking down OPWL. And there's not any ults left for One Piece. Aztec switches over to the Luna Snow. Fate of both worlds to be set up and ready any moment now. Vital gone, sure. Bacadia and Fun, they're there to solidify things yet again. A 3-0 for One Piece. Who would have thought? Bringing themselves to the grand finals.
And that is just utter dominance coming in from One Piece. I feel like that's been the story throughout their entire MRC run here in the Pacific region. This roster that is just so stacked to the brim, just showing that they are here to play. They are ready for Ignite. And what better way than to cement themselves as the reigning MRC champions if they do make it to that point.
Absolutely a possibility here, Dan. We are just seeing One Piece ooze with talent, and every single player from their team in their own respective right, and frankly, not even in their own lanes are they finding impact in ways that are absolutely substantial for the success of this team.
And look at this stat line, right? It's bugged. It just could not catch a break from One Piece. Yeah, they got the Elsa save down, but actually, no, it's not even going to be an Elsa save. It's just literally untouched throughout the ban draft. So, One Piece, they know that this Elsa is available. They're just going to happily take it, and look at the result that is able to come out from this, right? And Nanta, 16 final hits from 28 eliminations. That's the power of the Elsa Bloodstone.
Yeah, Elsa is in such a strong spot right now. And frankly, you know, as strong as this hero is, I wouldn't say it's the winning factor for One Piece, anything but. We have seen matches where Elsa is banned, and still One Piece is just as dominant with that hero selection.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of different options for One Piece. Even if one aspect of their planned hero composition is banned out, you've got other options as well. And One Piece, knowing that adaptability is the biggest thing when it comes to competitive Marvel Rivals, because at one point this is the current meta, but then 2 months later it's going to be a whole different meta. It's going to shift right on its head. And with this adaptability coming in from One Piece, so far it's going to be a good look when it comes to that longevity of this roster as a whole.
Hey, look, it keeps all the pro players on their toes. It keeps us on our toes too, always up to date about what the meta changes are going to look like. It keeps things interesting too. We never get to see the same composition for too long, and even with MRC having identical bans and reserves for both teams, we're still seeing a lot of variety coming out from each team facing each other that truly, honestly, a lot of the times we never know what to expect until we're in game.
I mean, that's the joy of Marvel Rivals, right? You got so many different heroes that are so good in the current meta. It's just a matter of what composition you want to go for. How can you adapt to what the enemy team is throwing at you? And are you able to counter these strategies that these teams are going to try to look for, and as well as trying to shut down those win conditions? We've seen teams do that as well, being able to identify what's going to win for the enemy team and just shutting it down before it becomes a problem even.
A lot of shutdown potential, and with One Piece securing their spot in the grand finals and Triple AD from the bottom getting taken into the lower bracket from One Piece way back when, and having that revenge run soon to be set up for themselves, we'll have to wait and see if we can have better isolation potential coming out from either one of these teams, and it could start with bans and picks.
Yep, that's all going to come down to, right? One Piece up against Triple AD. This is what we predicted when we headed into this double elimination bracket. It just felt like destiny, right? One Piece versus Triple AD being the grand final matchup. We've already seen them go at it before, but One Piece did win out 3-0 up against Triple AD, but it was definitely a very, very close sweep.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this in the green room a lot. Like, yes, it was a 3-0 for One Piece against Triple AD, but Dan always had this asterisk, this little note. It was close. It could have gone either way every single matchup. So I'm willing to concede. I think we could go every single game for the best of 7.
It very well could be. Oh, I'm excited for it. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. But for now, we're going to have to rest up a little bit. So go get your drinks, go get your snacks, because we are in for an absolute show in this best of 7 grand final. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Amazing Marvel Rivals action to look at. We need this championship to be extra super duper special. And there were a few games inside the bracket before grants that we weren't able to cover before. We got you covered now.
Yeah, we got one more matchup that hasn't been covered yesterday, so we're gonna use that time zone to just rewind just a little bit further back. It's gonna be the Chiefs up against Triple AD in the lower bracket. As we all know, the Chiefs had their lower bracket run for a very long time, it felt like. Because, my gosh, yeah, they got sent down really, really early in that double elimination bracket, and they just kept on an absolute tear. And now putting themselves up against Triple AD, it's going to be a big test for what we've been arguing might be the best Oceanic team that we have seen so far.
Absolutely right, my friend. And I gotta say, I think the Chiefs being eliminated, I guess you can't say this early in the tournament, but where they were brought to, I think was generally considered to be a decently big upset for Pacific.
Yep, unfortunately, Triple AD keep being sent down here early means that the Chiefs unfortunately had to face off against them. And Triple AD, we know they're in the grand finals, so the Chiefs unfortunately became the sacrifice to make the grand final matchup happen. But yeah, like you said, it very well could have been an upset because of where the Chiefs ended up. Because if they did beat Triple AD, there was a world that the Chiefs would have set themselves a tango with One Piece in that grand final. But unfortunately, that is not the reality we are living in at the current moment.
But we have a ghost of a match. We have an autopsy to do, Dan. We got to figure out the prognosis of Chiefs and figure out what exactly happened and why they aren't in grand finals.
Yep. Here we go. Vandraft already going in its entire motion. Elsa Bloodstone being taken away relatively early by the Chiefs. Triple AD responding with a Loki ban and then saving the Jeff. So comfort picks already secured as Triple AD want to limit the strategist pool by taking away the Adam Warlock as well.
That's right, having the Jeff pulling what we would see in the future coming out from One Piece's side. Hopefully, no, we're going to see the reserve maybe on the Venom, maybe to amplify the Jeff. Could very well be a possibility. The Vanpool instead has been a secondary reserve we have seen from this team plenty of times before as well. But continuing on that line, ensuring that they can go for the reserve of the bands, of different strategist picks. That's going to be 3 of them gone.
Yep, and both the Vanpool and the Venom are going to be available for Triple AD if they do want to enable this Jeff. But whereas on the Chiefs side, they were able to get a save on the Mantis. This means that Groot can also be enabled as well with the team up with Mantis. But when do the Chiefs want to resort to that? They aren't going for it just yet. They are toying with the idea of picking up the Ultron as a third strategist, though.
Wouldn't be against having Ultron Groot being brought out alongside the Mantis. That way you would have a lot more LOS capabilities to go and find some extra damage, especially on once they find out someone like Illicit will be rocking the Spider-Man. Wouldn't be a bad option whatsoever. But Zurich swapping over to the Rocket instead. No Mantis right away. Certainly no Groot on top of that too. Instead, this is looking like a pseudo dive.
Pseudo dive is starting to take shape here for Triple AD. The Chiefs, not quite just yet. They did think about going for the Angela for a little bit, but it seems like that won't be the case. Triple AD are running the Vanpool and the Venom as we expected to enable Closet on this Jeff. Illicit going to assist in the dive with the Spider-Man as we enter this rollout before the first fight.
Movement already from Illicit's looking scary. Going for a slow walk in the process too for early information. Audio cues will be huge here. Great for Beast Node especially too to get that early distraction and allow Spider-Man to tangle down against people on the left side, but that's going to be an early KO. Rocco falls. Mocha there for the resurrect off the BRB. Will that be enough though to turn the tides early on? With a sleep against the Spider-Man, Illicit falls. I cannot believe that.
What a sleep. That eliminates the backline threat for the Chiefs. That just means that they are able to rule over the central area. They are able to get the first cap. They're able to win out the first fight. And Triple AD, how long until they decide to reset? Another great sleep coming in onto No Smite. This is a Mantis on the Chiefs is just landing so many crucial crowd control sleeps. And Triple AD, they're gonna have to quickly reset.
It's a hard dive counter. No Smite, I don't believe has been hit by those sleeps just yet, but Illicit certainly has. And that's something you have to watch out for when you're going in with Spider-Man. Back off if necessary now. Chiefs have taken the point and they're looking to push up. Just a matter now of seeing if they can take good care of this aerial advantage that Reno was using, the environment for his cover, and Angela for the ground forces down below. But it's going to be No Smite once again that breaks the seal open. Bubble is gone. That's going to be the cloak and dagger no longer in play. The beginning of potentially the end of this next fight is already abound. It's just a matter of Reno surviving and maybe even then just working off of ultimates. Alyssa gets his revenge off of Zitric, but Reno again keeps that streak going. Triple AD, they are forced to lick their wounds and attempt to continue to engage Dan. And it works out well for them. Wasn't good for Jong, even though they removed Rocco again. Moke is finding impact now, too, into the KOing front. Things are looking like they could turn around.
Donald's trying to stall even further, trying to soak up as much damage as possible with the Meteor M, and he's doing a really good job. Even stalls enough for Zikrik to come in with the Soul Resurgence. Portal's going to be invested on the Chiefs, and that percentage is still going up and up.
That Cosmic Yarn has been amplified, however. Rocco's there with the Ensong Inferno. Great headshot up against Zikrik, but off screen, it's going to be the entirety of this team KOing all of what seems like the Chiefs falling to the wayside. All you have left are your vanguards. No strategist at all, but they continue to get those numbers up. There is some pressure from Triple AD directly onto the point itself. Alyssa's going to go in. Spectacular spin, set up and ready to go. Not necessary just yet. He can get the early KO up against this Doctor Strange, but the strategists are back. Force the tuck tail and run. Now, setting up for that spectacular spin. Looking for that prime opportunity, the only ultimate available. Neither one of these teams have a lot to work with here. We know only Eye of Agamotto. They have to use defensively with all the slicing and dicing coming up from Tuba's side. Finally now it's Jeff. Is set up and ready. Can you combine them both together? Or is he just going to go for it? He is! That's 2 for Illicit. Make that 3. The entire strategist line is gone.
And that's exactly what Triple AD had to rely on. They had to make the aggressive move. Quazid is threatening with the It's Jeff, but Triple AD are able to flip the site finally. The Chiefs doing a great job at stalling out on the point. Donald, crucially, going up into the sky with the Meteor M, soaking up projectiles, meant that it was enough time for the rest of the Chiefs to regroup and save the Magneto from any sort of demise. And the Chiefs, they could have easily settled at 50%, but with that stall being successful, they were able to get to 99. And Triple AD, now it's their turn to get up there and climb up to that 99 mark.
It's just a matter of seeing if Triple AD can hold on to this point. We've seen from their matches in the future that they're pretty dang good at doing so. Ensong Inferno removes 2. That's going to be the front end of that gone, removed completely. All you have left is Reno and Beast Node. I don't even know where they're at. They're forced to go back to spawn. They can't stagger.
They can't afford to do that. They need to get a retake going. They don't have a portal even as well. They used it to try to stall and save Donald. So the Chiefs need to find some sort of way in. No Smite goes in with the Feast of the Abyss. Zikrik is forced to use the Soul Resurgence. As Bubbleca, he's going to have to come up huge with this Eternal Bond if he's even able to get it down in time. Jungbeck and Beast Node are able to find 2. One of them is brought right back. But with Beast Node here with the Heaven's Retribution, it's going to allow the Chiefs to take over the site yet again.
Quazid fletches away from the Jeff. That's the entire team plan, but they need that desperation portal. They can't afford to stagger out, can't afford to lose bodies. And all the while, Chiefs is doing a great job taking things back. They've captured the point back now, 99%. Portal's underway. Is this enough time? The answer should be yes to bring things back. Rocco, 35%, switches over to Luna. Not enough time to bring out... not enough time to bring out Beta Both Worlds, but will that be enough? No! Rocco assassinated! Take it out of the way! So little time left for this first point. Reno's still up in the sky with the Magneto bubble, saving his life! And all the while, through the chaos, the members of Triple AD just cannot find their footing.
Oh my god!
Spectacular spin! That's 1. Could it be 2? No! Yes! No! It was Jung! Instead, that's Alyssa gone! And through it all, Triple AD are desperately clinging onto a small portion of this domination point. But it wasn't enough for them to capture it back.
That fight, I think Triple AD were just cooked all around. The Chiefs even had Bubbleca on the Eternal Bond in case something went wrong. So the Chiefs, even though it got a little bit scrappy towards the tail end of that fight, they were able to hold on and take down Triple AD. We're able to clean them out on the site in a timely manner, and they're able to get the first round to themselves. And Triple AD, do they stay on the Spider-Man? Nope, they're just going to switch over to the Phoenix for now. No Smite even switching over to the Magneto to try to provide that extra backline protection for Rocco, Mocha, and Quazid, as there are a lot of adjustments happening on the Triple AD side of the spawn room.
The Jeff wasn't finding nearly as much value as you would expect with the double team up. And frankly, after the multiple sleep spores we saw designated from Zikrik onto the Spider-Man, you would think Illicit would have swapped a lot earlier.
2, 1.
Yep. Finally, Triple AD decide on their final 6. Rocco moving over to the Mantis. Mocha now piloting the Luna Snow. Quazid staying on the Jeff, who is now going to miss out on the Symbiote shenanigans. from the Venom of No Smite, who did switch over to the Magneto. The Chiefs, on the other hand, they're going to stay with their 6 that worked out in that first round. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, as they have 2 strategist ultimates to work with, and they could easily take over this first fight.
Important note, Invisible Woman is banned. Mocha could have gone for, say, Rocket or maybe even the Cloak and Dagger, but the fact that you're so mobile on Fate of Both Worlds, her ultimate is so good to evade the Meteor M. Illicit now off the Spider-Man onto something, frankly, Dan, better. Finds a immediate impact before someone can even capture the point. Song Inferno set up and ready to go directly onto the skull of Zitrick. That is one heck of a revenge plan if I've ever seen one. Rage of Ultron, though, will it be stopped in its tracks? The bubble from the Magneto extends its lifetime, but it's sliced down. That robot's been decommissioned. And Tuba and company, they're coming back with vengeance, Dan. They want this first point.
Crucially, Zitrick goes down with the Soul Resurgence in hand, so the Chiefs miss out on one of those strategist ultimates. There was a world that could have just extended this fight with that Soul Resurgence, but with a crucial Song Inferno coming in from Illicit, shuts down this momentum that the Chiefs were starting to build up. And Triple AD now getting control of that site. What options do they have for them? They could push on forward, but the Chiefs do have ways to answer back, and Triple AD know damn well that any sort of momentum could be swung into the Chiefs' favor, so they're going to play it safe and just play on the site.
Bubble's not close to their ultimate, though. I see Mocha with Fate of Both Worlds set up and ready to go, but so does Donald with that Meteor M. It's a game of chicken. Mocha falls, so does Quasit. That's your entire strategist line decimated instantly by Chiefs. Huge, and Song Inferno not even necessary.
Yep, the rest of Triple AD getting staggered out again. So they're gonna have
Dan,
to go
was an ult
back.
used?
I don't know. I don't think a single ultimate used, apart from the fact that Zitrick used the Soul Resurgence to facilitate that retake, and that was all they needed. And Triple AD, they could have countered it with the Fate of Both Worlds, but with Mocha getting exploded, they just had no room. They had no chance to get themselves back into the fight, and now the Chiefs in the driver's seat. They're the ones controlling the choke point, and they're gonna do just that with even more, with the Rage of Ultron coming in to zone away Triple AD from the neutral area. And Triple AD, they do have ultimates to work with, but they're gonna have to be picture perfect.
There we go, Banhammer's out for one. Can that be enough? The answer should be yes. There's a huge target on one of those players, but everything's going so fast I can't even tell who was affected. Reno, we say goodbye. Eternal Bond was bought out and could not
Damage
deal
boost.
the Ultron. That's a takedown. That's all the strategists removed from the site. What can happen now? All you have left is, well, I was gonna say the Vanguards. That's not true. And even the Song Inferno wielder, the Phoenix, is now gone too. A massive stagger against the Chiefs.
Triple AD used the Fate of Both Worlds and the Song Inferno combo to perfection. Mocha, as soon as she saw Illicit about to crash down with the Song Inferno, amplifies the damage. Keep in mind, Fate of Both Worlds provides that 40% damage boost, which is more than enough to one-shot those key strategists, and Illicit and Mocha are able to team up to do just that. And with Zitrick getting closer to the Soul Resurgence, here comes the Heaven's Retribution. Yeah, it's going to zone away a lot of Triple AD. Quasit going in with the Chef, I believe, to save anyone that got tangled up by the Spear of Beast Node. But with Rocco going down and Zitrick still alive, means that the Chiefs have a retake going here.
Rocco's gonna have to hurry in, maybe even an early Soul Resurgence for the speed boost, but dash on in. You need all the help you can get. Yes, you're 30 points ahead, but you cannot afford to lose it out here now. Chaos erupts once again. Rage of Ultron piercing through this Magneto, and through it all the heals of triple strategists directly put into Donald. But in a split second, Illicit makes sure it's no, and certainly Void. That's gonna be another gone. The bodies left and right are falling, and we have ourselves an even game.
We're gonna need a third to determine the winner between the Chiefs and Triple AD here in map number 1. We have to settle it on Warrior Falls. Personally, my favorite domination map to watch, but the Chiefs, they're gonna have to look for something here, because in that final fight, they just didn't have the ultimate economy compared to Triple AD to even have a chance to survive that final fight, and with no one being able to touch the site to trigger the overtime, maybe to stall enough for a strange portal to come in, Triple AD were able to quickly remove the threats and are able to get a round for themselves as we head into this third map. How do both these teams decide to go for? Reno seems to be still sticking to the
That was
Ultron.
my question mark.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this Ultron is going to be the play here. It's been doing a lot of damage. It's been able to zone out Triple AD with the Rage of Ultron. But how much longer can they utilize this composition as Triple AD looking to make the first move here?
Really, Warrior Falls is just not comfortable
Oh
for
my
any
God,
flying
okay.
heroes. What a fantastic opening pick from Illicit's side. Beast Node swapped to the Groot. Reno maintains onto the Ultron. I just don't see there being a position for him to find value. Rocco, good to take down the Doppelganger. Jeff from the back line is finding just a railway of madness. That's Beast Node gone. Reno survived. Bubble does have Eternal Bond to open things up.
If Illicit didn't get that opening pick onto Jongvek, I think Triple AD would have forced to use Soul Resurgence coming in for Rocco. That was still available since the beginning of that first fight, and if they didn't need it, they're just able to counter what the Chiefs want to go for. Eternal Bond comes out. Banhammer is marked onto Bubble Cup, but with the Eternal Bond being able to sustain it, so he's going to be just fine. But with Triple AD and Closet teaming up with their ultimates, everything is just going left and right. Ultimates galore. So much visual clutter for the Strangling Prison onto 3. Mocha's able to sustain them with the Fatal Both Worlds. Rocco even using the Soul Resurgence as well. Triple AD, all of their ultimates are gone, and now it's all up to Reno to get the cleanup duty done.
Then we're seeing colors that never existed up until this moment. John for a double keeps the streak going. Why stop at 2? Make it 3. That's unbelievable. Forcing a portal out this early. 51% from Triple AD. Tuba's gone to the wayside. And Bruce spawned itself. It's looking like Chiefs not only take the point back, but they forced out so much utility from Triple AD. Rocco. Oh, Rocco, sweet Rocco, not long for this world either, forcing out a complete halt from Triple AD's push.
Strange Portal was used to try to seep out just a little bit more percentage points. Triple AD only settling at 54%, so I feel like the value just wasn't there for that Desperation Portal. Only half of Triple AD were alive when that portal came up, and now with the Chiefs in the driver's seat, look at this ultimate that they're trying to go for. Illicit just going ham with the sparks. Everyone on the Chiefs being stacked up. And Donald meets his own demise as he's going to have to charge up the portal. And crucially, those ultimate percentage points is just going to go down to 50% because he switched over.
And it's weird to think that Chiefs, they had won their first round off the hands of Illicit playing only Spider-Man. But since swapping to that Phoenix, it's been a very different story. Eternal Bond is out, Terrorcade's up above, and it's the Dark Force to take down more bodies. All the while, it's Jeff! Knock, knock, who's there? It's off the map we go. Warrior Falls underway, and it just continues with the madness. Through the shield and everything, Tuba's looking to take down yet another. They've isolated the Cloak and Dagger. They teleport away. They get out of dodge, but the Deadpool's on the trail. They're looking for blood, and they found it in gorges. It's going to be more and more Triple AD taking down everybody. Reno does have Rage of Ultron, Dan. With 87% and no portal, it's looking like a lockout.
Reno needs to find a perfect moment to get that Rage of Ultron down, but it's going to be delayed for a little bit as Dick Rick does get staggered out in the tail end there. So Beast Node, oh my god, went for the Strangler Prison, but they got frozen by Mocha. And no one is home on the Chiefs. Triple AD are able to reverse sweep here and take over Burnin T'Challa.
The original strat relying on Jeff to be your playmaker didn't quite work out too well for Triple AD. But again, team compositions this late in the game, they are good at communicating and figuring out exactly what to do to change the win condition. Move away from the priority to the Jeff, maybe not play the Spider-Man anymore, and bring out that Phoenix. The game completely changed for Triple AD.
A little bit of a limit test, I would argue, for Illicit. Trying to see if that Spider-Man would work out. They did have to drop a round because of it, but Triple AD were able to pick it up. Illicit going to his tried and true Phoenix. And my god, out of 28 eliminations, Illicit got 20 of those being the final blow. My goodness, this Phoenix is cooking.
I'm trying to recall back on P1, Illicit was the only duelist still, right, on that Spider-Man?
I believe so.
Yeah, because Rocco was certainly on the Mantis. We saw quite a few sleep spores coming from their own end, emergency
soul resurgences. So yeah, having your soul duelist be the Spider-Man and a domination point like that, we do a little trolling, but overall, swap over to the Phoenix, I thought was a fantastic choice.
Yep, that's Illicit's comfort pick, right? You could clearly see that this Phoenix has been his go-to hero, and quite frankly, also a very strong hero in the current meta up in the professional scene as well. Having that self-sustain, being able to get some mobility down, being able to output so much damage as well. Just an all-around great pick in general for these teams. And now with the Chiefs being set back a map, it's going to be back to the drawing board for them to see what adjustment they want to do to try to shut down what Triple AD want to go for, because right now Triple AD are looking like a well-oiled machine. This Vanguard Deadpool on Duba also doing so much work. Being able to match the damage output coming in from Illicit is nothing to scoff at, especially when this Vanguard is the Deadpool.
You know, it's very interesting. We've been talking about how close, even though it was a 3-0, how close the matchup between Triple AD and One Piece was back in the upper bracket semifinals. But the fact is that Triple AD and Chiefs so far, granted it's only been one game, but the truth of the matter is that all three of those points were decently close. We're looking at a very similar story, and this helps pave the way to show how Triple AD made a flawless run through the entire lower bracket after this elimination.
Yep, once they got eliminated, or well, knocked down by One Piece, they know they want to go right back to get that grand final spot. And now with the Chiefs losing a map, they do get to choose the next map, and they did in fact choose the Museum of Contemplation. We've been seeing this map come out a lot just to try to throw a little bit of a curveball onto some of the better teams, because this is the newest map in the current competitive map pool, and maybe just from that new map being in the game means that it's not going to be as how do I say, comfortable for any of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully all these teams are scrimming this map too, right? But I could also see there being a moment to experiment at this level of play, right? You know, at this, you've qualified for Marvel Rivals Ignite, you're feeling good. Why not try it, right? See what kind of value you can get.
We'll see what the plan comes in as we head into the ban draft as well. So far, same old things we saw back in map 1. Loki ban, Elsa ban, and then the Jeff being saved. Now the Chiefs have their choice. It's gonna be the Angela, I believe, for Beast Node.
Okay. Yeah, Beast Node was rocking it out on the Angela.
Oh, yeah.
Not too surprised to see that reserved. I think that threw Triple AD in for quite the loop when they themselves were getting staggered quite a bit. Invisible Woman ban right after is going to be a pretty solid pick. Actually, I'm going to take that back halfway. Invisible Woman's super strong. I'm surprised that we're not seeing strategist bans that are less oriented towards anti-Magneto, because the Invisible Boundary is very stationary. It's pretty easy to snipe out Invisible Woman compared to, say, Cloak and Dagger and Luna Snow.
Yep, and it only really controls space that you already have, right? You just want to just deny the opposition from going into your own area that you have controlled for yourselves as Triple AD. Oh,
Daredevil.
Adjustments coming in. Daredevil going to be saved. And now the Chiefs, they realize that Triple AD have gone a different approach here. So what do they in fact look to save? That is going to be the big question, because right now there are a lot of options swirling around. That Gambit is still available for the taking, but the Chiefs instead opt for the Cloak and Dagger.
Okay, Cloak save. We already have Loki, Mantis, and Invis off the table, so not too surprised that we have a core strategist still left in play. Vanpool is gone. Okay.
Yep. Gonna limit the Jeff, as well as Triple AD being able to go on an absolute tear with the Vanpool. Like, I believe it was Duba on the Vanpool, just outputting so much damage, so much mobility, so much distraction as well with the Banhammer and possibly the big test. Triple AD, they realized that, hey, the Chiefs saved the Cloak and Dagger. So that means we could just ban out the Gambit. And they do just that.
It's looking like a very melee-centric side coming out from Triple AD.
Yeah.
All right, Daredevil. Rocco has pretty much his choice to do whatever he wants outside of the Elsa Bloodstone. Instead, opting to... Oh, come on. Don't tease me like this, Rocco. Is it going to be the Cloak and Dagger? Sure, why not? We just went from
They're on the
north
defensive
to
side.
south to east to west.
They are on the defensive side, so they could opt to go for the triple Vanguard lineup. It really just depends on what the Chiefs decide to go for this initial spawn break. Storm is usually a common pickup for many of these teams that are on the attacking side in these convoy convergence type of maps. But with the Chiefs, they're expecting a lot of Vanguards on the side of Triple AD, and so far Reno is thinking about rocking the Wolverine just to get that extra % health damage to try to shred down what Triple AD are trying to go for. As Alyssa, look at what pick he's going for. He's going to go for the Duelist
dual
Deadpool.
Okay. Yeah, very curious to see how many of these swaps are going to end up being a mainstay for this matchup here. Reno on the Wolverine might be might his matchup against the dual pool. Very curious to see how that plays out. Right away, Rocco finds the opening pick, and that's Beast Node gone. BRB says, hello, I am finally back. That's Beast Node back in play. So Rocco and company, they've given up a tiny bit of space, but for the most part, they're looking pretty dandy to hold the line.
Yep, Triple AD just have to control this corner that they are positioning themselves in, but a great Assassin's Charge isolating Duba, but he's able to regroup with the team. No Smite providing extra distractions, but again, this corner that Triple AD are controlling at the very moment is going to be crucial in terms of holding off the Chiefs' offensive moves. Stay in line of your own strategists, and you're going to be able to be enabled. Here comes the Cosmic Yard strung out for the Chiefs as they look to rip apart Duba and quite possibly the rest of Triple AD if they're not careful.
Reno from up above does slay out the No Smite. That's a KO up against the Venom, staggering out this defense even more. That's looking like point one's going to go into the Chiefs' favor.
Oh, yep. Seals it with the Ironwood Wall. It's just a tanky
hold on
wall
now.
that they can't break through. But Illicit tried to stall for a little bit, but the Terror Cape, of all things, will be able to secure the elimination as more staggers come in. Triple AD just have to regroup and just hold off the Chiefs for just a little bit longer as they make their way towards that second point.
Illicit reserved the Daredevil. We didn't get to see that in P1 whatsoever. Now being brought out, toyed with the idea of the Wolverine. Finally now this Daredevil may have the chance to go for more flanks. With how strong this backline has been, Bubble can escape the Daredevil fairly easily, but that Cloak and Dagger, depending on what utilities used, they could be a sitting duck.
Yeah, but the problem is, Illicit is the only person that can really go for backline access. No Smite, maybe you could argue, could jump in to the enemy backline, but he becomes just a punching bag for the Chiefs. They're just all going to put the attention on him. So No Smite, if he goes down early, if the dive isn't coordinated, Illicit could just get blown up, but that dive might not happen if there's a Strangling Prison into the Ensong Wombo. But it's only Illicit going down. Nope, Mocha will go down. Fatal Blow Froze is not going to be in the picture for this fight, as Duba and Rocco, they're going to get their Wombo combo of their own. Dark Teleportation is going to be used by the Cloak and Dagger on the side of the Chiefs, and it will evade a decent chunk of the damage. Rocco is able to find one, Duba is able to find another, but he gets traded by Reno, and the point still chugging on forward for the Chiefs.
A city of trades for Chiefs side. Things are looking fantastic. Rocco's flaking out of position. So far, Beast Node finding so much value off this Angela, stifling any sort of group play that this defense wants to bring out. Cosmic Yard Amplifier back into the fray, gives some extra damage to maybe all of Chiefs, but Illicit has something to say about that, and it's Claws, baby! Stop it in its tracks! That's Rocco gone. Donald once more holding the fray. A freeze against Beast Node, sure, is going to be good. But Donald's up above, and he's being healed consistently onto the convoy. No Smite, taken out of charge. He has no one to help him, no saves whatsoever. A complete stagger for this defense once more. And P2's looking all but likely, Dan.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to basic abilities at this point. No one has their ultimates available. Rocco's close to the end song, but he's going to get taken down. Quasid needs to be the difference here with this. It's Jeff. Might have been able to found a few, but Jungbeck goes in with the end song Inferno. Try to shut down this Jeff, but it's not going to have enough damage. And Mocha claps down Bubble as the Chiefs, their momentum finally being halted. Finally, as Triple AD have something to rely on as the portal does come in from Donald.
Illicit is dancing around this portal. Where is anyone coming from? Donald brings it out. It's going to be on the Chiefs' end. Reno's on the other side, slamming them into the wall. That's Reno gone, yes. And Tuba's there to have a moment of reprieve. And Rocco's setting up for the end song for Inferno. Can they find the doppelganger? Dong is barely hiding away, forced to retreat. Another stopgap for the Chiefs' side. Maybe now there's finally a moment to breathe.
Triple AD are able to stabilize their ultimate economy. Same goes for the Chiefs as well, but with only Bubbleca. With the Cosmic Yarn, it's easily going to be shut down by Rocco with the Insong Inferno if the Chiefs aren't able to shoot down the Phoenix crashing down in time. So it's going to be up to that as Triple AD. The problem here for the Chiefs is Triple AD just had way too many more ultimates to work with compared to the Chiefs. So it's going to come down to this damage. Here we go. Rocco goes in with the Insong Inferno, not to do damage, but just to shut down that CYA.
Touchdowns galore. Mocha brings out the fate of both worlds, and the fate of this series is in Mocha's hands. She dances along, damage amplification, heals are brought out. Donald is so close to clobbering time. Whatever you can do to hold it down, immediately procced up as soon as it hits 100. Rocco wins the 1v1 against the other Phoenix once again. And up in the air, like you just don't care, it's Illicit to take down Beast Node. And once more, it's going to be the Vanguards staggered out of position. Triple AD's done such a great job holding the line. P2 has been an impossible mountain to climb.
I think during that fight, I believe Donald or Beast Node, I forget who was on the group, tried to go for the Strangling Prison, but it was immediately sucked up by Duba with the Meteor M. So that win condition that the Chiefs were trying to rely on in that fight in particular just fell short, and Triple AD were able to counter what the Chiefs wanted to do to perfection. Duba gets charged right back into the Chiefs' hands. And with that man advantage coming in, Zikrik, it's his turn to lay out the carpet with the Eternal Bond. How long do AAA stall before Duba is able to join the fight? But Reno with the last stand onto 3. 12 seconds left on the clock. Duba comes in with the portal, but it's only Illicit to back him up.
Oh no! With 8 seconds left, there's so little defenders on the convoy. There's any possibility for Chiefs to bring this back home. Slice him and dice him again. Reno's not long for this world. Sorry, Rocco's not long for this world. They fall. And it's gonna be Jong for the Insong Inferno. Timing it out. What's the best place to snipe? Still a way to get this convoy in their control. That's gonna be another gone. Jong just keeps the streak on going. And guess what? Rock gets a duelist now. That's another one. And P2 magically the last second is in Chiefs' favor.
Initially, it looked like Jongvek had to use the Insong Inferno just to get the health to reset. He got dangerously low, but he was able to get the ultimate down in time and then waited for Bubbleca to get into position with this Cosmic Yarn to amplify the damage and was able to get the key one-shot eliminations onto Triple AD's roster. And now with that, the Chiefs get themselves 90 more seconds to get a push going. Here we go. The point does change over to Dr. Strange. And if you've played on this map before, you know how scuffed this zone is.
Oh yeah, it's the boat of doom. But who's gonna helm the ship? We'll have to wait and see. Donald's got that Meteor M set up and ready. Illicit's done a pretty good job so far taking the 1v1s, and hey, guess what? Continues to take on these 1v1s.
Big clobber.
That's 2 gone for Illicit, and you're absolutely right, my friend. The clobber is out, setting things up, knocking them down. A game of bowling when it comes to Illicit's end. And with only 1 survivor, Beast Node does have Heaven's Retribution set up and ready, but you gotta have a team to follow up.
With the music getting louder and louder, 20 seconds left for the Chiefs to get at least that overtime meter up and going. Beast Node and Donald have their ultimates. Jongvek could combo with Donald for that Insong Inferno Meteor Wombo combo, but Triple AD also have that option of their own.
Oh no!
Closet goes in with the Eternal Bond. Donald needs to get this Meteor right onto the Cloak and Dagger. Rocco tries to block it, but he's able to find the elimination onto Donald. Closet stays alive. The Eternal Bond will stay alive in tandem as well, but Mocha and Illicit trying to combo their ultimates down. Eliminations just feed in AAA's favor, and they get the hold down. The Chiefs will get to 2 points, but AAA D have a chance to match that.
A hard fought 2 points, Dan.
At first, it was an easy city for P1 when it came to the Chiefs' end, but that second one really was the footing finder for Triple AD's side. They finally found impact when it came to the Wolverine. Illicit now on the Phoenix does an immaculate job. It's pretty much the same story as the first map, where Illicit wasn't finding a lot of value out of a duelist outside the Phoenix. They say, okay, I'm gonna go Phoenix. And suddenly the story changes.
Yep. Daredevil was still an option, but doesn't seem like they really wanted to utilize it at all. Triple AD, they could have went for a dive composition, but with only the Daredevil going in means that it's going to be really difficult to try to draw out the resources, because the Chiefs, they are a very coordinated team, and they're going to be able to just shut down the Daredevil before he's even able to get out to safety. So they completely ditch the idea of keeping this Daredevil. They put Illicit on the Phoenix, which is a very comfortable pick for him. And you can see how well Triple AD just shut down what the Chiefs want to do. Not only here, they've been able to do it consistently against different opponents as well. And Triple AD being able to identify win conditions on the other team and shutting it down before it starts is the difference between the Chiefs and Triple AD. It just seems like Triple AD are outclassing them at this point.
Ooh, outclassing. That's a very good point. Triple AD's big strat is to isolate backline targets, and when they're not able to do that, they immediately pivot and go for group-wide fights, something that I think both of these teams are fantastic at. Rocco, and Illicit are going for the Punisher and Storm combo. This is so good for melting down the group.
Yep, and the Chiefs, look at their composition. They're running that triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineup. So it's a lot of tankiness, a lot of different batteries to charge up those strategist ultimates. And like you just said, Jungbeck on to Adam Warlock is the winning pick here. If he's able to get the Combat Revival down right after Triple AD utilize a lot of their resources, it could be a fight win. But with Reno and the rest of the Chiefs just ripping apart what is left of Triple AD, that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is not going to be contested by Triple AD. They're just going to save their ultimates and wait for a better opportunity.
It's always exploratory for Triple AD. They go for that first fight, they see what works, what doesn't, they lose it out normally, but then they come back very hard. 6 ultimates set up and ready to go for Triple AD side. Which one's going to be the first procced up, Dan?
The problem is they need to find where Jungbeck is and shut him down immediately. If they use too many ultimates, Jungbeck is able to bring them right back. They see the Adam Warlock in the sky. How long do they take until they find the key elimination? Reno comes back thanks to the BRB, so Jungbeck is able to hold on to the Karma Revival, but he needs to hide. He needs to wait for someone to go down, but ideally they don't use it just yet. But here we go, the barrage of ultimates coming from Triple AD. Jungbeck, where is he? He needs to get the res off. There we go. Everyone on the Chiefs coming back for round 2. Rocco and Tuba need to come up huge with this combo here.
4 ultimates used now. It's going to be Rocco and Tuba to have theirs available. Final Judgment could be set up and ready to bubble on top of Groot. Final Judgment finally out. That's going to be a massacre against many of these different players. That's 2. But only 2. I thought there would be more. It's Tuba to be the cleanup crew and the rest of Triple AD finding impact against the Chiefs. It's going to be Bubble to go for the portal. A minute and a half left, though. They want that stopgap.
They do have ample time to work with. Beast Node comes in with the Heartbreaker, trying to suck up any ultimate charge that Triple AD were stacking up. But with no one being close to ultimates, it's not going to be providing too much value, but it's going to be able to zone away Triple AD for a little bit. And the Chiefs are going to be able to regroup, try to recover this ultimate economy, because Zikrik needs to come up huge with this Eternal Bond. Illicit close to the Omega Hurricane. We're going to have to see which comes up first and which is able to get more value.
That's right, there's so much potential here. The Eternal Bond has finally whisked its way out for the Chiefs and to hold back the entirety of Triple AD. But all the more time, it's just a game of timing. It's going to be an Eternal Bond back. Omega Hurricane directly on top. Enough heals, enough
perfect timing.
Directly on top. Nullify everything, and there it is. That's going to be so many bodies gone off of Triple AD.
As soon as Triple AD count to 12, the Chiefs' insurance on the site gets cut short because there is no more Eternal Bond to work with. And the Chiefs getting wiped out. Triple AD will secure the first point with 3 minutes left on the clock. You just have to get to the second point and then just a little bit further to secure that second map.
Oh, but Dan, that first point was so easy for Chiefs attack, and it was so difficult to get past this upper ledge on the second point.
We're gonna have to see how long it takes this time around. Triple AD, they have the ultimate advantage at the current moment. Bubbleca's getting closer and closer to the CYA. He gets taken dangerously low, has to use both his rocket boosts to get himself into cover. And Triple AD, when did they pull the trigger here? No smite, and Rocco could come up huge with the strangling prison. Final judgment, but Rocco goes in, guns blazing.
Guns blazing, like the way you put it. Meteor M underway, nullifies not only the ult, but his life. Oh my lord, that's unbelievable. And through it all, it just continues on forward. Meteor M again, a splash of bodies everywhere. And on top of it all, Illicit was finding a field day of different KOs. No Smite continues it forward, and Triple AD is making this attacking second point look like easy streak compared to Chiefs. It continues, Dan. Oh, it keeps continuing. Alyssa and Tuba are finding every single pick, and I don't think there's a way back in without a portal. But didn't the Chiefs already use it?
I believe so. The Chiefs just throwing their bodies onto the point, trying to stall it as long as possible and force themselves to regroup. Triple AD getting closer and closer to that second point. Someone needs to step foot. Here comes Average Retribution into the end song Inferno. Is there enough damage? No, it's not gonna be, because Mocha is there with the extra insurance to keep everyone healthy. Damage boosted. End song Inferno coming in as well. Closet even laying out the Eternal Bond. Because he got the second cast, it's going to be better for Triple AD, and surely they're going to win out this war of attrition.
It's just madness everywhere. 4.5 meters left to go to see who can get that second point. And with Illicit up above, finding the isolation, this Wolverine has nowhere to go other than back to spawn. That's another one gone. Nowhere else to go once again with the staggering players of the Chiefs. They thought they could escape. The Groot's walls off of No Smite are denying any sort of exit. Reno going for the portal. Is there enough time? It doesn't matter with P2 secured.
Second checkpoint nailed in for Triple AD. They have 2 minutes. What could be the end of the Chiefs here in map number 2. Triple AD, look at their ultimate economy. It's blossoming as the Chiefs are struggling to find some sort of way in. Illicit just has to get to the end song Inferno to make sure that Bubbleca's CYA is going to be neutralized as soon as it comes right up. Triple AD with Illicit landing down these AoE sparks. The Chiefs need to find a way back in, but a great feral leap from
that's
Rocco
huge.
meets the demise for Beast, though. He does get brought right back. Mocha is going to be taken away. Rocco goes in with the double on the last stand, and blink and you miss it. Triple AD just take over the museum.
Triple AD once again, their strat pool goes so in depth, and guess what? Strat pool himself wasn't even necessary. The fact that we can see so many different heroes locked underway for the members of Triple AD is one of the biggest winning factors that they have as a team, and a reason why they've already solidified their spot in Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Yep, coming in swinging. They're not happy that they're down in the lower bracket. They had to take down the Chiefs in order to move on to that grand final spot, but right now, the Chiefs, we touted them as one of the Oceania's best teams, and up against Triple AD, we talked about it, right? They just seemed outclassed. Triple AD were able to identify what the Chiefs want to do in order to take over fights, and Triple AD were just 2 steps ahead in terms of shutting it all down.
I think we see such great starting advantages for the Chiefs, where they always look dominant, but it's the adaptability and the macro recognition and how to change it to make the win condition in your favor that Triple AD has that makes them one of the best in this region.
Yep, and Triple AD showing that they are ready to play. They've already got the invite to Ignite. Chiefs also getting their invite as well, so they're just at this point making themselves look good going into this what could be the most important tournament of their lives. Preseason's right around the corner, and what better way to do it than to get some reps against international competition here in the Pacific region.
Hey, especially on a much newer map like this, you need to get all the reps and all the data you can possibly get to see what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, but this is Season 6.5 after all. I'm sure Season 7 is going to throw a lot of different things at the players as a whole, so adaptability is going to be the biggest question coming into Season 7. Yeah, some of these teams could look good in the current season, but if they're not able to adjust to what Season 7 brings to the table, some of these teams that look good now could very well not look as hot going into Season 7. And now AAAD, with Match Point, just need one more map to take out the Chiefs, who are quite literally what I like to call doing their Navi moment.
Okay, I'll hold you to that. We'll see if they can make their Navi moment rise and shine even more. We're heading over to game number 3. We get to see exactly what those bans and reserves look like once again. I think the big question going into this is where Daredevil's going to exist. We've seen it reserved a few times now from AAAD. We haven't seen it at all in game.
Yeah, it's just the fact that AAAD, they thought about having that option as well, right? It's kind of more like a safety net if you think about it. Illicit on the Daredevil could be beneficial if the Chiefs are just running them over in the neutral area. Maybe try to let Illicit go in, brawl in the backline for a little bit, and then get out to safety. But without another dive Vanguard assisting this Daredevil, it's going to be a lot harder for them to facilitate that, because you saw No Smite on the Venom for a little bit, but then swapped out to the Thing. So it's really just Illicit going in for those dives. And AAAD know that that's not going to be sustainable, so they're just going to scrap that, keep Illicit on this Phoenix, and thankfully it worked out for them.
Didn't Invisible Woman get reserved by Chiefs last game?
I believe so.
Huh, interesting. So both these teams are recognizing the value of Invis. Jeff is banned, Loki banned out. No surprise. It's seeming like this might just be another recreation of the same ban phase that we saw back on Museum. Except this time Elsa is brought back in. Will this mean a Phoenix ban?
Okay. Me? Might be too early to tell. Chiefs do ban out the Daredevil. So
okay.
Illicit won't have that dive option available to him. Phoenix is still on the table, but Gambit, not Loki, Vanguard, Deadpool, there's just a lot of better picks that have to be taken care of before you start considering that Phoenix ban. And one of those picks that are very, very prominent is going to be the Mantis, and that's going to be taken away.
Mantis is out now. The healthy balance of duelist bans and strategist bans on both these sides. Or so just Chiefs. This next reserve I'm very curious about.
Dive is very strong on Krakoa, so I wouldn't be surprised if a dive character does in fact getting saved over. AAAD, they go the smart route. They save the Deadpool, but the Chiefs opt to go to save the Gambit. So we're gonna see some royal flushes flying around. 2 decks of cards going at it against each other.
The Star-Lord ban comes out from Chiefs end.
That's gonna...
Now,
yep.
This the Phoenix?
Phoenix, maybe? Could be. The Chiefs know that the Star-Lord stock is going through the roof because of the Gambit being picked up. AAAD, they have one more ban to work with. Surely they don't ban the Phoenix here. I'm sure they want to put Illicit on it, but no, they're going to take it away.
My theory is that, okay, you have Gambit allowed, you have Elsa, at least you're funneling teams into that very strong tunnel, but it's still a tunnel. You can work around known quantities like those.
Yep, and AAAD, they know they're going to have to work with the Elsa Bloodstone, so they don't need the Phoenix, right? You got Elsa. Elsa's just better all around at the current moment, and AAAD, they're going to think about running that triple Vanguard lineup with Duba on the Deadpool, Rogue being piloted by Illicit, so no Phoenix, no Daredevil, no problem. You just put Illicit on the Rogue, and you guys get insane value, and even so, with Gambit being enabled as well in this map, means that this explosive entanglement team up could be coming up huge here.
I think you could argue too that the Thing and Rogue is great pressure against the Elsa as well. Don't get me wrong, great hit scan, great amount of damage, but even then, you are still great at overwhelming the potential Vanguards and the front line that the Chiefs can bring out with a composition like this.
Yep, and as the gates open up, AAAD, match point, Chiefs against the wall here as we head into Krakoa. A map very, very strong when it comes to those dive compositions, but so far, Triple AD and the Chiefs gonna just brawl it out here as we head into this first fight in this round number 1.
Triple AD, they tried to play an off angle here. The Chiefs do the same. Remember, Triple AD normally wants to lose this opening fight.
But now the Chiefs wanting to get that early advantage. Triple AD need to warm themselves up here quick and fast. No Smite is able to ground people down with the thing, maybe even get some sort of key eliminations with the vulnerability access that he is able to go for. As the mission area opens up, the Chiefs make their move, but Triple AD are already crowding the site.
Really a battle now to see if Mocha or Bubble can get their ultimates first. The double invisible boundary could be a difference maker about reserving this space. Then Quazid, not too far behind with Zitric as well. There is a stopgap when it comes to the 2 ultimates. The Raging Royal Flush is most certainly coming out soon. That's one Vanpool, ult for one Vanpool's life. A very good solid start. But the Rogue of Illicit, again, loves to play these melees, finding that impact. With Beast Node gone, all the more time to rack up these ultimates. Mocha doesn't have to invest in invisible boundary yet, until she does.
Yep, gets the second cast, which means that Triple AD are able to take over this fight. Great discipline yet again from Mocha to wait out to get the better cast of the invisible boundary. Royal Flush is going to be used by both sides, but so far Triple AD seem to have the upper hand here.
And with all the strategist ultimates used up, what is Donald going to use for this Meteor M? He procs it out. What can he find? Can he snipe? He's looking for something. He finds nothing. Mike does go down in the process with Apex Predator directly on top, and Rocco! Good lord, a mountain of destruction, KO City, and he is the mayor.
That's the power of the Elsa Plus, though. Not only do you have so much mobility, so much damage, you've got a game-changing ultimate. Apex Predator able to disrupt the flow of the battle and quite literally just turn the tide into Triple AD's favor just like that. And now the Chiefs have to recover. They have to find a way back in. And so far, they don't have any way of doing so unless it goes in with the Heartbreaker.
Oh, it's a massacre. I can't look, but I must. Mike got at least one, but Rocco wasn't finding the damage that I thought they would. It's going to be everybody else to find these 1v1s. The trades come through directly onto the mission area. Triple AD have continued to rack up this percentage on the mission area itself. Grove is looking so good, dude. And even then, Tuba takes down Bubble. That's going to be another strategist gone. And through it all, a Tiger employed, forces out Apex Predator. The Glorbox is back. Glorbox, excuse me. It's late in the night, but even then, so many bodies are falling at once.
Yeah, crucially, Duba is able to get the Banhammer onto the Invisible Woman, the Bubble Cup, who didn't get the invisible boundary down in time. Triple AD off of that move alone is able to just push on forward. Here we go again, full core press as Triple AD are at 70% and climbing. The Chiefs, they do have a Royal Flush, but it's going to be easily matched by Quasit here.
Beast Node has swapped back and forth from Rogue to Venom, nothing of which is seemingly working. Donald was Magneto, now the thing. Clobbering time soon to be employed, but can he find the proper angle to do it? Might has just been uncontested on this thing thus far. Yes, he goes down, but the impact is insurmountable with Rocco not falling far behind from finding so much. A nice little screenshot on top as well. Zitric is forced to go for Portal here. 96%. Is there even enough time to bring it out?
I don't think so. No one is home on the side of the Chiefs to set foot. Portal is even channeled. But unfortunately, Chiefs just could not extend the fight even more. Triple AD take over the Grove. We go to the Carousel. And the Chiefs may have to go back to the Carousel of hero options that they have available to them, as they're going to have to go and see what adjustments they want to make. But with already a strong composition not working out, it's just going to be a matter of can the Chiefs win out the war of attrition coming into this first fight.
I know, my fear here is that this is just an uncomfortable map for Chiefs, or at least perhaps maybe just Grove was, because I don't really know how you would change up this team composition. Beast Node swaps off the Rogue yet again to a Magneto this time, and that might be a good band-aid solution, but the fact is that each individual member of Triple AD, my friend, they're finding so much individual value.
Now heading into this first fight, both Invisible Womans will have their ultimates, so it's going to be a matter of who can get the better cast down, or maybe even better, who can get the key elimination onto the Invisible Woman to shut down the Invisible Boundary short. As we head into this first fight, Apex Predator going to be used, and it scoops up so many members again. Rocco using Glartrox to its utmost advantage. And Triple AD just wiped the floor here. We're going to open things up with a first fight win for Triple AD.
Just handedly going in Triple AD's favor. Glartrox finding so much added value. And Alyssa didn't even have the ult to do that. Heartbreaker's just about ready to go. 95%. And with Reno looking for any sort of way to get back into the server here. Invisible Boundaries brought out by Bubble to get something going, but clobbering time's directly on top. A stall for time is great. Makes the null and void. Reno's out once again. At least Alyssa falls. But through it all, pushing back in, working around Elsa and the Thing. Anything is quite literally possible, pun intended. But again, Invisible Boundary is out. More destruction to come. But through it all, the pressure's underway, and it forces Triple AD to continue.
Oh, that's a weird portal.
Meteor M in a portal. Yeah, what is happening? You blocking everybody off. Rocco's going to take down Beast Mode in the middle of their ultimate. And through the portal, she's skinny enough, lost enough weight to skirt by the portal and get back onto the site itself. But even though it's an attempt to get back on, the Chiefs, they're struggling up until now to have that impact. I thought they had it, but now 4 bodies are back on point. It is a flash of colors, my friends. And Mocha and company just continue to keep that streak going.
They're able to get so many staggered eliminations. Triple AD were able to get the aggressive Royal Flush down, but with only few eliminations coming in, Donald lifts the clobbering time. Rocco is able to eliminate him. And Triple AD, they only now lose control of the site, but so far, they're looking like they're just going to bring it right back. Reno is able to tear down one of the vanguards of Triple AD. Rocco goes in with the Apex Predator yet again, but this time it won't be able to get any value other than a Invisible Boundary being drawn out.
Perhaps the idea was to allow the Elsa to get an advantage in terms of the fights over Illicit, but they made a big mistake unlocking Rocco's full potential because he is popping off. Does it again, Illicit in tandem. A dynamic duo working so well, regardless of roles. It's a meltdown. Any which way you look, it's seemingly a 1v1 with Rocco being the angel of KOs.
Cheers, mate.
Now Donald switching over to the Doctor Strange. Do AAA decide to stop it before it gets channeled? It looks like they won't be able to do so, but they will be in position to spread themselves out and wait for the Chiefs to make their move. But Donald doesn't go for the portal. They're just going to think that they're going to be able to walk right in. Zikrig uses the Royal Flush. Quasid's not close to the Royal Flush just yet, so the Chiefs need to find the eliminations quickly before Quasid's able to clap back.
Beast for the Abyss is out. Clobbering time on top. Donald good for one at least. And no, this could be a band-aid once more. Tuba is gone. These are bodies critical for the success of Triple AD. And finally now, the Chiefs can continue to keep that streak going at 43%. But Apex Predator Glartrox is back and everybody's caught inside of it. It is a mad dash back to the point. They may have overextended. Rocco is good to take these isolations out. The Venom's running for their life and still holding on tight. But Illicit is back. Things are getting scary now.
This is bad. I think this fight's literally over. Royal Flush is going to be one-sided. The Chiefs did not have Bubble Cut in this fight. He's only just now making his way onto the site. But with the rest of the Chiefs gone, Triple AD are able to retake. Overtime comes up. What's going to go down fast?
Can John get the portal? That's the big question.
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think he's not going to be able to do it.
Already used it, that's right.
Oh, wait. Bubble Cut got foot, but it's not enough.
It could have been a touch. It could have been a salvation, but unfortunately it was far too late. And I gotta say, Rocco, MVP of that map for sure.
Yep, getting those key Apex Predators down, disrupting the flow of the battle on the Chiefs. She just couldn't handle that crowd control that Rocco was able to provide. Not only that, damage and mobility, you name it. This is the full package. You can just slot Elsa into any team and you can literally fry any lobby you want. And that's exactly what Triple AD do, and they eliminate the Chiefs here in the lower bracket. So no Navi moment, unfortunately, for the Chiefs, although it really did look like they were getting to that point. But unfortunately, we'll have to settle with their final placement here in MRC Season 6 Pacific.
Hey, I mean, we found some pretty good impact already getting this far into the tournament, and
Oh yeah.
I mean, Triple AD, a very well-deserved victory. Now that we've taken a trip down memory lane, we can see exactly how Triple AD has had a flawless run in the lower bracket. They were steamrolling everybody.
Yep. Maybe not so much up against One Piece. We've seen them go against them in the past, quite literally just yesterday, I believe. But yeah, the Chiefs unfortunately are eliminated, but Triple AD, we can see that they are here to play. They are arguably the second best team here in MRC Season 6. So now they get to have a little date with One Piece yet again. A little bit of revenge arc, you could say. Something that we've been, talking about throughout this entire broadcast. Or Triple AD, do they have what it takes to take on One Piece this time around? They got swept out in the first time around, but you've got another matchup yet again.
One Piece has been flawless in the upper bracket. They have yet to lose a single map when it matters most throughout this entire tournament. But, of course, it is a revenge run. It was Triple AD who had a similar run until they met One Piece in the upper bracket, and they were brought down to the elimination side, where they themselves just played a little bit of One Piece and have not lost a single map and have eliminated all the competition gone up against them. Dan, there's only one more stop left on this road for the championship of MRC Season 6. It's the grand finals of One Piece versus Triple AD. We'll have to figure out who's going to win it all, and we'll be back in a few moments to start our grand finals. By the one, the only, the super amazing Dan himself, we're going to be seeing a team that was flawless through the entire bracket, taking down one of the teams that they faced up against into the lower bracket. They themselves went flawless, and now they're here for revenge again in the grand finals for MRC Season 6.
And the only difference between the past matchup is now it's a best of 7. So first to 4 for the championship on the line. And I can't wait to see how these teams fare up against each other. We know One Piece won against Triple AD in the past, but that was a 3-0 sweep, but it was a very, very close one. And now heading into this matchup, were there adjustments for Triple AD, or do One Piece, do they just get away with what they've been doing this whole time?
Very well. I mean, look, it was a 3-0 before. We could very well see a 5-0 here, man. But as we head into game number 1, we will wait and see how things exactly play out. I think it's pretty safe to say that even though it was a small amount of time between the first matchup between these two teams to now, it really does feel like Triple AD has leveled up a lot in this lower bracket. Their bans in the reserve game into the lower bracket, taking down names like Bugged and Chiefs, really set themselves apart from other teams.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, right? They made the adjustment trying to target more of the strategists available to the matchups that they were coming in, and Triple AD with those adjustments were able to shine brightly, especially if they're able to get their hands on the Elsa Bloodstone. They were able to mechanically outmaneuver any opponent that they face, whether it be it's Bug, the Chiefs, you name it. They were just able to just run over lobbies, and now they get themselves here in the grand final spot. And One Piece know that Triple AD are relying on the Elsa, so they're just going to take it away immediately.
That's right, that Elsa's gone, but all the duelists in this server have a deep pool that they can reserve from. I want to ask you a quick question though, Dan, before we get into the series. We've seen a lot of Triple AD today. Haven't seen much One Piece. But if we had to guess from all the times we've seen footage of them, what is the way to defeat this team?
I feel like it's got to target the Jeff, right? That's been one of the biggest win conditions on the side of One Piece. Aztec, a new face in the rival scene, has been frying with this Jeff, especially when it comes to the team-ups available with the Venom and the Deadpool. So with both of those options available, if One Piece are able to get their hands on those hero picks, Aztec just gets enabled through the roof. So much healing output from a Jeff. A pick that you don't really consider being very, very strong when it comes to the healing department, but One Piece are able to make it work with the Deadpool and the Venom team up. making it very, very strong, despite it being slotted into a two-strategist comp.
Gotta say, we've seen Triple AD pass their defeat of One Piece focus a lot on strategic strategist bans in the lower bracket. We're not seeing as many as I thought we would going into this. Yes, the Mantis has been banned, but the Vampool has been eliminated as well, reserving that Daredevil. I gotta say, I'm nervous about this Daredevil pick. We've seen it reserved plenty of times before for Illicit, but oftentimes it gets swapped out almost immediately after that first fight.
Yep. And Triple AD, they get what they want. They are able to bring a lot of those resources, those comfort picks, over to Illicit on the Phoenix and the Daredevil. So Illicit being able to flex between either going for dives or just staying in the back line looking for picks is going to be crucial when it comes to Triple AD's composition. But One Piece, though, they've got a duelist save of their own. It's going to be the Namor, probably going into the hands of Vital, who has been so good on this Namor pick. He hasn't been really doing much flanking from what I've seen. He's really been playing front to back, putting those squids up in those off angles out of LOS of opponents. And so far, One Piece have been able to rely on it perfectly as they round their final ban with the Cloak and Dagger.
I imagine One Piece's strategy here is to go for anti-dive, recognizing that the Daredevil's available. Their own reserve on the Angela means it could be a viability.
That's going to force it.
Yep, there it is. Hell has been brought out, or eliminated, I should say. So where does everything lie? No Smite starting with the Hulk here. I want to see if this goes into the actual server, because we haven't seen No Smite rock him too much. It's always been the thing.
Yep, it's always been the thing, or the Venom. But Triple AD, surely they wanted to ban out something else, but unfortunately, seeing that Namor being saved by One Piece all but surely forces out a ban coming out of Triple AD, right? You gotta take away that Hella Namor team up that has been so strong, at least in the highest level of play. You've got the anti-heal, you've got extra AoE damage entering Namor, as well as the Ghost Squids as well. That is something that no one really talks about, where if you get one elimination, it just snowballs into even more. And Triple AD, realizing that the threat is available for One Piece to take that, will have to get rid of it in what could have been a more resourceful ban onto something else.
Yeah, maybe we'll get to see in Game 2 what that ban could have been. But as we head into things, though, talk about snowballing. We're heading to domination for our first matchups here. Fun immediately rocket his way in. Great movement off of the Venom. Looking at the double duelist, though. Vital on that Namor. Anata, of course, on the Phoenix as well. We've seen how spicy both of these duelist players on One Piece have been. And have been a team that have been losing their initial first fight many times in these different matchups.
And they're rocking the Ultron in the hands of Rocco as well, so he's going to be able to take this guys and provide that extra support that he needs in order to enable the team, as well as the drones being able to charge up that ultimate for Rocco. But Illicit is able to open things up on the duelist Deadpool of all things.
Yeah, interesting dual pool being brought out here. Vanpool, of course, has been banned out, but the hit scan's still available. Great to counter than the more Monstros. Early on, though, Tuba finding a lot of impact. This is a very different change of trajectory. We've seen these two teams play Celestial Husk just yesterday, and it was a stomp from One Piece's side. Triple AD, though, getting this initial win is huge for the team to snowball it forwards.
Ananta swapping over to the Star-Lord just to provide that extra dive support from Fun and Kaidia. They're playing double Vanguard dives, and they've already lost a lot of that map control, so it's going to be really difficult for them to retake because they have no other archetype to rely on if the dive doesn't go through.
Rage of Ultron is out, though. We did see Banhammer from Illicit's side. I'm not sure who it targeted, but we did see a major slowdown from One Piece's side. Will it be enough, though? Let's see. Fun now. Feast of the Abyss eventually available. Rocco themselves already used Rage of Ultron, but the Feast is finally Abyssing all over, and that's going to be a crucial pick against Mocha. No ultimates available now. It's just going to be up to Quasit. It's Jeff. Could be a viability here, but we actually see that from Aztec instead. These are some of the best Jeffs in the world in professional play abound, but as soon as Quasit brings theirs out, that's go time for Anata to bring out Galactic Legend. Will it be enough? The answer is seemingly yes.
Everybody's getting eliminated all at once.
One Piece are able to get the retake down and was able to get the key elimination onto Mocha, who was so close to getting the invisible boundary off. It's just going to be a matter of who gets the better invisible boundary cast off this time around. Triple AD, they've got Mocha with the boundary. One Piece have the Tori on it as well. So can Mocha get the discipline that she needs in order to wait out One Piece's offensive move? Because right now, they've only got Kaidia on the Heaven's Retribution with the invisible boundary, and Kaidia, dangerous as well, is able to get the flag down.
And look how deep that ultimate is. That's going to be a great way to break down Triple AD and give yourself a little bit more time to get that spawn points to go up on the domination. All the while, though, Anata's racking up Intergalactic Legend potential once again, 60% and going forwards.
Uh-oh, but Rocco is able to get the Rage of Ultron down. It's going to zone away a lot of the One Piece members. Satori is forced to use the invisible boundary. Mocha will quickly use hers as well, but it's going to be all in favor of One Piece this time around because they have the control of the site. But here comes the big test coming in from Illicit. Is able to run down one. Can he find more? Gets the jackpot, so he's able to get himself enabled.
But Dan, Mocha uses ult. That means now Anata has no counter to Galactic Legend. It's free real estate for anybody against Triple D. Now we see Quasit with its Jeff potentially available. I'm seeing Aztec bring his first out. Anata finally can proc out into Galactic Legend itself. Will there be a counter? Will there be any stopping? The answer is no. It's just the shield, but everyone else is forced to hide away. One Piece secure overtime off this ult alone. They have so much space to work with, but only one KO goes into the process.
No Smite almost got the jump onto Ananta, but I think his own Jeff denied Ananta from getting exiled or picked apart. Triple AD need to find a way back in quick and fast. No Smite turns into the World Breaker Hole. Kaidia channels the teleport as well, and no one on Triple AD are able to touch in time. One Piece steal away the first round.
Fantastic work once again. Want to highlight the duelist coming up from One Piece. Realistically not challenged at all in that first matchup. Every time they had fallen, it was always a group fight or an anti-stagger play. Really love the positioning, especially from the Star-Lord.
And the adjustment seemingly was the winning formula here. Triple AD running that pseudo-brawl, pseudo-dive composition, especially with No Smite jumping in and out as a Hulk. Duba doing the same as well on the Thor. Means that Triple AD, they just want to brawl it out here to draw out as many resources from One Piece as possible. And then when they go for that third dive, they are able to get the elimination. It's just a matter of how long do One Piece hold on to their resources until Triple AD decide that enough is enough. They go for the knockout blow. And so far, One Piece, they are able to weather the storm of dives coming in. Triple AD need to keep the pressure on if they want to take us to a third and final round here.
Illicit has been a player that loves to swap different duelists. Do you think this duel pool will last?
So far, it's looking to be good at the current moment. Those Katana ultimates have been crucial in terms of extending these fights. And I'm sure Illicit is going to try to find a different way back in. It's going to be complementing the dive potential coming in from Duba and No Smite. Rocco is there to help them out with some extra healing on the drones. So, but One Piece though, they're going to try to find opportunities, but Rocco was able to draw first blood here.
But the invisible boundary's out. His anger will have to wait. That's a double KO now from Rocco's end. That's huge to take down at least two early on. But it's just a matter now. The Rage of Ultron's underway, finding the backline potential, allowing Tuba to flush in and take the isolated fight up against the Tori. That's going to be big. More staggering from One Piece early on. We're going beat for beat, the same as round one, where we had seen One Piece lose these opening fights. Invisible boundary, though, timed better this time. It's a counter to the Galactic Legend. Anata knows there's really not much they can do.
Yep, Ananta really only pressed the Q button just so that Mocha is forced to use the invisible boundary, and Vital off the off angle is able to find that invisible woman. So that's going to be one of the strategies going on the side of Triple AD, but Ananta gets traded out. Rocco needs to come up huge here. Quasit also threatening with the Chef combo as well. Aztec doing the same. but with the man advantage in favor of One Piece means that they should be able to shred down Triple AD, but there is resistance. Horde of Proteus comes in point blank, Puny Banner comes out, and One Piece should be able to get control of the site, but Triple AD still have members strong.
Oh, there it is. Thor Force crashing down. That's another one gone. What's normally your primary duelist, Ronco, the Ultron this time now gone. That's a lot of firepower now removed from One Piece's side. Still, through all of this, nobody captures the point up until now.
One Piece finally getting control. It was a back and forth affair between both of these teams. Ultimate trades back and forth and back again. And now Triple AD are going to go back to the drawing board here. They're going to switch up their Vanguard lineup. No somebody's thinking about a different Vanguard. It's going to go over to the Angela. Duba goes over to the Venom.
Okay,
and Illicit moves over to the Daredevil. We'll see if this different approach of a dive composition reigns true here as One Piece are staying true to their composition for the time being. Feast of the Abyss going to be invested. Vital staying on the Namor means that this dive composition might be a little more difficult to work with.
That's what I wanted to say, Dan. I'm worried about Illicit here. He's been countered a lot this tournament with the Daredevil. He's forced to swap very quick. Let's see if he can make impact work, though. Vital's up above, looking for more spear shots down below. Rocco's gone. Was the Ultron, now the Phoenix. Well, there goes one big warhead that you needed to work with. Not the case of the Galactic Legend. Invisible Boundaries available, forcing it out. That's good, but it's not on point. There's so much extra room now for everyone in One Piece to keep that space.
And Dotori crucially holds on to the invisible boundary. Mocha needed to use it if no one on One Piece, or I'm sorry, Triple AD wanted to go down to that Galactic Legend. And now with One Piece having that one-sided invisible boundary, they can use it at any given moment to keep themselves in this fight, and it's going to be used right now. Quasit and Rocco need to shut down this invisible bit quickly.
Oh, Song Inferno, even though it's a direct shot on top of the invisible boundary, it's simply not enough damage. It couldn't confirm the KO, and now Cadia has their ultimate that they can use to collect more force. But will it be enough? There's the Devil's House available. Heaven's Retribution also the same. Stall, stall, stall is the name of the game, but Triple AD need to find a way back in. Heaven's Retribution's down. Can they take these demons out? No, it's Jeff. He's come back. He saves the day. Brings everyone back to the point itself directly out of No Smite's ult. But there it is. Daredevil's gotta make something happen. He's immediately electrocuted.
Oh my goodness. As soon as the Devil's let out, he has to be shoved right back inside Matt Murdock. One Piece. What a save coming in from Aztec, saving them from utter doom. I think Triple AD, their win con in that fight was No Smite on the Heaven's Retribution into the Devil out, but One Piece are just outclassing them left, right, and center, but Triple A out of nowhere.
Denying out the Galactic Legend completely, Dan. That's huge. And listen, maybe able to save the day. Portal is out. Can he get the Kraken impact right on time? 90%. There is Jeff. Jeff cannot mess this up for the team now. It's very possible to eat everybody. But there we go. Elimination. A confirm.
One Piece, unfortunately, just weren't able to hang on. They did make the plays. Like we just said, Aztec saving everyone of One Piece out of the Heaven's Retribution, but unfortunately just wasn't enough for them to hold on. Triple AD make more adjustments. Illicit over to the Doctor Strange. No Smite onto the Magneto now. So they're slowly reeling away from that dive composition. They're looking to play more front to back. Fun going into the depths as Quasit gets taken out by Kaidia. Rocco seems like now is the opportunity to go for the Kraken impact. But can he find the value? Vital gets one onto Duba. Horde of Proteus even going to be invested. Zone away. One Piece. And now Triple AD. They're just falling to pieces here. One Piece are looking strong in this retake.
Oh, there it is. Overtime abound now. It's Jeff brought out by Quasit. Will it be enough? The answer is not really. No. In fact, he's immediately burned up and alive. It's not looking good. But can Triple AD hold on? It's going to be the invisible boundary. A desperation move to get back onto the point. 44%, but look at that yellow bar for overtime. It's dwindling. It's losing sight. Rocco the Spider-Man's gone. And each body staggered out, falling one by one. Tuba is trying to do something with Feast of the Abyss. But Anata's there to shut down Mocha. Strategists are gone. Duelists are into the heavens. And what's left now? It was Venom. But Venom no more. That's game one for One Piece.
Oof, Triple AD. It looked good for a few brief moments, but One Piece just were absolutely outclassing everything that Triple AD were throwing at them. Lots of counters, lots of push and pulling in terms of ultimate usage. But in the end, it's going to be One Piece coming out on top and Vital coming up huge on this Namor pick. Something that he's been really strong at.
Yeah, you know, just a lot of games and a lot of metas we see Dive be exceptionally strong, especially at this level of play. Being the Namor, being brought out, of course, we can see the stats right now. It's 13 final hits and 21 total eliminations coming out from him. He was racking up damage subtly behind the scenes, ensuring that no matter what kind of value Triple AD would find, there was always some sort of reaction immediately from those monsters.
Yeah, the only time it seemed like Triple AD had a grip on the site was when they got the early elimination onto Vital. Those Monstros really putting in a lot of hurt onto Triple AD's dive composition. They really wanted to make it work, but towards the tail end of that round number 2, they realized, hey, we can't really use this dive composition that we want to go for to try to get those key eliminations. And with Aztec being that slippery Jeff, Dotori being able to peel to perfection means that Triple AD just put themselves in a checkmated position. They had to go for something else. They resorted to, what was that, the Magneto as well, but unfortunately just wasn't enough to make it happen, and Triple AD just could not find that opportunity back in.
We saw a lot of desperation spots at the end there. I mean, even the Spider-Man for the attempted touch to keep the overtime going, but Winter Soldier was brought out, that Magneto you just mentioned, a lot of just attempted discovery to see if there's any sort of way to break open One Piece, and it really feels like despite the heroics Triple AD found in the lower bracket today, they're still stuck back in when they first faced up against One Piece. Can't find the answer.
Yeah, they just couldn't, but it's better to find ways to bring themselves back into the game rather than just sticking to that same composition. Obviously, you gotta adapt a little bit. You gotta see what works, see what doesn't work. If something works, sure, but if it doesn't work, you just have to go back to the drawing board. Maybe like, hey, maybe it might have been winnable if we did this adjustment. Maybe if we do a change to this hero. So a lot of changes and adaptations coming in from Triple AD, which is really good to see when it comes to Marvel Rivals as a whole. This is where adaptability reigns true, because you got so many different metas, so many different times. Any power picks that could be good in one season could be not as good when it comes to those later rounds, later seasons. And so far, Triple AD showing us that they are able to adapt, but so far, you just have to find a way to overcome.
Yeah, very curious to see how things are all going to play out. Gotta say, I'm expecting to have different bans coming through in game number 2. The Namor may have taken a surprise pick from Triple AD's side, considering the fact that they had to go for the emergency Hela ban right after. Maybe we'll see something different.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to...
All things considered, that we didn't really know what to expect for map number 2, but we're just about ready to get there, Dan. And we got a lot of questions, and I hope you have answers for what can we expect to see. I mean, for the bans.
so far the biggest question is One Piece and Triple AD are going to Araco. Something we haven't seen too often between both of these teams, at least towards the tail end of this double elimination bracket. And that's going to be the map choice for Triple AD as we head into map number 2. One Piece choose the defensive side first, something that they really like to resort to. And now we head into the ban draft. Are there going to be adjustments? Yep, sure enough, that is the exact adjustment that Triple AD wanted to go for. They take away Aztec's Jeff, and they're able to open up these bans onto something else. We've seen other teams banning out the Venom and the Vanguard Deadpool, sorry, and just leaving the Jeff open, but now One Piece are not going to have options to go for that Jeff this time around.
This reserve is going to be very powerful. It's the Angela back. Okay. I really try to quickly ban out the Namor.
Oh yeah, that would have been a decent option as well for Triple AD.
Please don't reserve
right?
Daredevil.
But
please,
yeah,
please don't.
Triple AD, they're thinking about it.
I hope not.
it hasn't been working out for them.
Man.
Yeah, it really hasn't been working. So they're gonna go for something else. Okay, you can rest now, Keg. They decided to go for the Wolverine. It's all good. It's all good.
Hold on. My heart palpitations are starting again. This has to be a Namor ban.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
in 10 seconds and having a heart
Maybe.
attack.
There could be other options that Triple AD want to ban out, but the Namor is definitely a decent option. Gambit is still available. So
Okay.
is the Mantis. So
Not
it's
bad.
still a good ban overall. It does nerf the triple strategist lineup that either Triple AD or One Piece want to go for, but One Piece now in the driver's seat in terms of this ban draft. What did they decide to go for? A lot of options still available to be banned out here.
I feel like if you're One Piece, you're feeling pretty dang good in Grand Finals. I thought you would go for a Gambit ban. Okay. So maybe they want to utilize the Gambit and reserve it here.
They would maybe want to do that, but if they do go for the save onto the Gambit, that means it goes into Triple AD's court, and they could easily save the Star-Lord to enable that Star-Lord Gambit composition that has been really, really strong of a combo. But One
Loki.
Piece, uh-oh.
This
This
is
might
the
be Loki
first time-
Gambit. This might be
is-
Loki Gambit.
You're right. This is the first time, too, we've seen Triple AD have a matchup where their hard ban was not Loki. They've banned it almost 10 times in top 16.
Exactly. And now with Triple AD, they're thinking about it. They're spending a lot of time. Do they want to pick the Gambit? Do they really want the Loki Gambit comp
Vanpool.
going through? Nope, they're just going to save the Vanpool, and surely this will be a Gambit ban. Surely. Come on now.
I mean,
They're thinking about it.
you choose your poison, Star-Lord and Namor.
Yeah,
Or Hela.
Star-Lord, Namor, Gambit, Hela. There's just too many different options that Triple AD want to ban out,
Okay.
and yep, that
Okay.
probably was the biggest threat with the Loki being saved by One Piece.
Now, of course, your other core strategists are going to be available. We're looking at Luna Snow, you have Cloak and Dagger, you have Invisible Woman, all potentially available for this last ban.
Cloak and Dagger going
Okay.
to be the final choice here for One Piece. Again, limiting the strategist pool here. And with Cloak and Dagger being taken away, it's gonna deny the Loki and the Cloak and Dagger a very, very strong composition. So now it's gonna be up to, I believe it's gonna be Loki and the Invisible Woman going to be the stable backline here in this map number 2.
Okay. Not too surprised that Cloak and Dagger was banned out. This is a very popular Magneto map. No Smite looking to go into the Magneto early on. A lot of major changes coming out from One Piece's side. Remember, they are a defense, but they have Vital on the Adam Warlock. You have Aztec on the Loki because their signature Jeff is banned out. Fun, no longer a dive Vanguard, instead the Magneto. A lot of big question marks, but honestly, I'm not upset over this.
Yep, the One Piece are gonna run the triple lineup here. Ananta, Fun Kaidia going to be the stable front line, whereas Aztec, Dotori, and Vital with the Loki Adam composition means that Aztec can copy Vital's ultimate, and they can go for the double resurrection and stall as much time as possible. Triple AD need to go in swinging here. They need to get as aggressive as possible, shut down Vital as soon as possible to try to limit his options of going for a Karmic Revival.
That's right. That will be a Karmic Revival, double res, possibly potentially 2 from Quasid's side. You have to be careful about that. But overall, because you only have Mocha on the Invisible Woman, there's not a lot of core strategists to get any sort of ult value off of. Mocha, though, speaking of her, gets the opening pick and a tough balls. Typically, one of your better duelists here is going to be on the Vanpool instead.
Yep,
Triple,
and with
triple.
that key elimination, Triple AD have the man advantage. Illicit flanking around with Namor as well as Rocco. Pharaoh Leap was available, but he gets grounded, so he's not going to be able to get access to the Pharaoh Leap. Wants to go for it, tries to shut down Vital, but he's not going to be so lucky.
Rocco's gone. This attempted dive from Rocco's not finding a ton of value. Though the convoy is making considerable distance, it's just a matter now of seeing if these 4 ultimates can be the make or break moment. No Smite's not too far off from Meteor M. We do see the potential of the invisible boundary, but Mocha's the first to set off the seal and break it open. Will the Meteor M be response? Oh no! Karmic Revival immediately! I like this! Can there be a response from Rocco's side? Is this a kid in a candy store? Oh, he is hungry! That's a great start!
But unfortunately, that Karmic Revival is just too big of a problem here. Quasit could look for a God of Mischief, will get it off in time. The Tori is able to match, but Aztec could threaten things with a second Karmic Revival if he so needs to, but with Triple AD, 2 members going down means that One Piece will be able to hold yet again, as Triple AD, half of their time is already exhausted.
I mean, you have Rocco and you have Illicit on the Namor and the Wolverine, and yet it feels like no damage has been applied. The triple strats from One Piece are simply too powerful.
And Triple AD need to make different approaches, different adjustments. They're going to use the portal to try to get more off angles into their own advantage. Duba is able to find the isolated 1v1 onto Ananta, but who comes out on top? Duba is able to find so much damage, but is able to find respite inside Mocha's invisible boundary. Aztec on the side is able to get the copy down, is able to get the Karma Revival down as well. Brings Fun and Kaidia back, and we keep fighting.
That's right, round 2, baby. Let's see what happens here as Anata up above, though, removes Illicit. Were they not aware that there was a flank from behind? Were they too locked in? I'm not too sure. But there we go. Regeneration going underway. Destroys the regeneration. Forces the TP back out. Then again, Druid, barely trying to get away. The Tori nearly made it out, but Tsukuba is simply too
here we go again.
Go to with the sauce. It's Wolverine melting down every single player. One by one. Triple AD are trying to move this convoy to P1, but there's a minute left on the clock.
They do move forward, but there is still more resistance. This double resurrection composition doing its job here. Meteor M comes up, doesn't find value. Kaidia gets the stun onto 2. No Spite and Rocco going down means that Triple AD, they just cannot find a way back in. That invisible boundary is just going to be left to waste. Illicit tries to go for the flank on the Storm, but unfortunately meets his demise. One Piece are just able to use their ultimates to perfection. Every time Triple AD use resources to try to get eliminations down, One Piece, they just have to resurrect them right back. Aztec again with the God of Mischief is going to be able to do it again. One Piece can just do whatever they please at this point.
And Triple AD are attempting to bring out their attack convoy museum strat. It's going to be no clobber just yet, though. Illicit tries to get away. Omega Hurricane doesn't find much. No, there is no weather in the sky. Punch, 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 through the gap that we go. Is there any players left? They're trying to get to that convoy, and they're so close. There we go, Rocco. Final Judgment underway. Melt down the opposition. Vital has Karmic Revival. Through behind, though. Stealth away. Do they know where this Adam's at? No, a snipe from Vital. It's huge. And away. No contest. CYA, the Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers underway. But from behind, though, it's surrounding like a boa constrictor. Constricting and squeezing tight around the enemy. These attackers, they're trying to bring out all the stops. Illicit swaps from the Storm to the Daredevil, and even then, though, that dwindling overtime timer is going away. Karmic Revival, just for safekeeping, allows the portal to come by, and guess what? There's more ults. Meteor M with a helping of Invisible Boundary, you may say. Absolutely. For One Piece, they're back yet again. Triple AD are unwilling to give up. They want to continue this. They have no other choice. They can't lose now at Grand Finals. Anata plays Ring Around the Rosie, gets a raccoon as a reward. But through it all, though, there's still clobbering time. Aztec goes for another Invisible Boundary.
That'll do it. That might be it.
There's so little time left, Dan.
I feel like One Piece already won this fight as soon as it began. They had Vital on the Karmic Revival in case things went awry. Aztec now trying to seal the deal with the Invisible Boundary, but with resources running short on One Piece and Triple AD, it's going to rely on some basic abilities. Illicit could be the final blow, but he gets shut down. Fun could extend this here. One Piece are just able to get the hold down. Triple AD, they're just running on fumes. This is the desperation play, but Ananta shuts down Quasid. No heals. Mocha needs to get back ASAP, but she is able to get it down in time. This overtime is just still raging on.
Now we can. Through it all, Pucko got an entire ult cycle on a desperation portal play. And now there's more eliminations. That bar hasn't moved
Final.
yet. And
Oh my
finally
God.
now, off of Aztec, finally doing it. I aged 1,000 years.
That might have been the longest overtime fight I have seen in a good while. One Piece and Triple AD just going at it blow for blow. Mano-y-mano, it feels like, because, my God, Triple AD, despite being at a disadvantage, were just able to hold down the fort, maybe even had a chance to come back, but One Piece, unfortunately, just had too many resources. Aztec with the God of Mischief was able to either copy the Invisible Woman or the Adam Warlock, just gave him so many different options that One Piece could have gone for, but Vital with the Adam Warlock just nailing every single Karmic Revival meant that whatever Triple AD wanted to throw at them, One Piece were able to shut it down quickly.
Now Vital, taking a page out of the Triple AD book, is going Daredevil himself. No Adam Warlock, it seems, for this attacking side. Okay, maybe the Moon Knight instead. This is a bold, very attacker, damage-heavy composition. That's something I think Triple AD have struggled with this entire matchup.
Now they're going to utilize the same composition that One Piece went for on the defense side. Tuba on the Deadpool, No Smite Rocco being the two Vanguards, going to lead the charge here. Try to become batteries to try to charge up the ultimates for Mocha, Illicit, and Quasit, respectively. But now One Piece, they're going for the spawn break here. Ananta on the Storm, Vital on the Moon Knight. Can they break through?
Let's see. Overall, though, right away, not having a fun time. Rocco has to play very carefully. He's now on the thing, and he's taking a wealth of damage early. Rhino does get sniped out early on. A good moment of reprieve for the defensive Triple AD, and they certainly need it, but it just keeps on going. There's so much destruction all at once, Dan, but everyone's just poking to gather up their ult percentage.
Triple AD already invested in the regen domain and the soul bond, so that's two key resources exhausted on the side of Triple AD. One Piece, they have a chance here. They have about 20. Yeah, they have about 20 seconds to try to get some sort of eliminations down. And keep in mind, it's going to be up to Illicit to get a key resurrection off. Maybe Quasit as well, as Tuba leads the charge with the Banhammer, marks down Vital, so he's not going to be able to do as much damage as he wants to for just a few more seconds.
They don't have 20 seconds! Look where the point for victory is for this attacking team! They have nowhere to go! If they back up at all, critical space is lost. Karmic Revival already out from Triple AD's side, and through it all, it's going to allow Quasit to do the same. That's his ultimate, and now Illicit still has his same. But look at that bar, blue to yellow. You do not want to make green. Double invisible boundaries are out from the hands of the Loki and from the originator, Mocha herself. The meter M does not connect. Illicit still has Karmic Revival underway. I'm looking at that Omega Hurricane. Anata has it set up and ready to go. Karmic Revival's out. They could all be sitting ducks for the Omega Hurricane. Oh no! Watch out! Hot air is coming through, and it could melt down everybody.
Oh no!
Does it?
Wait,
No?
wait! The feed isn't lighting up.
Or Resis? Okay, this is good from One Piece's side. The attack, the push is underway. And through it all, Triple AD, they're trying to hold on tight. But my God, the
can't do it. They're going.
Agamotto's off, Dan. They don't have much else to go. And more Vanguards are falling to the wayside at once, even with the invisible boundary up. The positioning simply so strong, and One Piece does it again.
1, 2, 0.
That was crazy of a hold from One Piece, and then pushing through Triple AD. Triple AD, they had resources. They had Karmic Revivals. They've had God of Mischiefs to provide even more Karmic Revivals. But somehow, One Piece were just able to just speedrun their way through. Sure, you wanted to get the key elimination onto the Adam Warlock, but why not just run fast? Why not just go as quick as you like to try to get that push going? And that's exactly what they did. Omega Hurricane and the Hanakashu from Ananta and Vital didn't quite get eliminations, but it did the job of zoning away Triple AD, and that was crucially enough for them to get across the line. And now One Piece are now sitting pretty at 2 maps.
And you would think, with Daredevil not even being in consideration for the bans and picks or target bans applied against One Piece, Dan, that surely Triple AD would find impact in this map, but this was one of their worst performing ones we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, it looked like they just got blown out of the water. They just couldn't handle the barrage of revivals coming in, especially on the defense side for One Piece. And Triple AD, oh, they wanted to go for that dive, but they just couldn't do it. The Daredevil was open, but unfortunately, they just never found an opportune time. Ideally, you want to go in, get a little bit of disruption, try to draw out either the Loki regen domain or the Adam Warlock soul bond, which are very crucial in terms of survivability. And if you're able to exhaust those, you just keep rinsing and repeating these dives until you find the eliminations. But Triple AD just could not get that to work.
I want to highlight
the fact that we've seen Triple AD immediately ban out the Jeff at the start of that matchup, and because that was Aztec's best hero that we've seen so far, surely that's going to be a major win con gone, right? But guess what? Aztec becomes MVP!
Yeah, he's even if he doesn't have the Jeff, he's still got the Loki at deck, and just that double Carver Revival. You even had options to use the Invisible Boundary as well, and Aztec, my god, he is looking like a absolute
Finals. It's up to One Piece now to get 2 more games in their grand finals to have absolutely no losses in MRC Season 6.
They are chasing perfection indeed, right? Triple AD just could not find a way to break through what One Piece were throwing at him. And I feel like Triple AD, I've been thinking about it while we were on the break, right? It just felt like Triple AD were just a little too scared to try to break through what One Piece were throwing at them. Because when you go back to Arako, right, on the defensive side, Triple AD just had options to run the Daredevil. They had options to run different options to try to break the spawn hold that was coming at from One Piece, but that double resurrection with the Adam Warlock and the Loki was just too much of a task to handle, and unfortunately it just wasn't enough for them to break through that defensive option. And now we head into map number 3, which is, I believe, is Burn T'Challa. Yeah, One Piece, what did they decide to go for here? How does Triple AD decide to adjust here when we go into domination?
Hey, look, as much as we like to look at our pretty faces, we gotta head over and see what exactly the bans and picks are going to be, because they've been pretty telltale signs about what we can expect for each of these maps. Rocco is immediately looking to highlight over that Daredevil. I'm nervous.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Triple AD really putting themselves to the test here. They're gonna try to adjust some things. Instead of first banning Jeff this time around, they're gonna take away the Mantis first. So
okay.
a little bit of a adjustment when it comes to the ban order here, but that surely means that One Piece allowed themselves to get the Jeff save almost guaranteed.
Yeah, and there's really not much. Okay, Elsa's the hard ban. We've seen that from One Piece many different times now. So yes, this should be the Jeff. No, the Angela save. We've seen this before.
Okay.
I genuinely don't know what to expect at this point.
I don't know at this point either, but Daredevil's going to be picked up for illicit. Surely one of these games is going to find value, right? But I feel like there's just too much anti-dive options available for One Piece. You got Vital on the Namor, you've got Kaidia or any of the Vanguards that are able to run the thing as well. But Triple AD, they're going to take away the Vanguard Deadpool this time around. One Piece respond with the Gambit ban. And so far, Aztec's Jeff is still available, but we've seen him cook on the Loki before, so I think One Piece are okay with not investing their save on it as they take the Namor to counteract what Triple AD saved with the Daredevil.
Like, I don't know what Triple AD's expecting. You lock in. Okay, I have to get my bearings together. We have seen One Piece face Triple AD. This will be the 6th time. Okay, reserve the Ultron.
That's new.
Sure. I mean, that's what Rocco likes to play as a safety. I guess we saw this back on Celestial Husk.
Okay.
I just think this Daredevil's a waste.
Ooh, I'm not sure what the plan is here for AAA. Yeah, it's definitely a very, very interesting approach. It feels like I'm watching a different season at this point, right? You see the Ultron save.
Once.
Yeah, the Daredevil save is a bit questionable, you could argue.
A bit?
Yeah, like, what? I'm not sure what the plan here is.
I mean,
maybe you do go for dive, but
Superhero.
with the Ultron maybe to help facilitate the dive with the Daredevil with more options. Thor has been an option for Triple AD. Venom is also available as well.
It's not that Daredevil's
very wacky. Yeah.
It's not that Daredevil's a bad option, and it's not that Rocco is not good at playing the Daredevil. Both of those are not true statements. It's the fact that this will be the 6th map we have seen in this tournament between these two teams facing each other, and not a single time have we seen Daredevil last more than one fight.
Yep. Of all things, sometimes it even devolves into a
Even
Spider-Man
less.
mirror.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Spider-Man mirror, I think, could get more value. Like, we've seen Triple AD play around with the Spidey a little bit, and we saw the immediate swap over to the Phoenix after. That worked out well. But Vital now rocking this Daredevil pick, and maybe it'll have a similar shutdown value, but, like, they lock in the Daredevil, man, and they're not even playing it!
They're gonna resort to the duelist Deadpool instead. And Triple AD, we've seen them run this composition back in map number 1, I believe. No Smite and Duva going for the Hulk and the Thor. They could have options to go for the Paint Brothers composition. Give Gamma to the Thing. But instead, Triple AD are taking a different approach here.
I don't know if we've seen Rocco play Thing before. I don't think we've seen Tuba rock him out.
Yeah. But now we head into the first fight. By far the most important fight here when it comes to these domination type maps, as the mission area does open up and One Piece are already crowding over the site. Triple AD have to make the first move if they want to contest the site for just a little bit.
Rocco's rocking the Ultron. There is hit scan on Anada's side with that Phoenix. That could be a huge hard counter immediately. Illicit does have ult ready to go, but unfortunately they're the first to fall. Not long for this world, save for Rocco. Immediately crucial picks from Triple AD's side is falling to the wayside.
Yeah, Ballistic could have extended this fight even further had he gotten his ultimate off, but he gets shut down early to the hands of Fun Fun. And now One Piece get control of the site, and now they decide, hey, we have all this advantage, we have ultimates coming up. We are confident that we are able to counter what Triple AD want to do in order to get the retake going. Mocha has the invisible boundary, but if One Piece are able to pressure them enough, it's going to be a very defensive option for Triple AD.
Yeah, if that's a defensive invisible boundary, you're not going to have anything to create space on site. Even having that alone is very sus at times, but luckily though, Quasit and Rocco also have their strategic ultimates as well. Rage of Ultron is certainly out. Rocco is angry. Invisible boundary directly on top for Dotori to counter it out. Ensong Inferno there to isolate anybody directly onto the site. Nobody was affected seemingly. No KOs on the board. Cadia does remove Smite off of Puny Banner. But that being said though, Thor is out. Ultimate crashes down. Is there a revenge? It's going to be the invisible boundary to help counteract things. But unfortunately again though, One Piece losing one of their first crucial picks. That's Kaidia gone.
Oh, but Quasit with 3 with its Jeff swallows them up, throws them into the abyss. And out of nowhere, Triple AD, off the back of Quasit's Chef, is able to shut down the God of Mischief as well. And One Piece have to go to the drawing board. Triple AD now get up to the site and are climbing towards One Piece's mark.
A lot of that had to do with the double invisible boundaries coming out and denying chances of Rage of Ultron and Anada's Ensong Inferno. Those ultimates have to be procced back up again. We could see Monster Hulk come out though from No Smite in just a few moments, but Kaidia from the back. No, I thought that was an attempted flank. I had misread, but down from below, it's looking like maybe still a potential flank is looking good. Not there to defend the front lines though, but from the back could be good to remove some of the strategic elements. Oh, World Breaker is out now, but looks like Monster Hulk might not be long for this world. Rage of Ultron's out once again for the backline control. Yep. I really like this play. Force One Piece down below. Make sure that they can't go much else. But guess what? Vital's back on them more. And they were finding a lot of monstro pings up against Rocco's side without being detonated.
Yep, as soon as they saw that Aztec use the regen domain, it just allows Triple AD to just utilize their ultimates to just stall out One Piece out of the site. No Smite going into the World Breaker Hulk with the support coming in from Rocco with the Rage of Ultron means that they are able to find these eliminations, able to zone away One Piece, but with No Smite gone, One Piece have a way back in here.
Triple AD still have the point though, 78%, and Song Inferno looking for a target. Can they find one? The answer is no. Fun to Dotori though are great about confirming their own KOs. One Piece have a lot to set up for their next push. They've confirmed things back, but they want to hold spawn control.
Yep, try to limit these options that Triple AD want to go for. They want to go for the dive now. We see No Smite and Duba on the Venom and the Thor respectively. Illicit switching over to the Daredevil now. So No Smite able to help out Quasit with the symbiote shenanigans. Is this going to be enough utility to bring them back in? No Spike goes in for some disruption. Duva goes in with the God of Thunder. Fun will go down. Duva slams his hammer down, but Aztec is able to get the invisible boundary down in time. Closet does have the chef. It's shut down Aztec before, but can he do it again?
A big gavel coming down from One Piece's side. Invisible boundary. Aztec the same. Vital through
Point
it all.
flipped.
Still manages to find one. It is a flip. You're completely right, Dan. 83%. Portal is out. And now One Piece feel the pressure. The heat of the stove is hitting their hand. They gotta find a way to get back in. That's huge. It's Jeff, baby. Quaz is back in the fray. Horde of Proteus directly on top. And just when things are looking all hunky-dory for Triple AD's side, it's One Piece to flip it back around. Overtime is out. No Spite waiting for that portal. He's got a touch. Does it just in time. Buy some more for Tuba to bring it on back in. This is a last and possibly crucial fight. Regeneration Domain completely on top. But are there any ults? Yes, there is. Hanada has Ensong Inferno. Gotta be brought out at some point. But guess who's letting the devil out? It's Daredevil himself. And he's making sure that everyone on One Piece is preoccupied. But through it all, though, they're losing overtime points. It's still in One Piece's favor. Someone's got to touch on to the point. Two of them make that 1.5 are fighting some of the impact. But it's the invisible boundary instead. Up and above, it's Aztec finding some cheap shots. But Yamamoto blinding everybody, freezing them in place. It's going to work out well for them. More chip damage underway. And again, a very long overtime is not going to stop anybody. As Vital Zatori makes sure
What?
point one can go in One Piece's favor.
Oh my goodness. Extended overtime fight. No one going down for so long. But in the end, it's going to be the zoning coming in from One Piece being enough. Vital was just zoning away so many members of Triple AD. Despite Illicit drawing so many of the One Piece members' line of sight onto him, no one on AAA just had the damage to get the eliminations down. One Piece were able to handle the disruption to perfection. And now going into this next fight, Mocha is close to the invisible boundary. So is Dotori having it available already. So Wazid might have had options to go for the HGF, try to eat up and disrupt some sort of way, but decided to play it safe here as we head into round number 2. What adjustments is Triple AD making? No Spike goes over to the Captain America. Duba now taking the reins of the Venom, and Rocco going as the Winter Soldier means that there will be anti-dive potential here.
I mean, hey, look, as strong as Namor is on the anti-dive, if everybody's diving the Namor, the monsters can only hit so many targets.
Yeah, exactly. And that's probably the option that Triple AD are going for. Allow No Spite and Duba to soak up as much damage as possible and allow Illicit to go for those knockout blows. But with the mission area unlocking soon, One Piece already flooding over, Triple AD decide to surround One Piece that are already taking control of the site.
What is happening on the feed? I just saw everyone on One Piece's HP go down at once. Okay, it's Jeff is out. We're going on a detour to Proteus land. Goodbye, Jeff. It's not him anymore. It's a bigger Jeff instead. Invisible boundaries are underway, and now suddenly Illicit,
There we go.
a Daredevil, finding it back. It took 6.5 years. And we finally see it. Vital, though, completely counters it out, though. Illicit, never mind. I was wrong. Continues to find more. It's a battle of blue and red, light and evil. And finally now, Arata stops Illicit in his tracks, and it's still One Piece to get the confirmation.
Heck, I feel like you were one step closer to crashing me out there. You finally saw Illicit getting the key elimination. Now he has He has options now for the Devil to be let out. Could use it in tandem with No Smite for some key eliminations. No Smite being able to provide safety for Illicit to let the Devil out safely, or at least I hope so, because Illicit got dangerously low. Mocha's able to find a Force Physic onto Kaide, who does knock him out. So One Piece now with a man disadvantage as AAA decide to parade on forward here. Rocco even going over to the Namor.
But Dan, no Devil is safe. Are we waiting for it? Where's the let of the Devil out? I prepped you. You were primed. You were ready, but no, not even a freedom charge. No Spite is playing a very dangerous game. The recap from Triple AD.
Yeah, they could have comboed the ultimate with No Smite, but Illicit realizes that maybe it's not even needed. And his assumptions were correct, as Triple AD were able to get the control. Now he lets the Devil out, try to provide some extra disruption. Rocco tries to shut down the Jeff with the Horn of Proteus, but it's going to be Mocha in the end, as Ananta also goes down to the Whale. And now One Piece, they're getting that man advantage, but AAA are able to hold the fort down.
Could this be the solution against One Piece, going full in, all dive?
It might be. One Piece, they have anti-dive options, but you said it before, if Triple AD just pile on in, just provide as much disruption to the backline as possible, it might be enough. We probably could have seen this back in map number 2, but thankfully, at the very least, in map number 3, so far, their plans are working out. Enzo Inferno shuts down Illicit, who goes a little too deep, might have overheated just a tiny bit. And now Duba needs to run for the hills because he doesn't have a duelist to accompany him.
Double the points now over One Piece's confirmation onto the domination point itself, but look at that ult cycling. It's looking pretty dang good for One Piece's side. Outside of Ensong Inferno used up to dedicate up against Illicit, everybody else on Triple AD have to build up their ultimates outside of 2 strategists. But even then, the battle's taking place outside the domination point itself. This is working well for Triple AD. They are holding the line and making sure no one on One Piece can even get close. Sniped from the sky, the goo god is gone, Tuba's down, Illicit finds impact once again, and Daredevil can go under the domination point as an escape route. Wazin tries to go for its Jeff, that doesn't work, he's slain away, more KOs abound, and with a invisible boundary directly on top, it's up to a potential freedom charge off of No Smite to see if they can hold the line.
But Dotori is able to counteract with the invisible boundary. Aztec even threatening the God of Mischief as well. One Piece has so many different safety nets that they can work with, and they're going to use one of them right now. As the Freedom Charge comes up, Triple AD need to navigate around this invisible boundary, and they know that a second one is bound to happen. He needs to find the elimination. Aztec goes down, but it's not going to be on Dotori, who still has the boundary up and ready to go.
This will be one of the first times in this entire tournament that Triple AD has been able to take a single domination point off of One Piece. Most teams have not done that, especially Triple AD in the revenge run. Portal is out. Duba has to play this carefully. One Piece have reconfirmed.
Okay. They thought that they might have been able to extend this fight, but Duba realizes that, yeah, this portal's not going to be worth it. He's just going to cancel it. Switches back to the Venom, back to the dive composition with No Smite, Duba, and Illicit trying to find some sort of backline access. Can they draw out the resources that One Piece are working with and find those key eliminations? They're going to try to surround One Piece yet again. A back cap even being used to try to disrupt what One Piece wanted to go for. And with One Piece reeling back, Triple AD gaining space, this is prime time for dive time.
Prime time for dive. The devil is out, baby. Let's see what chaos can be unleashed. It's going to be quite a bit more, but always Headsong Inferno is there to snipe out the devil. But the devil reigns supreme. If you try to shoot the devil in the back, what if you miss? But they do. Anato's trying to find that revenge run, but again, Illicit gets away. Threw it all, though, directly onto the point. Invisible boundary, and maybe a regeneration domain directly on top. But it's Jeff. He's returned and threw it all. That's a strategic strategist gone. And through it all, the Tori is also removed. It's going to be vital. Gone. No more monsters to work with. Handed them on a silver platter. Rocco gets more. A double KO. And finally now, overtime timer again. It's Triple AD's favor.
Here we go.
Directly on top. Smash, smash, smash. Into the ground you go. But can you find the KO? Maybe you don't have to. Maybe you just hold them back, and you most certainly do. That's going to be more. Rocco has done it.
He did it.
But it was just the battle won, Dan, not the war.
They may have won the battle, like you said, but they need to win this war. Triple AD, though, finally getting around here. So something is happening on the side of Triple AD. They find the winning formula here. It's going to be the full dive with No Smite, Duba, and Illicit being able to provide the disruption in order to get themselves to a round win. And One Piece, they tried to counter this dive composition, trying to play in the smallest room possible. They did just that, but unfortunately, Triple AD were just able to get the value they need. They were able to take control of the open space. And with that open space being under the mission area, One Piece have to make their way in. They can't take refuge in these small rooms. where dive gets a little bit harder to facilitate.
The battle starts.
You want to talk about small rooms? We're going to Warrior Falls, man. It's almost all small rooms except for the point.
Yep, it's going to be a very, very open area, and that's where dive composition shines. If you have a lot of area to work with, you have ways to get in and out and back in again. One Piece, though, they need to find more ways to get more counteracts, and look at the aggression coming in from AAA. Forces out the invisible boundary, but the elimination is just too fast. And One Piece, with half the team gone, AAA are going to take control of the mission area.
Is this finally the solution? Is it the dive from the two vanguards, Rocco on the Winter Soldier and Daredevil on Illicit's side?
They captured the mission area.
Only time will tell. Aztec letting go of the Loki, moving over to the Jeff now, has access to the symbiote shenanigans thanks to Fun, but no Spy's gonna lead the charge. Here we go. This is aggression that we should have seen in past maps, but thankfully it shows up in map number 3. Illicit tandems with the Freedom Charge, with the Devil out. Doesn't find the eliminations, but is able to draw out Aztecs. It's Jeff, and with resources gone down to 0, One Piece just get crumbled up yet again.
Wow, I've never seen a spawn break against One Piece. This is uncharted territory, my friend. And Rocco, I mean, has been playing exemplary on this Winter Soldier. The high amount of damage, the confirms off of Illicit. This is beauty in the making. And of course, Ensong Inferno comes out. No confirmation, no KOs. It's Jeff off of Quasi, gets 2 KOs, and that's gonna be the Vanguard gone. You open things up like a can of tuna, and Illicit's there. He's hungry. And it's looking great.
Oh my goodness. One Piece are trying to do a dive comp of their own. Kaide on the Angela, Fun on the Venom. But it's not working out. You don't have a duelist that is able to jump in with them. Your best option would be either the Daredevil or the Star-Lord. Star-Lord is banned, and Ananta finally switches over to that Daredevil. So maybe One Piece have their dive way in, but AAAD, they have the control, they have the space. One Piece don't. So AAAD just have a massive advantage here.
And Rocco's waiting for that opportunity to go for the Kraken impact. Waiting to use that arm directly when it matters most, potentially for another spawn break. Heidi at least is playing that distraction factor. Plenty of other forces fighting on the front lines. Wazit's there, and speaking of which, in the back lines, hitting that beautiful stream of damage and heals directly on the Vital. Kraken arm is out. Heidi falls, but no, it's a wasted ult. It found no impact, quite literally. It was all Kraken. Directly onto the point now. Not a single percentage has gone in One Piece's favor. AAAD, this is the best we've seen from them against their bracket demons. They have found no impact against them. It's been flawless against them always up until now. Even a point against them now. This is looking great. Wazit though, of course, its Steph is finally back out. Can they get the confirm directly onto the point and shove away what's left of One Piece? Maybe, but Illicit's there, and the Devil's waiting to come out, roaring from above. The Abyss is underway. Tuba brings out the
my God, that's it.
But the Abyss
It's
is
done.
out. It's all gone. Devil versus Devil, and I don't see him around. AAAD, for the first time this tournament, have taken a map off of a flawless upper bracket team.
One Piece need to reset. Their flawless run is dead at this point. AAAD, what an adjustment. Finally, these roundabouts of hero picks that they tried to work for finally are able to break through. They use a dive with 3 of the heroes, and as soon as they get momentum, they just never look back. And One Piece, they tried to go for the dive composition of their own, but you can't run dive if you have no space.
That's right. And it took so many different iterations of combinations for AAAD. You could argue it took them this entire tournament to figure out that perfect solution. Now, we can't say if it's the winning formula just yet. It's only been one game. But the fact now that we've seen the Daredevil into this huge dive composition work so well, Dan, I have high hopes for AAAD.
Yeah, maybe this is the start of a resurgence of AAAD. Yeah, they got swept out the last time they met One Piece, but again, it was a very, very close 3-0 sweep for One Piece. And AAAD proving to us that that sweep definitely was a close one, and AAAD finally breaking through. No less, it's a round 3 shutout here in favor of AAAD as well. So that is a huge morale boost coming into that squad, and One Piece What did they decide to go for? They really like domination maps throughout this entire tournament. Maybe they resort to another one. We've already seen Hell's Heaven. We just now saw Burn into T'Challa. But if they want to run the dive composition again, you've got Krakoa maybe as an option.
That's true. I do want to give a quick highlight while we're on the stats page that both of these Jets have rocked 40,000 kills. Unbelievable. But of course, the Tori and Mocha, respectively, they both did an amazing job as well. It's just that you don't see Jeff normally in that dominant seat.
Yeah, even with the symbiote shenanigans, that's really the biggest factor coming in from the sheer amount of healing output coming in from the Jeff. Imagine if they had access to the Deadpool. Imagine if Deadpool was available. I know Triple AD played around with it with Illicit on the Duelist Deadpool for a little bit, but finally realizing, hey, the Daredevil is still available. Why not just go for that? You know, maybe relax a little bit on the Jeff team-up abilities.
I'm just happy that Daredevil finally did something. It was, you know, you were taking a hammer to a marble block for a long time, but it finally got chiseled out, man.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you were, if that didn't work out, I'm sure you would have actually crashed out. I feel like that would have been a sight to see, but thankfully Illicit was able to keep Keck contained at the very, for now at least.
My devil has not been let out, I guess. Oh man. Well, we're just a few moments away from confirming our next map. I truly, I feel like I lose the plot at the beginning of these games even more and more when it comes to the ban and selections. Luckily though for us, the crash out continues to be contained because we have a few more moments for a small break while we catch up on things. Don't go anywhere because things are finally now heating up, and we'll be right back. It's grand finals and no team is flawless anymore. We have finally seen Triple AD possibly unlock the keys needed to figure out how they can finally beat their raid boss, a team that had not lost a single map this tournament until now.
Until now, Triple AD proved to us that gods can in fact bleed. One Piece, up until now, had a flawless run going, but unfortunately it was cut short on Burn into T'Challa. Triple AD running that dive composition were just able to run right through One Piece in a single fight. And as soon as they won that fight, that first fight, again, very, very important when you want to get control of the mission area, meant that Triple AD just surrounded One Piece, just could not let them do anything. Just pouncing on the Namor, pouncing on the backline, and just did not look back. They just kept the aggression going, and that finally lets them win at least one map here in this first to four season, the series.
It's a sight to behold, and we get to see how far things go along. We're heading straight into the picks and bans once again. Is Daredevil the first ban now from One Piece's side? No, they go straight for the Elsa once again.
Yep, Elsa's just way too strong of a hero pick still in this current meta, right? Being able to get that mobility, being able to get that damage down, as well as a game-changing ultimate that is able to be charged up really, really fast, and Triple AD will respond by taking away the Loki. This could mean that Triple AD really, really want to lobby on this dive composition.
Okay. Wouldn't be against that whatsoever. We've seen how strong the Loki-Atom combo has been for both of these teams thus far. Mocha's already highlighting the Cloak and Dagger. Makes me wonder if we could potentially see a ban of that come out from the other side. Makes me think that, well, at the very least, One Piece, Triple AD, excuse me, don't want to go for that.
Yeah, I'm sure Triple AD would probably ban out the Cloak and Dagger, but then again, One Piece were the ones usually taking away the Cloak and Dagger. But maybe One Piece decide to hold off for this map at least. If they want to try to shut down the dive that Triple AD want to go for, these Terror Capes could be crucial when it comes to that anti-dive potential. But so far, Triple AD and One Piece going about similar approaches to the ban draft, as One Piece take away the Wolverine and Triple AD will save the Phoenix for Illicit.
Wolverine is quite strong on Museum.
Not too surprised that we see that banned out.
Good Adam
the
ban.
Adam ban is huge
Good
as
ban.
well. Interesting.
Yeah, insane ban coming in from Triple AD. Now it's clear. One Piece knows that Triple AD want to dive, and One Piece, they need to find some sort of crucial save if they want to weather the barrage of
Oh,
dive
boy.
potential. And yep, there you go. In
What's it gonna
case
be?
in case it wasn't clear enough that Triple AD want to dive, they even just top it off with the Daredevil pick.
They're really telegraphing this strat now, huh? So
Oh,
what does
yeah.
One Piece do? Surely they save the. Do you save the Namor? I would assume so, right? No,
Kinda
Gambit.
Want to,
Oh.
but Gambit is going to be the option here.
Okay.
So more anti-dive needs to be demanded here for One Piece if they wanna at the very least survive what's coming at them soon enough. One of the other options is also running a counter dive composition of your own. We'll see what One Piece decide to go for. They take away the Cloak and Dagger, so another anti-dive option not going to be available for One Piece, and Triple AD will round things out with the Mantis ban as well. So no more damage amplification, no more Soul Resurgence ruining any sort of dive party that Triple AD want to go for, and now One Piece need to find a way to make things work. Most notably, One Piece were able to save the Gambit, which means Star-Lord will be one of the options available for One Piece. Triple AD could have banned it out, but instead went for the Mantis this time around.
You know, I was thinking that, but I was also thinking the route of Venom and Jeff being available too. We know how much both of these two strategists love playing Jeff on either side. The fact that's not coming out, especially on the attacking side immediately, I mean, first of all, you have Gambit. You always want to choose the Gambit instead. But the fact that the option was still available and not brought out goes to show that there's less of importance of a dive on the defensive side and more so just a stall hold.
Yep, and we'll see what the option comes in for Triple AD as their composition starting to look towards that Star-Lord Gambit win condition. One Piece looking to do the exact same here as we begin our rollout. One Piece running a triple Vanguard lineup with Fun and Kaidia on the Magneto and the Rogue to facilitate that explosive entanglement team up.
And we've seen how powerful the triple can be on both of these sides, especially on the Vanguard. And of course, there are going to be duelists on both sides as well to help facilitate things. That's the double Star-Lord that we see. But through it all, though, even the Phoenix is going to work out well. Triple AD, they opt not to go for it. They go 2-2-2 instead. But Tuba's the first to find the opening pick. That's Vital gone. The only duelist on One Piece's end.
And he goes down quick as you like it. So his ultimate acceleration is going to be delayed for a few more seconds. Keep your eyes on both of the Gambits on both teams. Closet and Aztec. It's like a race to who gets the first Royal Flush first. And so far, Aztec is winning. Vital goes down again to the hands of Illicit. And with Closet and Aztec racing to get to the 100% mark, it's going to be Aztec being able to get that Royal Flush down. And as soon as Vital comes back, they may just go right on in.
Yeah, talk about the ult cycling. Things are looking fantastic on Triple AD's front. They have Rocco at 89% off of Galactic Legend. Even though he does fall, Invisible Boundary is out. Ensong Inferno directly on top. Fun does have Meteor M. Don't think we're going to see the counter right away, but he does get a pick of his own. Really good to see. And Invisible Boundary is set up perfectly for anti-Rocco. And it's just a game of chicken now to see whether or not the Tori uses it first.
Now Triple AD with access to a one-sided Royal Flush. They need to efficiently eliminate One Piece in order to ruin any sort of momentum that One Piece are building up at this very moment. Vital is very close to that Galactic Legend, but Rocco has his as well. But the Invisible Boundary is going to be used up. So will the Meteor M to soak up even more damage. But Triple AD, they're able to hold. Closet does unfortunately go down, but with lots more aggression coming in from Triple AD, even protecting the team from Vital on the Galactic Legend means that Triple AD will still be able to hold off for just a little bit. 1-for-1 trades all around, but Mocha is there with the Invisible Boundary.
I gotta say, Dan,
astronomical value off of that invisible boundary. The fact that you got rid of Galactic Legend and Raging Royal Flush without any KOs against you is huge. Ensong Inferno is out. Again, KO-less. A Raging Royal Flush in return though. Kaidia on top. It's gonna be Aztec instead, who is now in the server looking for a lot more destruction. And Anata back onto the hit scan. We've known him so much for being that duelist, but he's been so flexible this entire series. It's all One Piece, baby, and they are shutting down Triple AD any which way they go.
Yep, and surely that'll do it here for the first checkpoint. One Piece should be able to secure this no problem, but can they get any higher as they move on forward to that second checkpoint? Notoriously hard to cap, but so far, how does Triple AD adjust their composition? So far, no changes so far, because that explosive entanglement team up is just too strong to give up on.
In the matchups that we have seen on Museum for both of these teams, they did have an easier time on their attack, taking P2 than the opposite team. Who would have thought, right? Now, I don't know who would have the better defensive side. We'll have to wait and see, though. Plenty of ultimates set up and ready for One Piece's end. Invisible Boundary is out on top of the Raging Royal Flush in return. Galactic Legend, Vital, hasn't dropped out underway, but finds no impact. Rocco still has his available, though, on top of an invisible boundary. This could be a huge meltdown from Triple AD's side. They played the patient game. Does it pay off? They're playing defensive. That's illicit, though. No Heartbreaker available. Forced to disengage off the hands of the Banhammer. The Vital does not have ult. Aztec is close to Raging Royal Flush, and there's not really much of a return afterwards if it's used up without Vital's ult.
Yeah, Quasid had to use the Royal Flush to try to keep One Piece's momentum from going any further, but here comes the re-aggression. Aztec dives in, Rocco up in the sky, lasers down to Tori, who just was not able to get any sort of value to get himself alive, and now One Piece, they're looking like they have the upper hand now, as the one-sided Gambit ultimate is going to bring the momentum right back in, and now how can Aztec build up that economy here? He's only 25% behind to Quasid, so there might be chances for Aztec to try to go for a mirror Royal Flush this time around.
What I really like from both of these teams is that they're not cycling their ults to play counter ults nearly as much as they were in the previous matchups. They're just ripping it whenever it's available now. It's putting everyone on a weird cycle. Rocco's not close to Vital. Mocha's not close to Vittori. We have to wait and see now these singular ults and what kind of advantages they can bring. Galactic Legend is out. Speak of the devil. No Daredevil's not around. It's going to be Invisible Boundary directly on top of the meteor. That's Aztec gone. Vittori's making sure space gets created even more now. But through it all, Banhammer underway. Vital's having a jungle gym of a time, bouncing around all over the museum.
I think it might have been a mistake when One Piece went for the aggressive play with the Heartbreaker to try to force out Triple AD. That, considering that they didn't get any sort of key eliminations, means that all the Vanguards on the side of Triple AD were just batteries for Quasid to get that one-sided Royal Flush. At one point, it was a 25% difference, and then it just skyrocketed to a 60+%. And Quasid was able to get a one-sided Royal Flush down. Aztec, now it's his turn on it. Can AAA hold it?
There we go. Less than a minute left on the clock now. Raging Royal Flush, Meteor M, the usual suspects finally back out again. But as soon as it ends, it's going to be Galactic Legend back out. Can Magneto save the day? The answer is no. It's a disengagement far away. Alyssa shuts down a descending Star-Lord. And finally now with 30 seconds left, there is a chance to get past this elusive P2. Rocco again. 4-1v1 solidified. Rocco gets it twice over. And even then, Alyssa's back onto the road, gutting down anybody that crosses his path. A Heartbreaker's available. 16 seconds left. Will we see a portal? Surely we do, right?
Yeah,
no?
we're gonna have to,
Hello?
might need to see a portal.
Hello?
They need to speed
Yeah,
run
where's the
onto the
portal?
site. One Piece need to make a move.
Venom's
No
not
one
a
is
portal.
close. Venom might be able to get the dive down. He's thankfully able to get there in time, but they just will go right into a Royal Flush. Heartbreaker as well. Triple A.
The
They're
Tori
looking
has
good to get the hold down.
Invisible Boundary set up and ready. Heartbreaker as well from Kaidia's side. Meteor M from the hands of Smite. But look, instead, it's not necessary. A shutdown against One Piece again. Not nearly as dominant as we had seen in the first two maps.
And One Piece have to settle close to the second checkpoint. Triple AD, they are starting to wake up. One Piece just don't know how to counteract what Triple AD are doing. It's almost a mirror matchup. I think it might be a full mirror matchup. Yeah, it is. So Triple AD are just kind of outclassing what One Piece are doing in terms of this ultimate economy, in terms of when they want to use those ultimates, and we're able to counteract every single thing to perfection. At best, it was an even trade overall.
You gotta look at Vital. Remember, at the beginning of that attacking side, he got knocked out instantaneously twice, and that put his ult deficit permanently behind Rocco.
Oh my goodness. Now, what do One Piece want to go for? It's going to be the mirror composition. They literally can't get rid of this. The Rogue, the Mag, the Gambit, all three of them facilitating a really strong team up means that it's just not worth it to swap out of it. And now One Piece, what did they decide to go for? What is Vital doing there?
You know, Vital's having a time.
He's walking to get rid of the sound cue, so they have no idea that he's close.
Oh my god, that is such nerdy tech. Does it work? Yeah, it's early ult charge. Vital
Yeah, it's early ult
makes
charge,
up for lost time.
Well, Vital is able to get a good blast barrage down. Now his ultimate's
way.
already at 20% with the assistance of Fun with the bubble as well. So Triple AD, they need to be careful here, but Vital overheats yet again.
I know, that's twice now. Both sides, he's been the opening pick. As long as he doesn't fall again, he's still in a relatively good ult cycle with Rocco.
And now Force Physics trying to pull any sort of frontliner into an isolated position. Mocha trying to get some sort of pick going, but they've already gotten the pick onto Vital, who's struggling to get back onto the site. Here comes the aggression coming in from AAA.
There we go. I think that was, no, not even a Raging Royal Plus, but now it's out of commission. You won't have to worry about that now for the next fight. It's double Invisible Boundary instead, and Anata popping off. The hit scan is back. But now as you get back into things, it's going to be Aztec ready for the Raging Royal Flush. And because of the distance he needs to get back, we're looking at Vital comboing that with the Galactic Legend. But there's so much hiding room. And Triple AD, they've been great about hiding away from the convoy to avoid his ult.
And for now, it's going to be a Mirror Royal Flush coming in. Galactic Legend is also available for both sides. Who gets the upper hand here? We're going to have to see. Fun goes up with the Meteor, trying to soak up damage. And Vital is able to shut down the other Galactic Legend. And Vital can just laser down as he pleases, dodges away from the Meteor as well, and is able to reposition safely back to his team.
Only 1 KO in the process, though. Was it worth using the Raging Royal Flush and Star-Lord's ultimate? It's hard to say. Rocco, 12%, also used his. Mocha's pretty much back to Invisible Boundary once more. Katie, of course, is going to have the Heartbreaker. Hearts are broken. I call that a divorce. And things are looking even better, though. A divorce and then some. That's Mocha gone. And no Invisible Boundary available for Triple AD.
Yep, and that push is going to fall right flat. One Piece finally getting control of the site, able to get a grasp, breathe a little bit as well as Triple AD have to reset. Great Heartbreaker coming in from Kaidia to stall out Mocha's ultimate. She couldn't get the ultimate down because it went down to around 98, 99%, and just that little moment was enough for One Piece to take over that fight. But with Tuba and Illicit going ham, Triple AD are right back to winning ways.
Oh, beautiful work now. Halfway through point one. Might have to wonder now, Cadia. I see that swap. We're looking at Portal City now.
Gonna be Portal Combat. Triple AD, I think, are going for the more aggressive move to try to shut it down, but there are members of One Piece just forcing them away, so that portal will come in. Is there any safe way to go in? Aztec is close to the Royal Flush, Closet as well, but Illicit going in with the Heartbreaker means that Aztec's ultimate will be stalled out for a little bit.
As soon as that ultimate falls, the Invisible Boundary dissipates. That's Rocco.
The one-sided Gambit ult.
Right on time, but guess what? Meteor Evan return. A snipe. That's Illicit. The wrong target with the same
Aztec
result.
goes down.
Everybody's taking each other out. There are no survivors. This poor school bus just wants to go home. And through it all, the Meteor and Smite might be able to find even more impact. Shutting everything down all at once. Closet and Tuba are getting 1v1 out of their minds, all for a single point and a portal to nowhere.
Triple AD were able to find that key elimination onto Aztec. He tried to go for the defensive Royal Flush, but with him going down means that damage and healing buff to the entire team just gets cut short. And now Aztec behind in this ultimate race means that Quasit with one more Royal Flush could end this entire map.
Oh no. That is such dire consequences, Dan. That's not a position you want to be in. Another Banhammer comes out. More Judgment up against you. That's going to decommission you from the fight, even for just a few seconds. Look at the distance. There's not much more seconds left on this matchup. But Smite has Meteor M. He's waiting for something crucial to come out, ensuring the fact that he could get a crucial, critical snipe. But that's going to be the Heartbreaker dealer gone. It's revenge from Aztec's side. Alyssa now underway. It's going to be Invisible Boundary nearly back out once again. Yoratori has hers, or theirs. And could that be enough? Mocha doesn't have to worry about Meteor M just yet. It's a stationary target, though.
No Smite, like you said, has the Meteor M, so he's able to shut down whenever Vital pops the ultimate. But Aztec and Quasit, they both have the flush available. So it might be another Gambit ult mirror coming in. Here we go. Quasit gets it off. Aztec will do the same, but it's Vital with that Galactic Legend. When he gets sniped out from the sky. No Smite with the Meteor of a lifetime. Rocco goes down as well. And now the ultimate dump comes in from One Piece and AAA.
It's Galactic, but certainly no Legend, Dan. Double ultimates, the boundaries are out now. No one can go anywhere without dealing damage and getting killed simultaneously. It's a game of nullification. Raging Royal flushes back out once again.
Rocco goes huge here.
1v1, huge for Rocco. I hear the Intergalactic Legend. What can you find? Everyone's hidden away, creating more space now for AAAD. But again, hold the line, just at the tippity top. It's been Mount Everest for any of these teams trying to get up there. And through it all, still no impact, not a single KO.
Great discipline coming in from AAAD. Actually, it's going to be One Piece. They were able to shelter themselves, get themselves out of the line of sight of Rocco's ultimate, and they're able to stay in this fight for the very least. 40 seconds left for AAA to get the push down and maybe tie up this set score 2-2. But they still have a long way to go. Aztec is close to the flush again. Quasit the same as well. So it's going to be another barrage of ultimates. And no Galactic Legend is able to be accompanying this flush.
Anything can be in a Galactic Legend at this point. Double Raging Royal Flush is underway. Absolute chaos any which way you look. Guess what? There's a Galactic Legend. Star-Lord's back into the sky once again. Fun, Meteor M. Oh, the meatball got stuck in the wall. Did you see that?
Yeah, it got pulled in, but
he
able to
found
find
it.
Yeah, he got it.
Man. It just keeps going, Dad. I hate to cut you off, but Rocco's cutting off the entire team. Everyone's way you look. It's absolute chaos. Everyone's wrists are breaking, minds are melting, and hearts are being broken. It's Illicit once again with Rogue's ultimate, stuffing everyone into a tiny hole.
God.
Donatori, a strategist, a double KO. Sure, man. Why not? It's happening. But all through it, it's overtime. And through it all, the yellow marker still dissipates. And One Piece steal away.
AAAD had a chance to portal back in, but the stall just wasn't enough. Great play coming in from One Piece as well, going into that small room to prevent any sort of advantage coming in from AAAD. They really wanted to control that open area with the Star-Lord, getting all of that movement advantage, but once they got into that small room to bunker down, they were able to just pick off Illicit. They were able to pick off the rest of the team, and with no way for the backline of AAAD to help out those Vanguards that went right on in, One Piece now put themselves at match, series, and tournament point.
All it takes now is one more game. I gotta say, it was so scrappy, so messy at the very end there, Dan.
Oh, yeah.
Through it all, even though I was pretty critical of him, Vital comes out of that matchup with the most amount of KOs, 1v6 and 9, and the most final hits. The only player hit double digits.
Yep, Vital just coming up huge, right? With those key eliminations, with the Royal Flush accompanying with Aztec. That was really the win condition, right?
Yeah.
Once they saw the Gambit go through and Star-Lord didn't even get banned out, there was a chance for AAAD to go for it. They could have banned out the Star-Lord, but instead they go for the Mantis ban, try to limit the triple strategist options for both sides. And unfortunately,
that
One
backfired.
Piece, yeah, it kind of backfired in the end because One Piece got the better of them with the Star Wars Gambit wombo combo there.
Yeah, that was pretty gnarly, man. I cannot believe that, I'm happy this isn't a flawless series anymore. It's still being hard fought in all of these matchups. But like you said, One Piece, they only need one more map to call themselves the MRC champions. They've already been qualified for Marvel Rivals Ignite for Pacific, but getting that $7,000 on top, half of the total prize pool, I mean, that's just the icing on the cake.
Oh yeah, that's what they're fighting for, and also to get themselves that accolade of being the reigning MRC champions. But Triple AD, you gotta give them credit too for
Oh, yeah.
making all these adjustments. Being able to take a map off of One Piece is nothing to scoff at. But now with backs against the wall, there's gonna be a little more adjustments coming in. The band draft has been looking spicy, and it might get even spicier. But we're gonna have to take a break to see how it shakes down. Can One Piece win it out?
Side could be One Piece winning it out almost flawlessly with only one map lost, or we could see a reverse sweep coming through from the lower bracket team, Triple AD, who have already lost to this team once before, and they're here for revenge.
And what better way to settle it? One Piece sitting at match series tournament point, and it looks like we're heading over to the symbiotic surface to see who wins it out here. Can Triple AD win it out here and force another map, or do One Piece just end it here and now? It all comes down to this potential final map here when it goes to that band draft. We'll see if there's any different adjustments, any different changes that they decide to go for. Because One Piece have been very, very consistent when it comes to this band draft phase, whereas Triple AD, you've seen them go
Been
through
everywhere.
what feels like the entire roster at this point.
It's okay. I'm sure soon we'll start getting Captain America bans.
Hey, we saw an Ultron
Iron
save
Man
at one
bans.
point too.
In Ultron, did we even see Ultron be played that match?
I-
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. It was just a interesting pick, but
That's a Triple AD
it's,
moment.
at least it's a safety net that they can rely on. But you know,
That's
it,
true.
it is what it
So
is.
was Daredevil.
All they did was just run dive and just steamroll through One Piece on Burn T'Challa. But now on Symbiotic Surface, things could look a little bit different. Triple AD looked to open things up with the Loki ban. One Piece usually banned out the Elsa here. We'll see if that is gonna stay true here in game number 5.
This is the first time that we've seen Convergence played from either of these teams since they last faced each other in the quarterfinals. We have not seen Convergence at all.
That's exactly what they're going to be playing on here on the Symbiotic Surface. One Piece. They banned the Elsa, like as expected. But here, there may be some adjustments here. But so far, they're going to stay true to what they did in their last game. Save the Invis and now move it over to Triple AD's court.
That's right. Invis saved out, Loki banned. History says that this could be okay. It's not Daredevil, thank God. It's gonna be the Phoenix instead. Okay, I like this from Triple AD.
Yep. Giving Illicit a comfort pick to rely on. So far, the Daredevil is available. There's a chance that One Piece could ban it away. Triple AD, though, they are pondering their next ban. It has been Wolverine last time. We'll see if that'll be the case here. But no, it's going to be the Mantis moving a little bit earlier in the ban draft. It was the final ban for Triple AD last time around, but now taking it away now means that triple strategist compositions will be a little bit more limited in terms of options. But something worth mentioning as well, the Adam Warlock still being available to be banned
that's
or
gonna
saved.
Okay, Wolverine banned out. I gotta say, I'm surprised. I thought every ban from here on out would be strategist bans.
Yeah, possibly, but so far, when it comes to those triple lineups that any of these teams want to do on the defensive side, Wolverine shines in that kind of scenario, but that allows One Piece to get that anti-dive. They made the mistake of not saving the Namor, not even bothering to use it, I believe. So now they realize that maybe putting Vital on the Namor might be crucial in terms of keeping that dive composition from Triple AD at bay. But Triple AD, they're gonna save the Gambit. That's gotta force a ban out of One Piece. It's gotta be Star-Lord ban, right?
Yeah, I could see Star-Lord, maybe even a Hella ban coming out. From the
Should be
Phoenix
Hella.
and
Should be
Gambit
Hella ban for
saves?
Triple AD.
I would think so too, but the Namor's been saved. I'm wondering now if Triple AD are, well, I
We're
was
thinking
going to say
about
that
it.
maybe unwilling to go for a huge dive comp, but Star-Lord's
Okay.
banned out. They worked really well against Vitals Namor. That's why we didn't see it last map from One Piece. They were overwhelmed even with the Namor on their dive.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get the Gambit and then ban out the Star-Lord because they saved the Phoenix for Illicit, so that Royal Flush not gonna be as valuable, but there are still ways to facilitate a really strong push with that Raging Royal Flush. You could even combine it with the Punisher, you could combine it with a possible Rogue as well, but for now, this will round out the ban draft. One Piece using their final ban to deny more dive options. That's going to be the Daredevil gone. And now Triple AD and One Piece now have their options available to them. But with the Gambit going through means that we already know what half the composition is going to look like. It's going to be Gambit, Rogue, Mag, and then the rest of it is just going to file on in.
Gotta say, I'm a little surprised Rocco's gonna be sticking to the Phoenix, even though Phoenix is incredibly good right now in the meta. The Winter Soldier has not failed Rocco whatsoever in this series. It has been a monster maker in terms of damage and CC control. But hey, you had the reserve on the Phoenix, might as well use it. We're not seeing the Phoenix brought out from One Piece's side. Instead, like we expected, defensive Namor being brought up by Vital's side. But on top of the Gambit, I'm seeing a lot of impact that can be made with this Rogue on both sides.
Yep, Heartbreaker really could disrupt the ultimate economy on both sides. If that Rogue can get into the backline safely,
Securing the mission area.
oh my goodness, the value that it can provide could be monumental in terms of maybe even getting that one-sided Royal Flush down. But so far, Triple AD are going to be on the offensive move first. They're going to make their way down the middle lane. They do have options to go towards the side, maybe the left towards the or the right. But One Piece, realizing that most of the team is just running it down mid, are just going to make sure that they will stay in their place.
Vital will provide a good stopgap early on. Monstros are out, taking some backline control. Vital's looking for some early damage to maybe even proc up Horn of Proteus very early.
And Triple AD, they just want to poke down One Piece, try to force them out for just a little bit, and while they're reeling back, that's when Triple AD try to seize that neutral area as both Deadpools use their ultimates. Mocha gets the first invisible boundary down, but Aztec is threatening with the Royal Flush.
There we go. Very early ults coming on through. That was an offensive Mocha. Invisible boundary underway. Vital though, monsters are out. Smite is eliminated. And with the Raging Royal Flush, now is a better time to use that Horn of Proteus. But Vital says, no, I'm going to wait. Wait for that next offensive. Triple AD, they force the peel back and they have to wait for the respawns.
Yeah, Vital, if he's able to get the key pick with the Horn of Proteus, keep in mind, Quasid is ready to go with that Royal Flush. So if anyone on One Piece is able to shut down and burst out the Gambit, One Piece could really just run away with this game, but it's all going to come down to it. But a great dink onto Rocco will delay this push even further.
It's gonna be hard to initiate without the end song Inferno. Fun Fun's also been fantastic about taking down Quasid mid-Raging Royal Flush with this Meteor M. Gotta hope for the best though, that the positioning can be good. Triple AD has been struggling so hard on this funnel. And like you mentioned, no alternative routes have been made yet. Okay, here
Live
we
option
go.
is available, but the flush comes in. Dotori is able to counteract with the invisible boundary, so it's gonna cause a little bit of problems. Rocco going in with the Endsong Inferno isn't able to find the burst damage onto Vital, who does use the Blessing of the Deep, so that bubble of invulnerability will not be available. Whale comes down, and the trade of ultimates is just in favor of One Piece at the moment. Duba and Illicit trying to zone away One Piece, but One Piece are holding on to whatever ground that they have.
A lot of ultimates have been brought out, Dan, but very little KOs have been achieved. It's all about gathering space and denying it off of One Piece's side. Nearly 2 points out of 3 needed to get to the convoy of this convergence has been made underway. Mocha brings out invisible boundaries, shields out immediately. Smite is gone away from the thing into the Doctor Strange. Kaidia, though, from above takes down Rocco. And there we go. One Piece once again set themselves up like bowling balls into the pins and knock them down. Stealing away more ult charge. Donatori set up and ready to bring out that invisible boundary. That'll be a huge denial tool. It's going to take Triple AD to make that initiation back in. They've already used Portal. They can't rely on that. They have to trudge on forwards again.
Exactly like you said, no portal means that with 45 seconds left, Triple AD need to just brute force their way through. No portal is going to save them this time around. They have to move now. 40 seconds left on the clock. With no portal left, they have to make a move now.
And look at that, 4 ultimates on the board, and Aztec's not too far behind, but making that another
Well,
one. Make that 3 now from One Piece's side. Already brought out as a denial tool. And so far, with one body gone, it's looking like Rocco once more, that Phoenix Reserve, fighting them so hard. It's not working out well. From behind, Anata sniping out Quasid. Any which way you look, there's always that coverage. Another invisible boundary's been brought down underway. Raging Royal Flush, Raging Royal and ready. It's going to be vital from above. Could this be the 1v1? It is. Dan, you called it. 3, 2, 1, 0. Overtime. And Song Inferno spells doom for the side of Triple AD. They make a desperate plea to get back in, but that second tick that they nearly had has already dissipated. And a much more important one's the overtime timer. That's certainly not in their favor. Only 1 tick to their name. The only thing separating now One Piece from being the MRC champions.
oh my goodness, this might be it. Triple AD went in with the one-sided Royal Flush, but One Piece somehow were able to weather that deck of cards flying right at them. They were able to lick their wounds and then go straight on in. Most of the One Piece roster were able to stay alive, and that allows Aztec now to, with his turn on the Royal Flush, just wiped out Triple AD from the site, and with no portal being already used to try to rejoin the fight in the likes of No Smite, that means One Piece were just able to win it out as soon as that Royal Flush was expiring on the side of Triple AD. And now things are looking really dire for Triple AD. They need to play to absolute perfection if they want to get a full hold down.
I mean, the best attack initiation tool we saw from Triple AD was No Smite on the thing, trudging his way in. But he swaps to the Strange, portals it out, had another chance to maybe get some sight space. That didn't work. What's the other initiation tool that you have to rely on? It's Song Inferno. And what was that, 3, 4 times maybe the ult got procced out? Every time it was denied.
Sometimes it's used to get eliminations, but sometimes it's also used as a safety measure to make sure that you get into full HP. But One Piece now on the attacking side just have to get to the 2/3 mark on the site, and they will be the MRC Season 6 Pacific champions. But the job's not done. They just have to make it down this lane and take out Triple AD.
The end of the road is straight up ahead, beyond just a few people blocking its way. Crossing the bridge to victory now. Vital looking for a way to get past that back line. He does have monsters to work off of. Throws them high in the sky. Very little hit scan to remove them from contention. But they try. It's Illicit from above. And immediately the fight is taken towards the defense. Illicit's not long for this world. Look at that HP dwindling down. It does raise back up though. I'm surprised. Huba is set up and ready for that early ult, and so is Anata. Who are they going to take out of contention? Who can they get that banhammer on first? We'll have to wait and see. Donatori's not too far away from getting that ultimate, and same with Mocha. But there it is. Finally, the seal has been unbroken for the second half. The ultimate starts to rage on through onto the other side. Vital's close to getting the Horn of Proteus. The opening pick is out. Rocco again. Regardless of the picks, he's always the target. And on to the point directly now. Pressure's being mounted against Triple AD. They are not finding their space. Horn of Proteus soon to erupt. It's going to be a giant monster from the ground, and it confirms nobody, but it creates space. Illicit's gone. Fun is ready. Illicit is down, and Meteor M is set up and ready to go for whatever comes their way. There was an invisible boundary. That's gone now, and all the ultimates are being built up, Dan.
It's going to come down to Rocco here with the Kraken Impact. He gets it down, but is he able to get the value? No, he's going to get taken away. Two go down. The pictures are there. The picture is good. It might be picture perfect for One Piece. They get over the line. They take down Triple AD and will be the MRC Season 6 Pacific champions.
Extremely well deserved from One Piece's side. Only a single map dropped from the start of top 16 all the way until grand finals. There was no team like them at all. One Piece, truly one of a kind.
And they were able to get to the top step. They claim the throne. Insane plays coming in from the entire One Piece roster. Just that mechanical prowess coming in from Vital, with the Namor being so impactful. Even without the Hela available as well. He just still decides to go for the Namor pick and just tears apart lobbies. And here, it was no exception. Everyone else on One Piece also being able to accompany what is the sheer amount of firepower coming in. Aztec even being the newcomer as well on this One Piece roster, and Marvel Rivals as a whole is just able to utilize so many of these strategist picks to perfection. And that Jeff really was the highlight moment, but we've been seeing this in the grand finals. He can play any other strategist if you want him to.
Oh, absolutely. The hero pool is deep for every single one of these players on One Piece's side. Vital, want to give a quick shout out to his stats, did not have a single KO against him in that last matchup. He went 16-0, completely flawless at this level of play.
That's pretty much the summary of One Piece's run throughout this entire MRC. They only dropped a single map. Literally just now in the grand finals. Had One Piece won that map, it would have been a perfect run.
Yeah.
Would have been something we had not seen before, but unfortunately, Triple AD will spoil the flawless run. But in the end, congrats to One Piece. But Triple AD, though, we've been seeing a lot of good things coming out from them as a whole. Maybe sometimes a little hiccups here and there when it comes to the execution of the team compositions, but the fact that they're adjusting and making different changes as the game goes on is something great to see.
Well, that's okay, Dan, because, maybe there were some hiccups in MRC, but you can always correct them for when they play Marvel Rivals Ignite.
That is true. And that adjustment is going to be key here when it comes to going into Ignite, playing against the best of the best. So, huge props to Triple AD for making all those adjustments, because quite literally, all the other teams are definitely going to be doing something similar.
It's going to be a fantastic time. And if this is our prelude into the Ignite 2026 season, I wouldn't want it any other way. All the teams playing at the highest caliber of play, plenty of counter plays, plenty of mix-ups, and really outside of maybe one side on one map in grand finals, no mirror comps either.
Yeah. Only a few times we see mirror composition, right? Especially when the Gambit does come through and the Rogue and the Magneto most surely will be picked up, because that team up is just way too damn strong. And apart from that, there has been a lot of different adjustments where one team decides to go for the dive composition, one team decides to go for the anti-dive composition, sometimes they both go the dive composition. So lots of strategic depth coming in throughout this entire tournament.
I wouldn't want it any other way, my friend. Very much enjoyed what we had seen coming out from all of the teams so far today. Even our trips down memory lane before the grand finals had started, we got to see the whole litany of what Pacific has to offer for us, and I'm excited.
Yeah, there's so much in store for us. And most notably, the top 8 teams coming in from MRC did in fact qualify for Marvel Rivals Ignite. So all the teams that you saw just now are already made their way into that Ignite stage, and I'm honestly can't wait to see how they compare to these partner teams, some of these guest teams that have already got their slot inside of Ignite.
That's right, they got the first half of victory before today even started. They qualified for Ignite, and it was just, getting that better prize money overall for today. And so we're going to be seeing One Piece walk home with 7
$20,000. Almost half of that $14,500 prize pool.
Oh yeah.
For MRC Season 6.
Think of all the costumes that you can pick up, right?
Yeah, maybe, new Captain America skin.
You can trip yourself out. Yeah, you got the new Captain America skin. You got a new Psylocke skin as well. They both look amazing. So surely they're gonna pick it up before their next moment in the Ignite preseason, which is only a few weeks away.
Really now? I'm very excited. Is there one team both in Ignite, as we see the results, both in Ignite and from MRC that we see the qualifying teams, is there one team that you're very excited to see?
I mean, it's gotta be One Piece, no doubt about it,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
They just looked absolutely dominant in this entire tournament. Like we said, only dropped a single map, and we can look at the results, right? Triple AD, we're able to find one map, but One Piece, we're just able to outclass them in the other 4.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I mean, Triple AD, their story in of itself was wild. They had a relatively good run up in the upper bracket. They met up against One Piece fairly early on in the top 16. They were part of that unstoppable streak from One Piece's end. They were sent down to the lower bracket, and they themselves went on a flawless elimination streak, getting rid of a lot of top favorite names like I believe Loyalty, Chiefs, It's Bugged. They got rid of all of your favorites.
And they set themselves up for a potential revenge match, but unfortunately, One Piece were able to come out on top in the end. But again, Triple AD, you've got a great bunch of storylines that you can rely on. You got the revenge arc not working out so well. They might have another chance if both these teams do well in the Ignite stage. But you also got Mocha. I know a lot of people have been really enjoying what Mocha has to offer here. It's really great to see her back, really. I know she said that she wanted to take a little bit of a break, but now coming into MRC, now she's back in Ignite.
Yeah, and
The
she
last
played
time we saw
fantastically.
Mocha was almost a year ago on Reject back in Stage 1, and now
I
she's
can't believe
back and better than ever.
Better than ever. I really can't wait to see, organizations could come through, pick up teams, give them some more money. Mocha played fantastically today. Really impressed with all the players that graced us on our screens. I'm excited.
Yeah, there's so many different stories. Not only here for the Pacific Asia region, you also got the Oceanic region as well. They've got 4 teams coming in from MRC as well. So big question marks as to how they step up against the very best. Keep in mind, in the Oceanic side, you got a really strong lineup there. Most notably, it's going to be that Gen G Chopper Mag roster, but we got to do our due diligence. We've got more of those skin advertisements coming your way, because when a legend is bound by darkness, he touched the tape and his mind was dragged into a dream. Soldier without a heart, fighting forever, never able to fall, and through it all, he kept whispering a single name, Steve Rogers. So you can step into the shadows with Captain America's Cursed Captain costume, first appearing here in Marvel Rivals Season 6, a symbol of hope twisted by fate, yet again unbroken in spirit, available right now, where even the cursed, a new hero, never stops fighting.
Wonderful stuff. But what if I told you there's even more, Dan? Because
Oh?
break the chains, flame the stars. Jeff, your bravery is inspiring. The Collector's Museum is pure torment. It takes real courage to step inside once more. Sail into battle with Psylocke's once captive Corsair costume, first appearing in Marvel Rivals Season 6. A warrior shaped by captivity, now cutting through destiny with psionic steel. Available March 5th at 6 p.m. Pacific. Hey, that was 10 days ago. You're telling me I can
Oh.
buy that right now?
Yeah, you can buy it right now.
Well, you know what they say. Freedom isn't given, it's taken. And I'm taking that skin.
Yeah, you're taking that skin. You got to take the Captain America too. It takes a lot of guts to get that as well. So
Woo!
now that's going to be it for MRC Season 6. So here in the Pacific region, it has been an absolute crazy sequence of events throughout this entire bracket. And if that's setting the tone for the entire season for 2026, I cannot wait to experience it, man.
Yeah, I'm so excited myself. And guess what? We still have other regions as well. We have Americas, we have EMEA that also have their championships coming up very, very soon. I believe it's what, later today? What day
Yeah,
is it?
it's very, very, very soon. It's
What day
already
is
the
it?
next day.
Oh,
Where are
it's
we?
7 a.m. What do you know? That's unbelievable here. But yeah, I mean, Dan, any final words, man?
I think that's gonna be it for us. I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure covering the lower final and the grand final, and maybe a little more matches along the way as well. And it's gonna be a good year for us.
That's right. We will see you at Marvel Rivals Ignite coming up very, very soon over on twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals and, of course, on the YouTube channel as well. Don't go anywhere. Stay directly glued to your seat until it starts a month from now. That's right. We'll know if you move. Nah, I'm just kidding. We'll see you real soon. Have a good night.